592-9494. Bigger picture. Do you wake up happy today, Mick Abel pitched so well, or do you wake up annoyed today that the Phillies lost because the bats didn't hit well?
Well, I'm a glass half full guy, so I'd look at Abel's effort, which was
terrific.
That's a good word to
not
describe.
Tremendous because it wasn't too deep in the game.
Correct.
But terrific. I mean, 5 and a third and 1 run.
Right. And they put it up on the screen. I was watching the TV last night, and he is now third longest, and you get one shot at this and then it's over and done with.
Yep.
Third longest start to a career by a Phillies pitcher without giving up a run. He surpassed Cole Hamels.
Wow.
Hamels was at 10, and he got an out in the 10th before a run was scored. And both of the two previous guys one was from the 1800s, and the other one was from the 40s or somewhere thereabouts. So close to 100 years. The only guy who had gone 10 or more was Cole Hamels at the start of his Philly career, and Abel went 10 and change. You put yourself on a historic level. That's a damn good thing to start your career.
No, it's terrific. I mean, if you missed it last night, I know sometimes these, Toronto games and all, maybe people don't watch quite as much, but he was terrific. He really was outstanding. Problem was best in hit. The other problem, unless it's not a problem, and you be the judge and you can weigh in 215-592-9494. Man, a lot of people came crashing down on social media on Brandon Marsh for not catching that ball in center field. Now, do I think he could have caught it? Yes. Do I think he should have caught it? Well, here's where it gets tricky. With his speed, no. But I think part of the point of a lot of people last night was if he was a better fleet of foot center fielder, he would have caught the ball. Like, Jody, I got this article in front of me. This is from Joe Giglio like 2 or 3 days ago. And the title of the article was, "Can the Phillies win it all with this defense?" And he goes in all sorts of numbers. And their numbers aren't great. I mean, they're really actually pretty bad when you look at some of these, sabermetric dork numbers. And I thought of that play, and I thought of this article is what I mean to say, when I saw that play, because on one hand, I don't think Brandon Marsh should have caught the ball. On the other hand, a better center fielder probably would have caught the ball. Break it down for me, Jody, and how you see this whole situation. And really, because here's what we're really getting at today, 215-592-9494. Amongst other things, we'll get to the Eagles and all that. But what last night's game represents, obviously on a positive side, the biggest positive clearly is Mick Abel, both short-term and potentially long-term, being a guy you can count on at this level. We'll see, but it's been about as good a start as you can have. The negative last night, twofold. One, the bats don't hit. And two, you have a play like that one in center field where you say, could have won that game, and if he catches the ball, probably do win the game. Your thoughts, Jody?
Yeah, I guess even though I just said I'm the glass half full guy, I think Marsh, you got to catch that ball. If you can get to it and you can get your glove on it, and it wasn't even an extension play. It was he decided to go into a slide play, which our right fielder does all the time and has actually become very good at it.
Very good at it.
And I did not believe that when he first showed up here in Philadelphia. What are you going into that slide for? Unnecessary. And he's been doing it ever since, and he's really good at it. He might be as good as anybody in baseball doing the coming in, go to one knee slide, and that's what Marsh tried to pull off. I don't know if it was just one of those perfectly hit balls between two guys. I think he was afraid of Wilson. Kepler in left.
Yeah.
Because that's why I think he slid. I think if he had a more comfortable feel that he knew where Kepler was going to be, Kepler knew where he was going to be, maybe a better communication, don't know who said who to what, then maybe he doesn't need to go into the slide. And I think he could have caught it without going into the slide. So he goes into the slide, it hits his glove. I'm sorry, you got to make that play.
Yeah, that's clearly what people on social media were screaming about. Seltzer, what do you make of that play in the game last night and what it represents?
So I didn't expect him to make the play, but to your initial point, I didn't expect him to make the play because it wasn't Johan Rojas in center field.
Yeah, or Gary Maddox.
Yeah, or whoever. But
Victorino probably gets it.
A lot of center field. Right? I'm saying specifically with this Phillies team, if Johan Rojas were in center field last night, I think he catches that ball. I think he gets a better jump on it. Yeah. Marsh didn't get a great jump on it. To Jody's point, Yeah, if you get close to it, I always think you should catch it. But I
Close
thought
to it. No, get your hand on it.
he
Hit your
kind of
glove.
did it hit his glove? It felt like it hit the
I
ground.
couldn't quite
it
tell.
looked like it bounced off the ground, then into him. Either way, he was close enough.
He
to
was
it
very
where,
close. Yeah.
But I think to your point, Joe, I think this is much more an indictment of Brandon Marsh being in center field than it is of that individual play. Like the guy's not a great center fielder. He's not. He's a great left fielder. He's a really great left fielder. He is an average center fielder. He doesn't get great jumps on balls. Yeah. He doesn't take great routes to balls, and he's not like a sure-handed fielder. Like the ball bounces off him a lot more than it should.
Well,
so
one thing
it's an issue.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, one thing we know, particularly based on how the Phillies crafted their team last season, they really wanted Brandon Marsh to be the left fielder. They wanted Rojas to be the guy for the future at center field. It obviously has not worked out. Now, he hasn't been quite as bad this year as last year, but I mean, he's not exactly trending as a guy you expect to be here for the next 5 years. And this is why we have conversations let me give you, for instance, this is why we have conversations of should they, and I know it's going to sound ridiculous today after he pitched so well yesterday, but like, should they trade Mick Abel for a center fielder? This is why we have those conversations, because, you know, when you look at a guy like Mick Abel, as well as he pitched last night, is he likely to start in the playoffs? Absolutely not. Now, is it impossible? No. You could have one or two different guys get injured. You could have Aaron Nola come back and not reestablish. You could get to a point in September and October when Rob Thompson says, I mean, this is not inconceivable, I trust Mick Abel more than Aaron Nola. But you also could probably, with what he's put out there, get a pretty damn good player for him right now and plug him into the outfield. So, you know, these are the things, obviously, that have to go through Dombrowski's mind to try to come up with I'll call it solution. Jody, what is the solution?
You're not going to like what I have to say for the solution because...
This isn't... brace yourself. Hold that steering wheel tight.
Well, no, nobody's going to get nuts, but...
Pull over!
The people that you're talking to, the Phillies fans listening to the WIP at 6:05 in the morning...
Hope you're ripping them.
...are going to want something done now.
Yeah.
They lost the game last night because they had a center fielder, in my opinion, should have caught a ball... and they score exactly one run to back an outstanding outing by a rookie pitcher. Let's fix this now. You can't, because as you just correctly stated, what are you going to use Abel as? Is he going to stay in the rotation?
Right.
Do you move him to the bullpen? Do you think he's part of your rotation going forward for the next 6 years?
Which matters.
Exactly, it does.
No, it does matter. That's right.
Yes. So to make the decision on June 6th, everybody wants something done yesterday. Forget about now. They want it done yesterday. And the trade deadline doesn't come up till the 31st. And it's not the Phillies that are making this decision on their own because it takes two to tango.
Yeah, no,
so
you're
you
right.
have to have another team that's willing to go down the road, give you equal value in return, help you upgrade your present-day roster. It might not happen for 6 weeks, Joe.
Yeah.
Everybody wants it today. Maybe tomorrow. All right, we'll wait till tomorrow. No, 6 weeks. Count them off. That's 42 days from now.
Yeah.
And that's, I'm probably raining on people's parade because they want to see something done.
So, okay, a few things going through my mind as you say all that. So, number one, you're right. Number two, though, I'm going to give you a though, is... and people have to make their own determination, and the Phillies have to make their own determination to what extent they value winning the division instead of just getting the wild card. And we know the trick with this. You can, if you're one of the top two teams in the league, get a bye, and essentially you've won a round before it's begun, but you also can go into the playoffs in that way, maybe a little cold because you've sat for a week, or you go in and play in that wild card. Here's my point. The Phillies are trailing the Mets. And they're trailing the Mets in part because of imperfections with the Phillies, which, yeah, they'll round out some of them, or at least I think they will at the trade deadline. But you also are playing games now that impact the standings at the end of the year. And last night's an example of that. Let me give you one more thing. So you can chew on all that.
But let me respond to that first, because you're right, but you're wrong. You're right in that you should keep your eye on the division.
Yep.
And I do think there is a major value to winning the division. You're a game back in the loss column. If you were 4 games or 5 or 6 games back and you needed to make up a ton of ground, yeah, you might not have the luxury of patience. You might have to try and force things a little bit quicker than you are. when you're a half guy, the Phillies got out to a quick start. They got the lead. Then the Mets got hot, including sweeping the Phillies. Then they got the lead.
Right.
Then the Phillies win 10 of 11 or 11 of 12, whatever it was, and they grab the lead. Then they have a bad week and lose 4. Then the Mets go. So it's going to go back and forth.
Yep.
So you can't overreact to, we're behind right now, so we've got to do something immediately. No, you don't. Not when you're a game back in the loss column.
So look, 215-592-9494 to jump in on all this. Jody Mack in for John today. One other thing to me that really stood out last night, and I can't imagine anyone that saw the game didn't think of it. Stott's just not. He's just not holding up his end of the bargain right now as a leadoff hitter. If he's a 7 or an 8-hole hitter, you can deal with it. As a leadoff hitter, I mean, he had, in my opinion, I think most would agree, the single most important at bat last night in that whole game for either team. I mean, he was up. You got a 1-0 lead. It's the middle of the game. The bases are loaded. There's less than 2 outs. You got to get a run in there, and you don't get it because he pops up. And if you really look at what has happened this year, and I don't say this disrespectful to him. I like Stott, but they haven't won because of him. I mean, they just haven't.
He hasn't developed.
He has not, Rhea. From where he was 2 and 3 years ago to now, he just hasn't.
I thought there was a really high ceiling.
Remember we used to talk about Chase Utley? I just so I do love him defensively. I like his headiness.
He's a ball player. He definitely is.
He is a ball player.
But
he reminds me of Polanco in that sense.
Yeah, but he is not developed, to Rhea's point. Like, he just has not turned into yet. Like, he's still not old. Like, there's still potential, but he hasn't turned into the player we thought and hoped he could be.
It's been a disappointment in certain ways, in a lot of ways. So, all right, look, 215-592-9494. Reaction on all this. What do you make of it? Last night's game, what it represents within the structure of this season, and obviously the quest to win it all. Macman in for John today on 94 WIP. All right, FanDuel Sportsbook. Let me tell you about them in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's the best place, obviously. I tell you every day. Best place to find all of your favorite player props. And right now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, well, you can. Maybe flirting with a potential triple-double. Check that out as well, because you can get the latest stats right inside the app. Right there inside the app, all the stats, and see who's heating up. Once the game starts, well, that's when things get real interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. So sign up today at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. $200 again in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here today. Phillies Blue Jays. Leading off starts at 2. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:07. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Back-to-back home runs for Turner and Harper.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Ike Reese here. If you're thinking about going overseas for a hair transplant, let me remind you, hair transplants are real surgery, and that's why I tell people go to Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical right here in Philadelphia. With the Glad Hair team, you get board-certified surgeons, safe in-office procedures that follow strict U.S. medical standards and long-term care from a team with over 30 years experience. No flights, no risk, just great hair and a team you trust. Visit GladHairMM.com. Stay local, stay safe, and stay looking good.
Hackers suck. So does juggling multiple apps to run your business. When your IT stack is cluttered, productivity drops and security risks rise. Meet Trust UC from Telesystem, the app that cleans up your digital dumpster fire. Integrated video, voice, chat, and AI-powered messaging, plus built-in cybersecurity awareness training and 24/7 dark web monitoring. Boost your productivity, cut your costs, and help strengthen your security posture. Visit hackersuck.com for more. IT is about trust.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere, just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
See Joe Conklin in the city where the Marcus tried, Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Today, partly sunny and a bit more humid, high 88.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Sun is shining, bats are cracking. BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phillies fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app, tons of betting options, promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. Don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Telesystems.
The 1-2 on the way again. And a swing and a fly ball deep. Right center field. Rojas in the gap on the run at the wall. It's off the wall and the game is over. It stayed in play, but plenty deep enough to win it for the Jays. And they come running out of the dugout to celebrate with Kirk as they beat their former closer, Jordan Romano, tonight. 2-1 the final as the Phillies lose the walk-off.
Scott Francie, the call as the Blue Jays indeed did walk off the Phillies. Wasted a second straight terrific start by Mick Abel. 5 1/3, 1 run on 3 hits, no walks again. JT Realmuto, he left in the 9, took a foul ball below the belt. Couple interesting notes by the Athletics' Matt Gelb. Aaron Nola, a setback in his ankle injury recovery. Some soreness in his right side for Rob Thompson. Gelb adding, Nola has been sick, adding many Phillies are. Hackers suck. That's why Telesystems' mission is to make sure Phillies businesses, technology solutions, stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. Partly sunny, high 90, currently 67. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
And is that the guy you want batting the most? His lack of development has been, frankly, pretty surprising to me. And obviously, last night we saw it play out. Now, look, let me be clear. There were a lot of other culprits last night. I mean, they just didn't hit much. They just didn't. I mean, when they got the bases loaded, it wasn't like that was happening every inning. So a disappointing, offensive performance from a club that you want to see more from. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Your reaction to it all, Tom in Deptford. Tom, good morning.
Joe, Jody, how you doing? Jody, especially you, I don't understand this team. You are a player and basically a reliever away, okay? And you can't make them like, Jody, yes, I know you're going to try to wait a little bit longer to see where you're at, but enough is enough. This is a 90-win team knocked out in the first or second round because I'm going to tell you, in their lineup, every single game they have a 4 or 5 out, meaning that they have players there who are constantly an out. So, I mean, in the playoffs, when it gets shortened up, that's what's going to happen. And what do I need to see? Am I right, Joe? They're a 90-win team getting knocked out the first round. They need to get a player or two. Stop with this. That's as good as they are. Last night was even evident. I mean, I'm enough for the Rojas's, enough for the Marshes, enough for the Wilsons. I've seen enough.
The center field, Tom,
better.
Your point about the center field situation holds merit with me.
They're not going to be.
They're not.
Better,
It's a bad center field situation.
It's a dead out. It's a dead out every game. Every game they are an out. And you know what? I've seen enough.
All right. Well, let's intercede here a little bit. Who do you want in center field? Since you're
go get Reynolds. Go get Reynolds from Pittsburgh.
Okay, you giving a painter?
They just signed Reynolds off season ago, like $100 million.
Oh yeah, that's what's going to cost you. It's going to cost your painter.
By the way,
you want Reynolds? It's going to cost your painter.
It's going to cost you a lot to get Brian Reynolds.
I don't know. Listen. If it's Howie running this team, he gets a player. Good GMs make it happen. I'm tired of hearing it. Good GMs make it happen. They are a player and a reliever away. They should have done it in the offseason. They didn't, and it's going to be the same old story. You guys know it, except they're not good enough. They are a 90-9. And now with the Mets being better, you might go out the first round. I've seen enough. Am I right, Joe? I've seen enough of the Marshes.
Well, you're right about half of what you're saying. You're not right when you definitively say they're going to go out in the first round. You're not right about that. You may be, but you don't know it to be true. And I think you're going too far with the definitive nature of how you frame that. You are right that the center field situation stinks, has stunk, and will continue to stink unless they change who the center fielder is.
Your question, Joe. In the playoffs, when it gets shortened up. See, the problem with this team is they're starting pitching heavy. They're starting pitching heavy.
Well-
we need to get a player.
Well, Tom,
because in the-
Tom, this is why we talk about and have extensively this week alone. And Tom, great call. I mean, a lot of passion there. Guys, this is why we talk about should you trade Ranger for a whoever? Should you trade Mick Abel for a whoever? By the way, we actually have a Twitter poll question of the day that speaks to this. It's very ironic. First caller came in hot on that topic because we got this Twitter poll question brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What's the Armin difference? It's simple. It's Armin's people, well-trained, friendly, and caring. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. Poll question, do you think the Phillies will have a different starting center fielder than Brandon Marsh and or Johan Rojas for the playoffs? Because it's been those two guys for a couple of years now. Do you think they'll have, and remember, even prior to that, they had that guy Veerling back in 22, who was half the player, part-time player. So, like, these 3 years they've made the playoffs, they've been pretty lame out there. Do you think they'll have a different...
Honestly, and even before, remember the Roman Quinn days and
Well, for sure.
Odubel, like, center field has actually been a long-running issue for the Philadelphia
It's
Phillies.
been
About 12 years.
one of the worst. It's been worse than Flyers goaltending.
That's what I mean. Like, it's crazy when
Odubel's
you
the
think
best
about
one
it.
they've had.
Yes.
I agree.
And that was
And
early
that's
Odubel
crazy.
after
I agree,
went in a
Jody.
tank Odubel.
I totally agree with that. All right, so we ask you, do you think they'll have a different starting center fielder for the playoffs? Other poll question, who you rooting for in the Joe versus Jack athletic competition? Now, there have been a lot of twists and turns with this, guys.
Couple big days,
Okay.
you know.
And I will-
a lot of, what's it called? Logs thrown on the fire, so to speak.
I will address the situation coming up shortly. Joe versus Jack and the latest from yesterday. Holy mackerel.
Wow.
But who are
Holy
you?
mackerel.
Who are you rooting for? Me versus Jack. Me or Jack. 215-592-9494. Certainly you can wait on the phone lines. I'll address that coming up shortly. Also, something Saquon Barkley said this week. We're going to get to that next. Your chance to win the Phillies tickets. We got a lot on the table today. Your reaction on the Phils. We're going to do a ton on the Eagles up ahead as well. Plus, as I said, your chance to win Phillies tickets today on the show. Joe DeCamera, the Mac Man, in for John today on 94 WIP.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, even a loud, mysterious noise. Don't let one of these plumbing problems ruin your summer. Contact Horizon Services today and just stop worrying. No matter the time of year, you can always expect the experts at Horizon Services to solve any of your plumbing problems because they've seen it all. You won't be waiting around days for a plumber to arrive. That's because Horizon has same-day service, so they will make sure your problem is fixed fast. As always, with Horizon Services, job's going to be done right the first time. If it's a bigger job, say maybe a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. So it doesn't matter what season it is. You don't have to be worried. You shouldn't be worried about having enough hot water for everyone who's in your home. And you shouldn't have to worry about your wallet when you need to take care of your home. Horizon Services, they are available 24/7. So don't wait. Schedule a visit with horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today, knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, no interest and no payments till 2026. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the summer of shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our summer of shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies and Pete's.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's
let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Edge with Galaxy AI. Plus, we'll help pay off your old phones. Up to 4 lines for $800 each. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days. Visit T-Mobile.com/switch.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough, but with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads? No. T-shirt cannon? I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost, so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Roto-Rooter. Plumbing problem? No match for a little DIY duct tape. Shoot, hold on. Nope. There we go. No match for a little... dang it, wait. Duct tape and a wrench. Leaks are no match for duct tape and a wrench. And a bucket and a towel, more duct tape, a hammer, this random tool I found in the basement, another bucket, more tape, a little more tape. Perfect. On second thought, maybe leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter.
And away go troubles down the drain.
Hey, Jenna Cameron here. All right, Father's Day is coming up soon. My advice, get him a gift from Family and Company Jewelers right there on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. They've got a great selection of Father's Day gifts. All sorts of options, including the handcrafted pocket knives from designer William Henry. They also have chains, pendants, and a massive selection of designer watches. So guys and gals, with regard to the gifts, ditch the ties this year. Get him something different. You know, kids, if you're getting your father something, get him something different. Get him a gift from Family and Company Jewelers. Make it special. They can make it special for you. Get yourself there to look at it, as I said, on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Family and Company Jewelers, the best in the business. Family and Company Jewelers online at familyjewelers.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Mick Abel, only MLB pitcher in the modern era to pitch at least 5 innings with no walks and no more than 1 run allowed in each of his first 2 career appearances for Opta Stats. Unfortunately, little offense except the Nick Castellanos homer as the Blue Jays walked off the Phillies 2-1 in Toronto. Abel's lone run given up came in the 6th.
3-0 offer. And a swing and a fly ball left center field in the gap. Marsh long run towards the gap. Kepler as well. Marsh slides, can't get it. As it splits the outfielders, goes to the wall. The run is coming home. The throw to third, and Bichette is safe. It's a triple. And the Jays are on the board as it's a 1-1 game here in the bottom of the 6th.
JT Realmuto left the game. He took a foul ball below the belt. And Aaron Nola had a setback in his recovery from an ankle injury. The Athletics' Matt Gelb reports Rob Thompson says Nola has some soreness in his right side. 5-4 windows get 4 free between now and June 30th, plus pay nothing for 24 months. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Partly sunny, high 90, currently 67. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP.
There, but maybe I'm wrong.
Man, it was really good there.
I know.
He
2
was
All-Star games.
Yeah, he was very good.
I'm just saying, I'm back on the bad side with Romano.
Here's the thing.
Seltzer,
Well,
he's back on my bad.
yeah,
Because he still has an ERA close to 8.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
let's
that's because he gave up like 8 runs in one outing. You also got to remember, people in Toronto are just nicer than us, man.
Oh,
come on.
You might not be wrong. I'll tell you, I do despise watching the Toronto Blue Jays win a game against the Phillies in a walk-off in Toronto.
I didn't hear
It makes me.
You got a point there,
right?
Man,
Jody,
thanks for that.
Did you think of it, Jody?
No,
I did. Rhea,
I
did you?
didn't either.
Rhea, did you think of it?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, way to go, Joe.
I mean, when the Toronto Blue Jays win a walk-off against the Phillies up there, makes me sick.
Do you know what might have triggered it for me? If the ball had left the park.
Well,
Which it didn't. It hit the top of the wall. If there's a walk-off homer, there's a chance
Right.
Joe Carter's name comes to mind.
All right, let's make you even a little more sick. Let's talk about Saquon Barkley and potentially retirement. No, it shouldn't be anytime soon. But no one wants to think about Saquon retiring.
Didn't love the way he phrased it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like, you were just going to be waiting with, not bated breath at all times.
So let's listen to Saquon. He's talking to Chris Long and Chris Long's podcast. And we'll play a lot of audio today. Audio, Saquon, and other stuff to get to. Covered a lot of ground, and one of which was on the retirement thing, like when and how. Here's Saquon Barkley on how he may retire someday.
I'll probably be one of those guys that it'll be out of nowhere. Like, I'll probably just wake up one day, whether it's next year or 2 years or 4 years, and just be like, yeah, it's over. I don't think I will ever lose that passion. I'm just a competitor, and if you come to my house and we play cards or we play what's that game where you put it on your head and you gotta imitate it and heads up. We almost get into brawls in my house over games like that. So it's like
categories.
Yeah, the competitive nature is always going to be there. But I like I'm one of my favorite players of all time is probably my favorite player of all time is Barry Sanders. So probably similar to that. Maybe one day. It'll be out of nowhere. I'll probably be balling and just be like, yeah, call it quits.
Yeah, I don't need to hear this.
Wow.
Don't like it one bit. I don't like anything about that.
Could be as soon as next year, James.
Yeah, you're balling. I'm balling. I'm out. Done.
All right, so
A lot more players are doing that these days.
Well,
we just saw Frank Ragnow do it.
Because the money's different now.
Yeah.
And also because they know a lot more about brains and this and that. Like, who knows? Like, I don't blame guys if they're like, I've made my money. I don't want to put my body, my brain.
Them. You perform for me. Okay? You perform for me.
Sounded an awful like a WIP caller, Joe the camera.
I consider myself a Roman emperor. Thumbs up or thumbs down, but you get your ass out there. Go to thumbs.
All right, hold on. Let me
you.
respond here. One thing he said doesn't bother me in the least.
Yeah.
The other thing does. The fact that he said a year or 2 or 4, that's a trek you could drive a Mack truck through between next year and 4. So that's just, I'll give you an example. When I was a younger man, my mother would ask me, even though she knew I was under 18, that I'd been out having alcoholic beverages. And she would say, how many did you have? My response would always be the same, a couple. Now, a couple is two.
This guy.
To me, anything less than a six-pack is a couple. There's a big difference between 2 and 5, but my answer was always the same. It's a couple. It's a generality. You're covering a lot of bases, and Saquon did that right there.
He did.
Now, comparing yourself to Barry Sanders, who left when he was still arguably the best running back in the league at the time, that's scary. When he said that, I go, uh-oh.
Yeah,
but when he said 1, 2, maybe 4, all right, he's spitballing. That's all he's doing there.
Well, I hadn't thought of that. It's a good point. Look,
I would have liked if he had said 2 for the 1.
Six, yeah.
The 1 was
Next
like,
year,
man,
I
chill on the 1, McDonald.
All inclusive. That doesn't bother me in the least.
All right, well, look, the Saquon thing, I don't think there's too much to read into it, but we wanted to present that audio for you. All right, let's go to the phones and how you can win Phillies tickets. We're going to get to that in a moment. Neil in Northeast Philly. Neil, good morning.
Yeah, I'm a little bit angry. The Phillies not only stout, Turner too. Bases loaded, 1 out. They should score runs. They haven't performed like the last week. And you got to, hold them to the fire a little bit. True, they're still not in bad position.
No.
But, Cubs are coming in, Toronto, the Mets. They got to play better. No doubt about it. And either bring Crawford up, to play the outfield. I'm tired of waiting for Crawford. It's time to either bring him up now or put Turner in center field. One or the other. To improve the outfield.
Well, they're not going to bring Crawford up if they don't feel he's ready. They're just not going to do that.
Be ready by now. I mean, he stole bases. He's heading over like 300. Sorry. Give him the test, do it before, like Jody said, June 31st or whatever. Let's, like that. And Abel, leaving the lineup. And, Phillies, they got to hit more, especially when the weather gets hotter and, ball carries more at Citizens Bank. I still think they'll make the playoffs, but, there's a lot of, and Dombrowski got to make a move for a reliever. So I'm a little bit, peeved at that. I know baseball's a marathon, but they got the Cubs, they got Toronto, they got the Mets coming up, they got Houston and Atlanta. So they got good teams. They got to start playing better against the good teams.
All right, Neil. Well, you're certainly on the record. We appreciate the phone call. You can react to that call, 215-592-9494. Some alarmists are out today. I mean, if you're as far as the first 2 callers today, you can weigh into that nature. If you're not freaking out like those guys are, go for it. By the way, when you call them today, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Phils. We're heading down as a show Wednesday of next week. By the way, Mac Man, invitation to you if you want to.
Ooh, coming out.
What might that be?
Just
June 11th.
Wednesday.
You bring Maddie like last time. That was fun.
Yeah. If you want to do it Wednesday afternoon, 1 o'clock. Sure, the audience would love to see.
What the hell do I have next week?
See the living legend.
A look on his
See,
face.
I'm so
really
lost.
Yeah,
I have a calendar over my desk at home that basically describes my entire life.
Yeah.
And when I don't have that calendar in front of me, it's like, Wednesday, wow, that's still 6 days to go.
For sure.
6 friggin' days, but I don't know what I got to do 6 days from now.
Well, just know the offer's out there for you.
That's
So,
nice.
you know.
You give me a ticket?
Yeah, station will give
Yeah,
you a ticket.
we'll get a
Yeah, I mean,
calendar
I'm
for
not
you,
going to
buddy.
personally pay for you. I mean, it's only so far my generosity goes. But we would love to. But you know what? If I had to pay for you, MacMan, I would. All right, but
Look
here's
at that.
But here's the deal: we got tickets, and they are free for you. Phils and Cubs Wednesday of next week, 105 first pitch. For tickets to this or any Phillies game, get yourself to Phillies.com. How can you win them? Let me tell you. So last night after the game, I'm doing like I always do on the internet, just bouncing around Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and I stumble upon this.
I want the truth!
And I get to...
You can't handle the truth.
And I think about that battle. It's a verbal battle. And it's what you could call verbal jousting. Today, ladies and gentlemen, at 215-592-9494, other than A Few Good Men, you got to give us a great scene. And you, by the way, you could choose a different scene from A Few Good Men, just not that one. Give us a great scene in a movie or a show with verbal jousting. And now, listen, sometimes it's, all out yelling. Sometimes it's not. There are certainly scenes where there's actually no yelling, but it's tremendous verbal jousting. Best answer, whoever, and it doesn't have to be just one-on-one. It can be one-on-two, can be 10 people in a room all going nuts at each other, like whatever. Best answer, whoever provides it, a scene with verbal jousting, whoever provides it is going to win the Phillies tickets. Think about it. A lot of answers. 215-592-9494. Macman, what's rattling through your mind?
All right. When you ran it by me before the show started, the first thing that came to mind was A Few Good Men.
Sure.
That was, I said, no, we won't be doing that one because that's just too good. And sure enough, you play a clip of it. I didn't even know you were going to play a clip of it. So this was the next one that came to mind for me. I think others will think of it, certainly after I denote it, I think they will. And it has to do with not only the scene itself, but the two individuals.
Okay.
De Niro.
Yeah.
Pacino.
Heat.
Yeah, it's a great
Neil
answer.
McCauley.
Yeah.
Vince and Hannah going at it.
And that would be an example of no screaming.
Right.
I mean, that's
Were they in a diner?
Yeah, diner.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a
The
great
diner scene from Heat with Pacino and De Niro.
Absolutely.
Like baseball and barbecue. Such a great scene.
All right, 215-592-9494. So that's the non-yelling variety. I will tell you one that I'm thinking of as a potential winning answer is the yelling variety, and it's more than two people. I'm just going to give you that hint. I'm not saying it definitively would win, but I know it's a great scene. It is at the end of a movie, and I'll just leave it at that. Seltzer, a great scene with verbal jousting. What are you thinking?
Ironically, my movie is from the exact same year as Jody's movie.
Really?
Two 1995 movies. Mine a super underrated 90s movie we don't talk enough about. When Gene Hackman and Denzel Washington are going at it on the sub on Crimson Tide. I just rewatched it. That movie is freaking awesome.
It's amazing.
It's an awesome movie.
Yes, it is.
Highly recommend if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, no, it's great. Crimson Tide and that scene in particular, phenomenal. Rhea, what are you thinking? Verbal jousting.
So what I love about this movie, also an underrated movie, The Ref, Dennis Leary, Annette Bening, Kevin Spacey, is the married couple.
Oh, yeah. And Judy Davis sitting in his right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Just bicker incessantly. I can't say the one that I want to do on the air, but the one, because it's my favorite, but it involves his head on a platter. But it's the one where she's screaming at him, going, our son's very sensitive. He has an imagination. And Kevin Spacey replies, that the mafia gives scholarships for. I mean, it's...
The Ref is an underrated movie.
Yeah.
Great movie.
So good.
Look, big answers abound. I'll give you one I think most of us know very, very well. And it's a scene where he's willing... He knows the other guy better be willing to die because he's willing to die. But it's an uncomfortable scene, Jody, in Rocky IV when Adrian and Rock are talking before he's going to leave for Siberia. And she just flat out, after in Rocky III, getting in his face on the beach, about being a man and all that stuff. In Rocky IV, she doesn't want him going to Siberia because she thinks he could die, and he could die. Apollo had died. And Rock lays it out. He's willing to die.
Yeah.
He's willing to die versus Drago. I mean, it's an amazing scene. Again, that's not the screaming variety, but she does say you can't win. I guess she screams that from what I remember. So, all right, give us a great answer for verbal jousting. Whoever provides the best answer, you're going to win the Phillies tickets. 215-592-9494. Let's talk to Harris in Havertown. Good morning, Harris.
Coach Harris here, Joe. How you doing?
Good, buddy. I'm sorry, what'd you say at the beginning?
Coach Harris.
Coach Harris.
Coach.
How are you, pal?
Oh, you remember me, right? Mr. Tennis Coach. I'm ready for
Oh,
it.
yeah. You know what? It's funny you say that. I transferred your phone number, not making this up, a day or two ago, I think 2 days ago, to later in the summer when we're getting closer to tennis time. So I appreciate the offer to, get me instructed a little bit more on tennis. And I do have you in my sight, so to speak. So thank you.
That's awesome because I was gonna give you a little bit about that because you're pretty confident, you're ready to go, but the best of the best, they're humble as well. And they know that
not
they can
all
always
of
get
them.
better, right?
I'd say Wayne Gretzky was. I'd say Michael Jordan was not. Right? I mean,
I want to talk about the Eagles from yesterday.
Yes.
The conversation about the defense. You expressed some concern about losing the players that we did. And
sure.
I'm not too concerned, Joe. A couple of reasons. One, Zach Vaughn came out of nowhere. Two, won a Super Bowl, best defense in the NFL with two new coordinators. But for as great as Fangio is, it was his first year. Everybody was in the system for the first year with best defense. So everybody's going to get better. And so I'm not too concerned at all. The only real concern that I have on the defense is replacing Gardner Johnson because I remember that Washington game from last year. and the defense really struggled without him. He seems to always be around the ball. He must have been a really poor locker room guy for us to get rid of him. So I guess I trust a little bit there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
well,
it just
at least
seems like every
Fangio
defense he's
seemed
on,
real
they're
broken
better.
up about it.
Yeah. I mean, Harris, it's going to be interesting. Look, I think the defense is going to be worse than, I'll say, what I sense most people think, because they did lose so much, and obviously they are top-heavy, and I mean that in a complimentary way. They do have exceptional players. I mean, I would probably look, if Cooper DeJean's your fourth best, and I would probably tell you he is, I would probably go Jalen Carter 1, Bond 2, Quinion 3, Cooper DeJean 4, but it's debatable in there. You got a great starting point, but part of what made last year was the depth of quality starters, and then the depth. And we don't know that they have depth of quality starters, and we don't know that they have depth, at least, decent depth. All right, Harris, give me a great answer. What's a scene with verbal jousting?
I will, Joe. And real quick on that point, the Patriots kept losing players year after year, right?
Yeah.
And they continued to replace them. And why not think that we're going to be the Patriots?
Could, but know this, in 2023, the Eagles did not. The Eagles' defense in 2023 was one of the worst in pro football. So
Super Bowl slump, Joe.
Well, we'll see. All right.
Yeah, but that never happened to the Patriots. You want to be the Patriots, but just skipping over the fact that you can fall into a Super Bowl slump, but the Patriots
Harris,
never did.
I got to move. Give me a verbal jousting.
Marissa Tomei, Joe Pesci. In the Marissa Tomei, Joe Pesci, right before the courtroom scene where she storms out. Reason I say that, I know it's a comedy, but that was the first time in all their arguments that she had enough.
Okay, that's an interesting look. It's a great movie, and there's a lot of good scenes in there. All right, the defense. Let's listen to Giglio. So Joe Giglio said something yesterday on WIP, and I'm just going to ask you this question before you hear the audio. Has he gone too far with how he frames the Eagles' defense? You be the judge. This is what he said yesterday on WIP. Do you think he's on point or has gone too far? Here's what he said.
And look, I'm not doubting Vic Fangio. I'm just telling you my takeaway after listening to him yesterday. And my takeaway is that we're going to take a big step back on defense this year. And that could have been obvious before he stepped to the podium yesterday. I could have just looked at the depth chart, who they lost, Milton Williams and Josh Sweat and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and Darius Slay. They lost a ton off of the best defense in Eagles history. But after listening to him yesterday and listening to the way he's talking about some uncertainty they have in a lot of different positions and what he doesn't know yet until they get on the field this summer, I feel like, we're not just going to go from being the number one defense and take a slight step back. I'm expecting a significant step back, a major step back. Now, look, I think there's enough here. Let me say this with Carter and with Bond and with DeJean and with Quinion, that it will be good, right? They're going to have, or it will be solid at least. They're going to have a solid defense, and Fangio's smart enough, and they'll figure things out over the course of the season, and they'll put people in the right position. But we had the number one defense of pro football. It was a dominant unit. Defense, of course, is a necessity, as we learned last year on this show. And I think we're taking a big step back. In fact, I wouldn't even be comfortable right now saying this is a top 10 or 12 defense.
All right, there's a lot in there. MacBand, 2 big points he's making. One, he refers to it as a big step back and or a significant step back. And he goes as far as to say not a top 10 defense. And again, I frame this and pose this to everyone at 215-592-9494. Is he on point or gone too far, Jody? And by the way, we're doing 5 questions with the MacBand today. And this is question 1. Jody Mack, did Giglio go too far?
A little bit. And again, how much do you want to break it down to numbers? He went 10 to 12. Yeah, I think they're top 10 defense. Now, if he's stretching out at 8 and I'm coming in at 7, how big a difference is that? I wouldn't call that significant.
That's not a big difference, no.
So I would not get down as far as 12.
Let me
between 5 and 10.
Let me say this, and I hope you're right, because I would take 5 to 10. I would take that. I am struck by 2 years ago. So, 3 years ago, 70 sacks, number 2 ranked defense in pro football. Big part, obviously, how they got to the Super Bowl. And a defense that there was no sign during that season that the next year they were about to collapse. Now, they lost a bunch of starters that year, but we thought still were retaining most of their best ones. I mean, they were. They were retaining Fletcher Cox. They were retaining, Darius Slay when he was younger. We thought the corners like Bradbury wasn't going to fall apart. You still had Brandon Graham. Okay, you get my point. They were a disaster. Not top 10. They were a disaster in 2023. particularly by the end of the year. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't even remember a big-time injury setting it.
But the flip side of that is that that defense, 7 new starters last year, changed into the best defense in football.
That is the flip side. James, are they a top 10 day?
Oh, I think so. And again, I think the underrated part of this, look, to start last year, they had 7 new starters. And I'm not making light of the guys they lost. They lost a lot of guys. But they did start this past year with 7 new starters on defense and ended up being the best defense in football, the best Eagles defense since the 90s, whatever you want to say. So that's part of it. Also, I do think we keep mentioning the big guys, but we don't mention that they're all young and going to get better. Like Jalen Carter, we just played audio on the show this week saying he doesn't even know how to play defensive tackle yet. Like that here, there is so much more that can come from that guy. Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper Jean were rookies last year. Like Zach Bond, this was his first year ever doing this. Like,
do you factor in they weren't much injured last year? Brandon Graham for about half the year, maybe even a third of the year.
Honestly, we've been 3 straight years for the most part of no injuries. So like I'm not going to say it can't happen. We all know injuries can happen, but I'm not going to say because they weren't injured last year they're going to be more injured this year, because that hasn't happened.
I would say because they weren't much injured last year, they will probably be more injured this year.
Well, it's possible, but I'm just saying I'm not going to count it, because we said 3 years ago or 2.5 years ago they'll never have 22 of 22 stars in the Super Bowl, and then they had 21 of 22. So it's like,
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Let me add this to the discussion, because you rightfully said, Joe Giglio said this after listening to Vic Fangio.
Yeah, which basically was N'Kobe's not going to be ready, and Jahad Campbell may or may not be ready for the start of the season. That's the gist of it.
Here on WIP, we've been overanalyzing what the coach says for 35 years. Going all the way back to Rich Kotite, okay? And even before I got to town with Buddy Ryan. And people love Buddy because he was just a cocksure individual. But we do too much of this. We add too much into it. Here's my read on Fangio. He's not a rah-rah guy. Even when things are going well, even when they were playing the kind of defense they did last year. Did Fangio ever get up there and go, we're great at this, what an unbelievable play, we've got this? No,
but he did spill the beans that guys might not be ready for the start of the year.
Understood.
I mean, that's where Giglio's coming from.
You think it's specifically the two linebackers not going to be there week 1?
That's what Giglio's reacting to.
All right, so then Giglio doesn't have faith in Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Well, I mean,
I do.
Okay, I mean, listen, we'll find out.
Oh, I know we got to get to break. We had Jeremiah on right after he was drafted on a weekend show here on WIP.
Dad or son?
Both.
Okay.
Dad first handed the phone to his son thereafter,
That's great.
which was phenomenal. And I wanted to come up with a nickname for Junior. And I thought the Samurai would be good because we had the dad's name already in place. I got outvoted. You know what won?
What won?
The Hatchet. Rather than the Axeman, the Hatchet. I personally like the Samurai, but I got outvoted.
I like Samurai more.
You do too?
I do.
Yeah, that's what I came up with.
All right, so the Eagles D. Giglio on point or too far? 215-592-9494. Reaction to last night's Phil's game and what it means, obviously, within the context of the season. Positive, Mick Abel. Negative, Marsh center field. Bat's lame. Stott's big at bat with nothing there. Joe Cameron, MacMan in for Jody today. Also, what Rob Thompson said about JT's condition after the game, after getting hit, where you don't want to get hit. Yeah.
I've had to come up with creative ways to say that in an update.
Yeah. All right.
Below the belt.
That and more. And your chance to win Phillies tickets. Give us a great scene with verbal jousting. Joe Camera and MacMan in for John today on 94 WIP.
Hey, if you're a pet parent like me, you are always giving 100% of your focus to your pet. Cheney never thinks that enough. But in today's complicated world, we need all the help we can get with our pets. And the lead dog, George Parante, will tell you that the place to not only get help, but many solutions for any issues your pets have is at the Dogs and Cats Rules store. It's nice out. It's going to be really warm today. Going to be outside with your pets. So it absolutely is time to think about natural flea and tick prevention. Get them some new toys, maybe a new ball launcher, something to tug on. And when it comes to food, the selection at Dogs and Cats Rules stores, second to none. They've got a large selection of raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, and premium kibble and canned. It cannot be beat anywhere else. Visit Dogs and Cats Rule. They've got 7 convenient neighborhood locations. Princeton and Pennington in New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope in Pennsylvania. For more information, go online to dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, Shop family.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with the potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. Classic or contemporary, white, yellow, rose gold, platinum, a simple solitaire, or the most intricate design imaginable. And all the top bridal designers. Benari will help you select just the right diamond to make her dream ring a reality with no compromises. She deserves something that reflects her unique style and personality, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton in Newtown Square.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month or YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Vikings Hall of Fame defensive end Jim Marshall died Tuesday at the age of 87. A member of the vaunted Purple People Eaters, number 70 started 270 consecutive games. He appeared in 4 Super Bowls and served as team captain for an incredible 14 consecutive seasons. He was also known for an infamous 1964 fumble recovery that he ran back into the wrong end zone, unfortunately. Rest in peace, Jim. You will be missed, and you left quite the legacy. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Summers are for ignoring your wife at the barbecue and listening to the Phillies.
Hey!
On WIP.
All right, good morning to you. Thursday morning. You got that college reunion coming up this weekend. I said it a few days ago. I'll say it again.
May not come back?
Might not. Might not. You can't give me a taste of college for 2 days and then think I'm just going to waltz on back in here and be a happy camper. It's not going to happen. And I love the job. I mean, I'm happy to do what I do. I'm very fortunate to do what I do. But
You'd just rather be a college student.
No one's more fortunate than a college student. I mean, you just do anything you want at all times. All you got to do is the bare minimum of work, and then you have this.
It's really not that hard.
It's really not.
Well, just go to class.
Get there.
Go to class is the key in college.
One of my older brothers said to me years ago, he said, being in college is like the life of a millionaire. You can do anything you want at any time. You can. As long as you do the minimum. You just do the minimum. So, I don't know. I mean, we'll see if I show up next week, but I'm not really planning on it.
Yeah, I'm not with you on this.
I can't be there. I think we're
Come
all
on, Mac, man.
And
it's all there. It's tremendous.
I'm now older than you. Well, I've always been older than you, but I'm specifically older in this discussion. Sometimes things go real well after college.
I'm much happier
and you're
now.
Very successful. And I'm talking about one thing specifically here, and that's talking about your bank account.
That too.
And if you've got money to do whatever the heck you want, that's really good. That's really nice. It was like, oh my God, I get an extra slice of pizza when I'm in college. I'm putting out. I got to go into my pocket to pay for the extra slice that's left, and that's like the highlight of the day. Come on.
I'd rather just hang with my boys. Just hang with my boys and have hope for the future. I mean, that's the way I felt. Anyway,
the future's good. I'm happy with the future.
Solid.
I like my life.
Joe.
My wife's great. My kid's great. I got a good job that I love. Come on.
But you don't hang with the boys anymore.
I saw the boys this weekend.
That's not enough. All right. A baseball saw JT's boys last night, and it was unfortunate.
Honestly, it was hard to watch. It was hard to him on the ground,
Here's the one thing I'll say before we play this audio. I actually thought it may have gone a little bit more of the thigh than the not thigh. But let's listen to the moment as it was called here on WIP. It's late in the game. JT doing
the ninth inning.
Yeah, of course. JT catching, as he almost always does, and he did get smoked.
1 ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul, and that got a piece of JT. And he's down at the plate. And Bichette actually waves to the Phillies dugout to say, come on out. That's not good.
That's a bad spot to get a catcher right there. There's no doubt. He's in a lot of pain.
He was. I mean, he was definitely in a lot of pain. He had to be helped off the field, and so it wasn't good. I do think it might have got more of the thigh than the other thing, but hard to say.
Oh, when I saw the original, you couldn't even tell. You just knew he got hit. Then they gave you from the side slow motion instant replay. Oh, it got him in another world.
It got him right there,
Oh,
Joe.
man.
It might have been a direct shot.
How much pain he was in probably speaks to that.
Yes,
correct.
Especially JT. I mean, we have seen that guy get beat up, and he is the tough. We've talked about him, one of the toughest athletes we remember.
Yes.
For him to leave the game that way, being shepherded off the field, you knew it had to be really bad.
Well, let's listen to Rob Thompson. So he spoke about JT's condition after the game. Here's what Topper said.
He's getting checked by a doctor right now.
It's a pretty good one. He said he's had worse, but we'll see. We'll check him out tomorrow.
Did he say anything about it in terms of just what he was feeling or the play itself?
Well, I mean, he's hurt.
Yeah.
It hurts.
So you can tell it.
I thought he was going to go Clubber Lang there. Pain.
It's anyway. Our best to JT. We hope he's.
And oh, by the way, as I'm watching the replay, I actually realized I'm sitting on my couch. I cross my legs.
Oh, man.
Without even thinking about it, I just
instinctively
crossed my legs.
Mac man. All right, let's go to the phones. Your reaction on the Phils last night, the Eagles defense. Giglio says probably not top 10. Agree or disagree with that? Also, we'll get to the me and Fritz thing. There's a lot there. Dan in Philadelphia. Dan, good morning.
Good morning. How are we today?
Good, buddy.
Joe, that's why you should have been a catcher. You would have played right through an injury like that.
Look, there's things I can do in life and things I cannot do.
I don't think that was a compliment.
No.
And
Catcher
listen, real quick,
and goalie, two things that just, no way.
I'm just saying, an injury like that, it wouldn't have bothered you all that much. You would have came right back. Listen, the center field, I've seen the position lose 2 games so far within the past. One with Ranger, right, against the Brewers.
Yeah.
We were up, and it's not only is it the bat, it's the defense as well, right? And last night, like that ball should have been caught. And then we wouldn't have been dealing with it. I don't know what to do. I think it is too late. Like, what are you gonna get?
Well, they certainly could trade a pitcher for a center fielder. It's not impossible. I mean, they have a plethora
a
of
worthy
pitching.
center fielder or like a slight upgrade? You
Don't know.
at
Not
this
sure.
point.
Not sure.
So I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do, but it's now it's affecting the defense and the offense. So usually it's one or the other, right? Like you have a good.
Usually, yeah.
Right. So I don't know. As for the defense for the Eagles, who said it wasn't a top 10 defense? What, this year or last year?
Well, this upcoming season. Giglio said he doesn't think this upcoming season will be top 10.
I think, that would be a huge fall from last year. I don't think.
Know this, Dan. I do expect I'll call it a big fall. Then the question is, does it get to huge territory? I mean, that defense last year was historic. If you think they're going to have the same level defense this year, you're on a different wavelength than me. You can't lose Milton Williams, Josh Sweat. See, Darius Slay, people act like Darius Slay's a throwaway guy. That's not fair.
No.
He wasn't what he was 5 years ago, but Darius Slay was still very quality. So you lost him. By the way, you lost depth with Isaiah Rodgers. You lost C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and I'm forgetting one other starter.
Lost step with Oren Burks.
Burks who stepped in. I think there was another starter. But the point, Dan, is they lost. Oh, and you lost Brandon Graham, who was playing outstanding.
Yeah.
Like you
can't expect not to take a step back.
Yeah, like I will tell you, if I had to just lay everything on the line, statistically, do I think they'll finish in the top 10 or not this upcoming season? I would tell you probably not.
Really?
I think they will.
I think there's a better chance.
So you're with Giglio.
I think there's a better chance they're 11 through 32 than 1 through 10. I do.
I agree with that, but
that's a very significant drop from 1. Like even if they get to 11, that's a big drop from 1.
So it's 10. Even if you get to 10, it's a big drop from 1. I don't think it's going to be as good as it was, but I think it'll be definitely a really good defense. And that's. If you add it all up, that's what it will take to win another Super Bowl.
We'll say, Dan, give me an answer, bud. What's a scene with verbal jousting? It can be a conversation. It can be an argument with yelling. Any of that kind of stuff.
I think I think this answer is all that combined. The not guilty scene from 12 Angry Men.
Oh, interesting answer right there. 12 Angry Men, a classic. Look, 215-592-9494. All right, coming up, Fritz. The whole thing, the debacle of his life. We'll get to that. Rob Thompson on Mick Abel, what he said about Mick Abel yesterday. Brandon Graham weighing in this week about Jalen Hurts. We'll get to Mac Man's assessment of Hurts. How good is he? We'll get to that. Saquon with more from what he said this week. There's a lot happening. Your reaction on the Phils. Eagles defense, top 10 or not? Your opinion. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP. Well, normally, John. It's Mac Man today on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's the best place, of course, to find all of your favorite player props. And right now, you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, well, you can. You can also find out if someone's flirting with that potential triple-double. Look, get the latest stats right inside the app. See who's heating up. Obviously, when the game starts, that's when things get real interesting. Combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big, and win big at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer, where, of course, not only, the NHL playoffs going on, the finals, and the NBA finals, which start tonight, but baseball day by day, including another ball game involving the local squad today up in Toronto. So find the bet or bets that works for you and lock them all in and win big at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep.
Who's my man? Me!
Takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
Yeah, I beat him in tennis.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
Show the camera needs to stick to doing radio.
Only the strongest will survive.
I feel like a dork. I might be an idiot.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays. See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, June, and hello, warmer weather. Before you know it, we're going to be deep into summer. It'll feel like that today with around 90 and searching for any way to beat the heat. So keep the AC in your home with Window Nation's energy-efficient vinyl windows with a 20-point inspection of every window upon installation. Right now, Window Nation, they're offering 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027. Window Nation, they work directly with the top manufacturers in the country. So that means all of their windows are assembled right here in the USA. Plus, their windows come with a lifetime warranty. So you keep saving long into the future. Window Nation, they can install windows in 1 day or less. They actually installed John's windows while he was taking a nap. Window Nation sale ends June 30th. So don't miss your chance to get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Phillies got walked off in Toronto 2-1. Nick Abel turned in a second straight terrific outing. 1 run on 3 hits. Again, no walks. Virtually no run support, though, outside of a Nick Castellanos home run. Bit of setback with Aaron Nola in his recovery from an ankle injury. Got some soreness in his side. The Athletics' Matt Geld noted Nola has also been sick, as have many Phillies. Bills will wrap up their series. Blue Jays this afternoon, 3:07 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Jesus Luzardo is looking for a big bounce back from his last outing. Win a Maserati Gran Turismo Medina this June. Grand prize drawing June 28th. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Partly sunny, high 90, currently 67. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order. What do I do?
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
There you go. This song should put you in a good mood. Of course, the way the Phillies game ended last night does not. But Mick Abel was outstanding. And that, frankly, is more important, I think, than just one random early June game. But that said, you would have liked to see the Phillies seized on his good opportunity and won that game. But the bats were quiet. Stott had the big out in the middle of the game with the bases loaded, and the Marsh play has really come under focus of whether he should or should not have caught the ball. I think what most would agree with, if not perhaps everybody, is even if he should or should not have caught the ball in that moment last night, a better defensive center fielder, more fleet of foot, likely would have. Very likely would. Like, I'll just say this. Doug Glanville catches it. Gary Maddox catches it. I think Victorino catches it. I think Rojas catches it.
Aaron Rowan definitely catches it.
I think Aaron Rowan catches it. Yeah, I do. So, I mean, I think a Double might catch that ball.
He made some crazy catches. He also had some dumb plays out there.
Oh,
but,
yeah, he did.
He took very adventurous routes.
Yes,
for the
he
ball.
did, including on Cole Hamels' no-hitter.
Oh my God! Every
was
time
wild.
I watch the replay,
I don't think he's
I'm
gonna catch
still
it.
afraid.
Same.
James, 100%.
Yeah, and I don't know if anyone else remembers this, but oh my God, I'm going to get in trouble with Milt Thompson. He's my buddy. I remember Milt Thompson misplaying a ball or something in '86 when Don Carmen was closing in on a perfect game. Does anyone else remember this?
No.
Someone help me out at 215-592-9494. Milt, if you're listening, I apologize. Love you. Love you. My recollection, day game in San Francisco.
How deep into the perfect
Ninth
game?
inning, I think.
No!
I think it was 1 out in the ninth. Don Carmen, game of his life.
Yeah, you can say that, man.
And I don't know. That's my recollection. Someone help me out.
I actually had to call in.
Maybe a no-hitter, but I thought it was a perfect game.
I was at a no-hitter that got lost in the ninth when Doug Glanville came in as a defensive replacement for Ricky Leday, maybe?
Could be, yeah.
And it was, I'm trying to, who was pitching?
Boy, I don't remember this at all. Was it the Eric Milton game?
Yes, it was the Eric
Yeah,
Milton
he
game.
went pretty deep.
So I had season tickets then.
Yeah.
So my seats were right behind where Glanville was. And, he took a bad thing.
Wow.
I'm listening to, I think it was G. Cobb and Dick Girardi, and they're ripping the fans because we were upset.
Yeah.
And I go, no. You don't understand. We sat through that whole game, and it was in our
I remember it was close.
I'd never been present for a no-hitter.
So
except until
World
Roy
Series?
Halladay.
Yeah, I waited my whole life to be present for a freaking no-hitter. My
Series?
whole life.
Yeah.
My whole life. And then I get the one I don't want.
Because
Are you
I
kidding
think they
me?
did win. They won the game but people were just like, and
Yeah.
we were upset. And so
Yeah, I remember
I called
that.
in and gave him grief.
That was around when Millwood had his also. That happened within, I think, a year or so. All right, look, you can weigh in on everything the Phils last night. There was good and bad. 215-592-9494. Couple tweets to bring you up to, news and notes to bring you up to speed on. So one is, because, we've wondered about the Jay Wright thing with the firing up in New York of Thibodeau. Seth Davis yesterday tweets, and obviously they've been working together for some time now on the CBS desk. Seth Davis tweeted, I have been working with Jay Wright on TV for 3 years. Based on every conversation we have had, I would say there is a greater chance that I will be the next coach than him. The difference is that if they call me, I will say yes. So Seth Davis puts it. I thought maybe Seth Davis was doing that to help his buddy out because people are probably coming at Jay like, "You gonna do it? You gonna do it? And he probably doesn't want to go on the record. Probably, at least not now. But maybe that's a way to say, let's get the word out there. I'm not interested. So that's notable. Other things. So
Quick question for you first.
Yep.
Who's the highest paid coach in the NBA right now?
Is it still Monty Williams who's not coaching?
I don't think so.
Nurse is probably high on the list.
And
Doc Rivers?
And
I don't know.
Popovich was
Spoelstra?
up there till.
Spoelstra
Pop
deserves
isn't
it.
But I think it might be Spoelstra.
He
did do a
might
new
be the best
contract.
coach in basketball.
Oh, I think he
Agreed.
is. I think he is.
Yeah.
Period.
What happened?
Although I think the Pacers got pretty freaking good,
Rick
too.
Carlisle's great. Yeah, he went with Dallas and then to bring it back. I agree with you. Carlisle's great, too.
What happens if Leon Rose says, yeah, and I'm going to top that?
To Jay?
Yeah.
Like $100 million?
Over 6? They're not making 20.
Yeah, but what
coaches that make the
Jody,
top of the top, I think, is about 12 or 13. Because I think Popovich was 11, and he was right there.
You bring up a great question. If the Knicks say to Jay Wright, even if he doesn't want it, Jay, here's 6 years. I mean, $100 million.
So
might
it looks
be
like
too
it's
much,
Steve Kerr. He makes $17.5 million.
17.
And
All right,
Spoelstra's
so
at 15.
let's say-
Pop was
Let's
at
say
17.
Jay gets offered $75 million, guaranteed.
No, let's go to the 100. You said
Fine, $100 million.
5 at 100. If 17 is the new number, that's the highest. Kerr, who's got multiple championships. Jay has collegiate championships, but hasn't coached a day in the NBA. And Leon Rhodes says 5 and 100.
I see what you're doing.
And Jay Wright's final year at Villanova, he made $6.2 million, which is a lot of money, but I mean that's a different level of money.
Because then you get to buy plane territory.
It's a generational wealth type stuff.
He's probably not in buy plane rich.
No,
but
that's immediate. I always think if I win the lottery, the first thing I will do is never travel.
Commercial?
I will just do
private plane.
I did I got a ride on one once, and I was like, You drive up to the plane.
I did it one time.
I've never done it. I'm very
It's
jealous of you guys.
ridiculous.
It's unbelievable.
It must be the coolest
Well,
thing.
I'll tell you where it gets even crazier with my experience, James, which was there was a part of the plane like not quite working. So a different plane from Connecticut had to fly down to bring us the part.
No.
So it was plane to plane.
That's when you have too much money.
Instead of going out to like the Home Depot to
Yeah,
buy the
exactly.
part, it was let's have it flown in from Connecticut.
Well,
I swear to
my
God,
God, it's
I'm not
unbelievable.
making that up. That happened a couple years ago. All right, the other tweet of note, and Jody, you do bring up a good point. I don't know if he's offered that kind of money, would he turn it down? I don't know. The other thing is, we're ahead in the update. So the Nola thing's a little weird.
Very weird.
So here's the tweet from Matt Gelb yesterday. Now, obviously, this is made less important because Mick Abel's up. He's in. He's pitching great. Seems like he ain't going anywhere.
Pitching better than Nola.
Definitely pitching better than Nola. So Matt Gelb tweeted, Aaron Nola's absence is going to be a bit longer. He felt soreness in his right side. Very mild, Rob Thompson said. He will not throw his live batting practice on Thursday. They'll wait a few days. Then there's also a Gelb report about how he's been sick. So, there's a lot going through my mind on this. First off, the ankle's the ankle, the right side thing. I don't know what to make of that.
Where did that come from?
Where did that come from? I think a lot of us wondered whether the ankle was cover in any way for just an ineffective pitcher where it was like, let's get him off the stage for a bit.
The phantom IL trip.
Sometimes. And maybe a bit is going to be extended to a month. I mean, it's already been, about 2 weeks or so?
I think
15th?
longer, yeah.
Is it May 15th?
I don't know, but it's been a stretch.
I think it's been close to 3 weeks now, yeah.
So it's just, now listen, let me be clear. I'm not ripping anyone on this. I mean, if he's not...
yeah, you are if you're suggesting it could be...
No, I praise
that
them.
it wasn't an actual injury.
No, I'm praising them.
Yeah,
Really?
May 15th.
Yeah,
is
if the idea was he's not right, let's get him off the stage and try to get his body and brain all right. It's probably more body. I don't think the guy's brain's wrong. He's not Markelle Fultz here. But at this situation, get things aligned because he was out of whack. And was I convinced that at the end it was just that ankle thing? Not really. Not really. So
Didn't someone on this show earlier say, I dictate when guys play and walk away.
Yeah.
I am in charge of all players and how active they are. Right now, it's if you want to fake an injury, you want to lie to the fans. As long as in my mind I can
Jody,
justify it,
Jody,
it's
you're
my
okay with
thing.
it. I'm with
That's
you.
exactly acceptable.
I got to teach you sarcasm, and I got to teach you the ha-ha, the joke.
And
You know?
Jody, there's no fan out there who's sitting around going, I'm so upset they lied to me about Nola wasn't really injured.
Well, Ray, especially with how well Abel's pitching.
Exactly.
Yeah,
no
I mean,
one
that's
has a problem
matter
with
of fact.
it.
Let's listen to Rob Thompson. This was an interesting comment yesterday, and this actually tells me one of two things: either Nola's not coming back too soon, or Mick Abel's going to the bullpen. Because when you hear what you're about to hear, there's no other door number 3. Listen to something Rob Thompson said after Abel's excellent second start last night.
With Mick, I know you had said before the game that we'll kind of see how he does with Noel's situation, that sort of thing. Is this an opportunity now where he can maybe stick around for another start, or is that?
Oh, he's going to be sticking around. Yeah.
Oh,
right?
Oh, he's going to be sticking around.
There's no
Cool, good to know.
He ain't going back to the minor leagues.
You don't hear emotion from him that often. He's not
So
going anywhere.
he's either starter 5 or bullpen guy here. There's no, I don't think they're going to a 6-man
Now, it
rotation
is
in June.
possible that he's talking about the next start. The question was about the.
Yeah, but
I agree the way he said it.
It's
I
the
don't,
way he answered it.
I agree. I'm just saying, you do have to account for the possibility. The question was about the next start, and he said, he'll be up.
I hear a manager saying
I do
he's
too.
Sticking.
I'm just putting it out there.
Fine, but I hear a manager saying he's sticking. All right, let's go to the phone. So everything with the Phils last night. Start at bat was frustrating. March not catching the ball was frustrating. We do have a Twitter poll question of the day that speaks to that. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet in 2025. Armin Chevrolet proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. Poll question: do you think the Phillies will have a different starting center fielder than Brandon Marsh or Johan Rojas for the playoffs? Yes or no? Yes or no? They certainly could use it. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter.
Along those lines, we had a previous caller who said, I'm tired of waiting for Crawford. Those were his exact words. I'm not paraphrasing here. Exact words. I'm tired of waiting for Crawford. I'll ask either the camera or you can jump in here, James, if he doesn't get it right.
And Rhea as well.
And Rhea.
Okay.
Rhea, if you...
What is this?
Rhea. They'll take two guesses and be wrong. The field will be cut down for you.
Wide open.
If you're going third, you're in the best spot. How many players do you believe started this Major League Baseball season at age 21 or younger? Because Crawford is 21 years old.
In the big leagues?
The kid with
In
the
the big
Royals?
leagues on a Major League roster
I think he's
at
20
age 21.
I'll guess
22
four.
now.
I'll guess four.
No, it's not that many.
One?
I was going to say 0 or 1.
He's right. It was exactly 4 players.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
See, here's the thing, Jody, and I know you're a little new to the show.
Here we go. Beat the hammer.
All right.
Bang! The hammer! Bang! Can't wait.
For my reunion. Okay, I just want to put that in there. No, I mean, listen,
All right,
Jody.
well, all right, Mr. Impressive. Name 3 of the 4. If you can pull that off, I'll be impressed.
Jones,
Nope.
Jackson,
Churio might be one.
Smith.
You are
Is Churio one of them?
Jackson Churio is...
That's one. Hold on a second. Hold
No,
on.
it's his first name. It's his first name, not his last name. The
Doesn't
rules are
count.
last name.
Skeens!
You know that.
The Skeens
Skeens
Jones?
is not
No,
21.
he's not 21.
All right, let's get a lot of
And
calls
the
there.
other one,
What?
Jackson Merrill.
Oh, 2. I
So
got
there were 2 Jacksons.
Hold on.
But neither one of them with a last name of
Neither last name,
Jackson.
so it doesn't
Both
count.
of them first name Jackson.
I would give you one of these in Hammer. Sorry.
Do we have
Wait, time out. Jackson Holiday.
No way.
3 of the 4 guys
I got it.
are Jackson.
And he said 3. He said name
They're
3.
all wrong.
So here we go.
He's 0 for 3.
I'll
Since
take
All
it.
first names. What are
Junior
the odds of that?
Caminero is the 4th.
I'll take
but
it.
Jackson, and Jackson.
Wow,
Good
I didn't
law
realize
firm,
Caminero's that
but
young.
incorrect answer by Joe DeCamera.
All right, so life advice with the hammer at 9:15 today. I'll give you a little early advice. Oaf, get your act together. I don't know what the hell you're doing. We're going to play the audio of Jack Fritz, otherwise known as the Oaf, otherwise known as Boban, what he said yesterday on the show. It's astounding what this guy's doing, but we'll get to that in a moment. But just know this, you can get advice from the hammer. 9:15 today. Get those scenarios into Seltzer on Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. What do you need help with? And I'll give you some advice coming up shortly. Coming up in about 2 hours. Ed in Phoenixville is going to join us. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, team. Good morning, Mac Man.
Hey.
Joe, I'm afraid that you're going to get Boban in this contest. However, you're going to get the Boban who went 31-17 against the Nuggets pre-pandemic. So,
wow.
I mean, Boban may have been the worst center in the NBA history, but he still is an NBA center. So
No, he was. Listen, Boban was okay. He might have been the slowest of all time, but he had a nice touch and he had a feel for the game. I mean, I liked Boban, but I feel good calling Fritz Boban just because look at the
bear,
guy.
man. I think it's going to be.
He ain't the bear. He ain't the bear.
The bear got shamed
No.
into responding.
I mean, Ed, you got to admit, his last 48 hours, and I'm not talking about the real Boban. I'm talking about Boban, our Boban. It's pathetic. Totally pathetic.
Yeah, well, to quote a wrestling term, Mac Man, it went from promo to shoot yesterday in the afternoon show. I was like, oh wow,
It did get pretty aggressive.
I know it did.
Elliot and I were texting like, "Wow, they're going after each other, man."
Yeah. So,
And I feel bad for the kid. I really do, because I don't want him to see him get hurt. No,
You're
like
so dismissive.
well, no,
the
and
way you say that.
no, seriously, because there's 2 things that were really bad for him yesterday. One, apparently he's going to pitch, which means he could get hurt. I don't want him to. And 2, he's going to lose baseball. So, I don't know what he's thinking here, but okay, it's his choice.
Yeah. So about the Phillies, and I mentioned this a month ago, and it's sort of a non-starter, and I figured as much. But we have a center field situation in which nobody really gets on base. They're poor base runners, and they're poor defenders. There's a guy in AAA right now who has a .409 on-base percentage, plays plus defensive center field. I'm just saying it has to be an option bringing Justin Crawford up as, how could it be worse than what we have right now? I mean, is that
Well,
gonna
there's
be
one way.
considered?
Ed, there's one way it could be worse, and it's not maybe what you're thinking. It's and listen, I can't speak to player development, and Jody could more than me. His dad was a GM and all that stuff. I'll just say this: there's a theory in baseball that you don't want to. I'll use the word ruin a good or great prospect by bringing him up too early. Now, how often does that happen? I don't know, but I do know that organizations are careful when they believe they have someone for the future to make sure they don't derail it at the start. And so maybe Crawford wouldn't be worse than Rojas or Marsh right now, but for the organization's next 10 years, it could cause a problem if he doesn't give them a flourishing 10 years.
But don't they have to know that? And Jody, I say this all the time, and James kind of likes the line I use. It's the family business. I mean, he's grown up in it, and anybody would know. I'm just saying they should know a little bit about his mindset and what he can handle.
At age 21, it's still young. There's a reason why I ran down those 4 names for you. The age really does matter.
I'll tell you how young he is. He was a sophomore during the pandemic in high school.
Right.
He was a sophomore in high school during the pandemic.
Your line,
that's not
Rhea,
that long ago.
Your line, Rhea, fits much more with a college player who's already, when he's drafted, 21 years of age. Then you get 2 years of looking at him, and he's 23. You should be able to judge him at that point. But a 21-year-old, you've got a good idea. You've got a grasp. You've got a pretty strong knowledge. This is what it takes. You can't. At 21 years, 3 years out of high school, that's not a Philly thing. That's a Major League Baseball thing.
And by the way, Ed, I'll add this, and I'm not saying I'm out on Justin Crawford for this year. I don't want to give you that impression. And candidly, I don't know. I'm not going to be the guy that pretends to know whether a minor leaguer is ready. I mean, how could I? I watched the Phillies last night, not Justin Crawford last night. With that said, there is something to be said for, even if he's an upgrade on these guys, he might not be the right guy for this October to try to win a World Series.
Well, there is an argument to your point right there, and I'm with Jody. I think
that's 4 or 5 at-bats in every game.
But there is an argument to bring him up now and see what he is at the major league level before you decide whether you're going to trade for someone or not. It's a potential argument the other side.
I agree with that. Because, Ed, what you don't want is someone who's going to be a really good player for the next 10 years but isn't ready now and is going 0 for 5 every night in October, and you lose. Like, that would not be good.
Kind of have that now.
Well, that's kind of what happened with Rojas in 23. I mean, he killed them in 2023. He killed them. All right, Ed, I need an answer from you, my man. A great scene with an argument, some yelling maybe, but verbal jousting of some sort. What do you got?
Kill you? I don't want to kill you. What would I do without you? Go back to ripping off mob dealers? No. You complete me. The interrogation room scene in Dark Knight.
You got it. Yeah,
that's a good answer.
Yeah. Listen, that Dark Knight had a lot for sure. Now, when I think interrogation scenes, I'm thinking of scenes from The Wire. That's a whole nother form of verbal jousting. But anyway, Fritz, this guy, I don't know what to do with him. So we're going to play the audio from yesterday. But I first want to go back to the audio from 2 days ago, just to remind everyone what he said.
It's been a whirlwind.
It's been like, dude, make up your mind. Like, what in the world? Fritz, 2 days ago, what he said.
I know people think I'm soft. I don't really like being labeled soft. I don't think I'm soft. But I am not pitching to Joe DeCamara. I can't throw anymore. Like, I threw a football yesterday, and my bicep felt like it was going to rip off. Like, I am for bits. I like doing bits. I'm pulling out of the pitching to Joe DeCamara contest.
Jody, have you been following this? Are you aware of what's going on?
Not as closely as everyone in this room right here, right now. I generally know the back and forth and the bad feelings and tidings.
Look, I love the kid, but the reality is he's just not a better athlete than me, and he keeps acting like he is. And I was like, all right, well, let's man up and do it. So we have 5 competitions, ready to roll: golf, baseball, tennis, running, and basketball. Golf, baseball, tennis, running, and basketball. Baseball is his sport. We set up the structure where he was going to be the pitcher, I was going to be the hitter. It's about how many times I get on base, and then he drops that 2 days. And listen, I don't want him to throw out his arm. I don't want him to have rehab for a whole year. But obviously, people came crashing down on him after he said what he said, including his own co-host.
Oh, they were shocked.
I mean, Spike and Ike immediately gave him the business.
I'm just done. I think my arm is legitimately shot. They say you have only the certain amount of bullets in the chamber.
All right, enough is enough.
Just like
play the music.
Ike Reese.
Shut up.
All right, so good for them.
Shut up.
Good for Spike and Ike. And then obviously became a whole thing. I mean, I said what I said yesterday, which was, James, how would you even sum up what I said yesterday?
I mean, you said so much. You were in his head. Well,
I am in his head. I mean, that's obvious.
You have far more dog in him than you do.
Yeah, the good kind of dog.
Yeah, the good kind.
Yeah, I mean, he's big dog. And I'm
You're
apparently
like the yappy little chihuahua.
Well, apparently I'm underdog. I'll take Chris Long and Lane Johnson, Eagles in 2017. I'll take dog mask. I mean, people really think this guy's going to win. I don't. Fine, we'll see. That's fine. But he said a lot, and then he backed out. And it's like, well, what is going on here? Well, then yesterday, out of nowhere, another 180.
Obviously.
He completely got shamed. I mean, we all know he got shamed. And it's a shame because I don't want him to see him get injured and lose. I'd rather see him just lose, not lose and get injured. But he's created a vulnerable situation for himself. He said this yesterday.
I know Joe DeCamara pretty well. Yeah. And I know when Joe's doing a bit, not doing a bit. Joe sounds very serious.
Yep.
The tone in Joe's voice, calling you a quitter and soft, I take offense to that as he's coming at the show.
Yes.
So we look to you, Jack. And when you revealed yesterday that you weren't going to pitch, my first instinct was let's just call this whole thing off. These two guys are not in shape anymore.
Well, sure, yeah, enough of that.
Okay. So, Jack, your statement.
Yeah, so, all right. This has been actually the most annoying 24 hours of my life. I've been lashing out at Spike. I've been lashing out in the meetings. Frankly, I've been down. My name has been dragged through the mud. I am a father of two, a leader of a household, a backbone of, I think, this radio station and the single most trustworthy Phillies voice in the city. And because of all that, I will rip my bicep off the bone if it means I'm going to ruin that little twerp. I'm throwing. I don't care.
That's my guy!
I don't care anymore. And guess what? First pitch, up and in. I'm gonna stuff this little runt in a locker like he should have been done his entire life. I am so sick and freaking tired of this absolute dork, non-athlete. He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Yes.
He has a weak golf swing. I've seen it. It's actually, he looks sickly when he swings a golf club. It's disgusting. He's basically a see-through human being. His haircut's horrible.
Yes.
Bad haircut.
Ike has better hair than Joe DeCamara,
Call
which
it
is saying
straight,
a
but
lot.
that's okay. You're on the roll.
All
Go ahead.
I have is Richie in my corner, which actually makes me want to fight the camera more. I'll rip it off the bone. I don't care.
All right, that's his choice. That's what he said.
I'm a leader
Fritz
of a
went
household.
hard.
What the hell is that?
Backbone of the station.
Well, he was I think the whole thing, everything we discussed yesterday got under his skin. And
it challenged his manhood, it seems.
Well, that's if there's manhood.
Well, his own co-hosts were disappointed in him.
Of course they were. They were probably the most. I wasn't disappointed in him. I felt bad for the fact that we couldn't do it, but I want him to. I do want him to be safe and not injure himself. But if he wants to take this chance, that's his choice.
Now, when is this?
He's going to lose it. Here's what he's going to lose in. He's going to lose in basketball, tennis, and baseball. He's going to lose in basketball, tennis, and baseball.
When is the baseball section of this supposed to take up?
Baseball is going to be the second or third competition. We're going to start with golf this month. In all likelihood, this month with golf. And then we're going to do either baseball or tennis. Then we're going to get to running. Then we're going to get to basketball. Basketball one-on-one, which we think would be a good visual if we're a 2-2. And I think we probably will be a 2-2. Because I think I'm going to probably lose running. And I think I'm going to probably lose golf.
Probably.
Yeah, but you notice, James, I'm not going to pull out of them.
No, of course not.
Okay? I mean,
You're
I'm
going
not
to lose him, though.
And golf,
pretty good chance.
is Fritz good or are you bad?
Yeah, so he apparently is mid-80s, and I'm about a 105. So I need him to come up 10, I got to go down 10. So he'll probably win golf, but I'll take my shot. I'm not going to back out. But anyway, look, I mean, he did what he did. Obviously, he's called into question all sorts of elements of his character. That's if there is any in there.
Took some shots at you.
That's fine.
Yeah, some real shots. There was other stuff said. It
James,
was pretty aggressive.
I told you.
A little uncomfortable.
He's got no respect for his elders.
Actually, this is true.
He just doesn't.
Look, I do a podcast with him.
He's a punk kid.
He definitely does not respect his elders.
No, he
that is
doesn't.
fair. I agree with that statement.
So in light of everything now, everything that he has said, what I've said, I love him. I want to be clear. I'm a big fan of Jack Fritz. I mean, he's the little engine that could with his job here at WIP. He's
that was so patronizing.
No, he's come up through the ranks. I mean,
that was so patronizing.
Backbone of the station, or whatever that whole thing was. Settle down, the guy. All right, come on. But with all that said, we now ask you, in light of everything that has occurred, particularly in the last 48 hours, who now is our other Twitter poll question? Who now are you rooting for in the Joe versus Jack athletic competition? Not who's going to win. We'll get to that poll another day. Who are you rooting for, me or Jack? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. And what it officially says on social media with the tweet is who's going to win, Joe or the Oaf. So let us know who wins, Joe or the Oaf.
You're rooting now, for, right? He's no longer Boban. It's the Oaf.
Well, he's both.
He's both.
Goes back and forth.
Yeah.
Do you think you picked up some fans yesterday, some supporters? Yeah.
Yeah, because look at him. I mean, like, listen to him. Really, it really is pathetic, but that's fine.
All right.
You can't quit and then turn around and come back like,
He
did a
huge,
he no Mosses and then he
huge 180.
Yeah, are you worried at all?
Jody.
I agree. Big 180. 180. No doubt.
Really
no doubt.
As big as you can.
He got shamed.
He really
but
did.
do you at all worry?
Which shows you how low his self-esteem is, but go ahead.
Because I agree. Look, I think the main thing you have going for you is you have more dog in you than him. I'm with you on that. I think he's a better athlete. I think he'll still win, but I thought it was a lock, and your dog does give you a chance. Are you at all worried that you have, like, incited a little dog in him to kind of... Because he could have just taken it easy and gone in and surprised him with your dog. And now, you know what I mean?
I think it increases his chance a little bit. I wouldn't say worried. I would just say aware that his competitive instincts have probably been heightened and good. I mean, he obviously needed it because look at the last 48 hours. It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. I mean, it doesn't matter. But okay, good for him. You're going to try a little harder. A little try-hard guy. Let's go to the phones. So what do you make of this?
Little try-hard guy.
What do you make of this whole thing? And somehow he's the favorite around here? Are you freaking kidding me? This guy? I mean, listen to him. I'm down. He actually said, I'm down. I'm a leader of a household. I'm down. Okay.
Father, too.
Yeah, okay. All right. Let's go to the phones. Andy in Deptford. Andy, what do you make of all this?
No, we live, we hot. I don't know, Joe, man. I think you're definitely in his head
from
that aspect, but I don't think you're winning in sports that the man played in college, and from what I hear, he was pretty competitive tennis player in high school. I mean, you played no high school sports.
Correct.
The highest he went was CYL. So, I mean, athletically, I don't know, man. I think you talk a good talk, but I think anybody 45 and under, or maybe 50 and under, with any slither of athleticism in their body would crush you in anything athletic.
Well, some would. I mean, but let's be real. I'm not exactly playing against, Jack Jackson, to use a Bo Jackson thing. I feel like I'm playing more against like a Markel Simmons. That's what I think I'm playing against. Markel Simmons.
I do think mentally he's soft. So I think I think you may have that edge. That's the only.
Well, I definitely have that. I can guarantee you these two things, Andy. I want to win more than him, and I will try harder to win more than him. I'm not going to guarantee you that I'm going to win. I'm not going to do that. I'm not foolish enough to do that. But I can guarantee you this: I'm going to try harder, and I want it more. And I can also tell you, I do truly believe. I'm not making this up. I think I'm more naturally athletic than he is. Yes, he developed it more. I acknowledge that. That's true.
Joe,
but it's in there with me.
Anything you do athletically, it seems like you get hurt. So I don't see how you're pumping your chest at your athletics when you never played sports past youth sports. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I do know what you're saying.
How do you think you're an athlete when you never competed, not even on a high school level?
Well, I guess
Where's the confidence come from is what Andy's asking.
Honestly, probably when I was 8 years old and I was running rings around people. Right? I mean, if you're asking the question, like it's when I was 8.
Does it come from your lengthy play of Tecmo Bowl? I mean, is that where it's coming from?
No,
I don't get it.
No,
it's from being a stud at the age of 8.
I mean, that's what when I say natural athleticism, that's what I'm talking. I was at coordination.
God, I can't believe it.
But then I was like, I'm good. Like I proved it, and now I'll move on to other things. So that's what I did.
You peaked when Nintendo was still a thing. But
well, I'm great at Nintendo.
Let's get to the Eagles. Okay.
Yes.
I guess I got two concerns going into this season. Before the personnel concerns, I guess one of the big concerns is, teams usually go through this gamut after they win the Super Bowl, whether it's events, signings, whatever the case may be. It's like every time I turn around, I'm seeing Coop or Saquon, out and about doing things. I'm not saying that you can't take advantage of that because, of course, you want to take advantage of the opportunities. But I'm just hoping that those opportunities don't take in the way of putting in that work.
You know what? I'm not worried about it right now. I'm aware, Andy, but I don't feel like it's been egregious. Like, for instance, Saquon, and we're going to play audio in a moment, did Chris Long's podcast this week. That doesn't bother me.
And then the bigger concern, personnel-wise, you were on this whole trip last year with how many guys we lost on the defense, this, that, and the third, right? But, I mean, we lost a lot, and I don't really think we fully replaced them. I mean, you look at our pass rush, Nolan Smith, good player, but like.
Well, he might be a great player. The Nolan Smith issue that I would say is now he's got to be number one. Like entering last year, you were just hoping he was like number 4. He developed, I guess, by the end of the year, probably into their best edge pass rusher. But for a while, it had been Sweat. But now it's like he's the counted on guy. And we'll find out if
who's behind them now.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's Ojulari,
it's Alex Hunt.
Yeah, I mean, Hunt has gone from I hope he develops last year and plays at all, to he's your number 2 now.
Yeah.
And then you look in the secondary. We lost Slay, who was a really good starting corner.
Yes, he was.
And we don't have another safety. And I like Reed Blankenship, but I'm just, he's got his limitations, right?
I tend to think that's correct. Yeah.
So now we don't have another guy behind him that, is really concerned. What are we going to bank on?
Andy, you better run from the popo,
Finally
man.
coming on for you,
Andy. They're smart. They're saying, let's get this Andy from Deptford out of here. Andy, give me an answer. Verbal jousting. Give me a scene.
I think the ambulance was coming for you after you tried to run. But verbal jousting. What about in The Godfather 2? Right, when you got Fredo and you got Michael Corleone going at it, and Fredo saying, I'm the older brother, and you telling me what to do. What's the matter, Mike?
You're older brother, Mikey.
Yeah. I actually don't think that's the right answer from Godfather 2, but it's a great one.
It's a great answer.
Michael and Kay.
Yeah, the abortion thing.
And Michael and Kay in that room on that couch.
It was an abortion, Michael.
Having that conversation. That's a big one. All right. Last night, Phil's loss. Not a big loss. You'd rather see them win. Mick Abel was terrific. Center field, it was... Should he have not caught the ball? Marsh didn't catch the ball. Let's listen to the moment when Brandon Marsh did not catch the ball.
3-0 offer. And a swing and a fly ball left center field in the gap. Marsh long run towards the gap. Kepler as well. Marsh slides, can't get it. As it splits the outfielders, goes to the wall. The run is coming home. The throw to third, and Bichette is safe. It's a triple. And the Jays are on the board as it's a 1-1 game here in the bottom of the 6th.
So, Jody, when I saw that play, I immediately thought of an article Giglio had posted a couple days ago on the internet entitled, "Can the Phillies win it all with this defense?" Now, there's 2 different ways to look at that play. One is, maybe he should have caught the ball based on where he got to, and I know that's your point. I think the grander point, though, is he's not the most fleet of foot to get to the spot, and a better defensive fielder, more naturally athletic, dare I say, just gets there and catches the ball, and you lose the game in part because they don't have a center fielder that does that. Or if they have Rojas out there, he probably gets it, but he probably goes 0 for 4. I mean, it's a weak position in Philadelphia sports right now, Jody.
Center field or all outfield?
Well, I was specifically saying center field. But certainly the outfield is one of the weaker spots of the whole club. That's clear.
Agreed. And I would like to see the Phillies get an upgrade there, but I don't think it's in the offing immediately. Could things change between now and July 25th, 6 days before the trade deadline? Yeah, it could.
Here's what I know. Brandon Marsh and Johan Rojas aren't going to be good. They're not. They might win it all with them just because they pitch so well and guys slug. But they're like, those guys aren't good, and they're not going to get good. They're just not.
I don't think there's upside here.
There's not.
Both of them are what they are right now.
I mean, doesn't Marsh pretty much always hit ninth? I mean, we know Rojas always hits ninth, unless you have backups in there on a certain day. You're talking about a center fielder batting ninth? It's, center field. We're not talking about shortstop in 1975. We're talking about center field in modern-day baseball. He's your 9-hole hitter. And by the way, it's not like Rojas has exactly been, Gary Maddox out there the way he was supposed to be defensively.
I'll disagree with you on that a little bit.
He was
center
overrated.
fielders, no. Center fielders hit ninth in baseball these days.
Well,
they do. You're right. It used to be 1975, 98. Your shortstop is hitting 8th in the National League, 9th in the American League with designated hitters.
Almost with no exceptions.
Across the board.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
Now shortstops hit center fielders here's the biggest problem. If you're going to be batting ninth, you better be Gold Glove center field level. And Marsh is not that.
He's not.
That's a big problem. At least Rojas is close to it. You can make an argument that Rojas is one of the 5 best defensive center fielders in baseball. You can't come close to making that argument with Marsh.
So, look, that obviously stood out last night. I'll tell you what stood out the most, and it's actually a positive in a loss, is Mick Abel was terrific. So, that could be both a short-term and long-term thing of serious consequence. I mean,
he hasn't walked anyone yet, which is really impressive.
I mean, he looks really...
And that's a better lineup. The first game, Pittsburgh, one of the worst lineups in the sport. It's not like Toronto's a juggernaut, but they're certainly better than Pittsburgh.
Well, look, you can react to the Phils last night, 215-592-9494. The Fritz and me thing, who do you think is going to win? Who you're rooting for? What do you make of Jack's about face and then another about face? By the way, speaking of excellence, and Brandon Marsh and Rojas aren't, but Saquon certainly is and was this past year. He talked on the podcast with Chris Long. As always, this is just his way, giving praise to others. It's one of those many reasons why we admire Saquon after the year that he had. Listen to something Saquon said the other day about his teammates.
I love the Madden cover, the accolades, the deal. But, if you really just go into a lot of those runs and just break down what those guys are doing up front for me, and going to the quote that Nick always say, you can't be great without the greatness of others. It just goes to show you just how special that group really was. And like I said, I'm the guy that gets the love, but I could do none of it without those guys, and Dallas and the tight ends, and AJ and Smitty selling out on blocks, and even Jalen making the right calls and putting us in position to be successful in the play.
I mean, Jody, Saquon is just. You think they dial him back though because of? Let me ask you a question. Do you know how many touches it was last year?
The exact number? No.
Take a guess. Regular season and postseason.
Oh, okay. Postseason too.
Well, they count.
Wow.
Take a guess.
I got 600.
Well, it's not 600.
300?
I don't think anybody's ever done.
No, it's like 500 or something.
600.
Well, 25 times.
He blew the whole
What's
thing.
25 times 17?
That's what he was. I was trying to do the math too.
Well, he doesn't get 25 every game, but if you want me to, I'll do it. I'm going to do the math for you. If it's 25 times 21, because they played 4 playoff games, 25 times 21 would be 525.
Okay, that's what I should have said.
600. I mean, it's always a disappointment when you get ready for a big reveal.
Oh, it's nothing worse.
But somebody outflanks you, so
Such
then
a
makes the number seem small.
It's such a bummer. You're so excited to give the number.
Guys, the number I'm going to say is not small, but it's not 600. It's 482.
I mean, that's so many carries.
It's a tremendous amount of touches.
Was he numero uno in the NFL last year?
I would think so. I mean, because Derrick Henry,
not because the games they played.
And they went to the Super Bowl. Like Derrick Henry didn't get to the Super Bowl, so I got to imagine he had to be number one. Can't fathom anyone else.
Because he played more games than everybody else. Because he went to the Super Bowl. Yeah.
So of course he was.
Well, I'll tell you another thing about.
Is a whopper.
I'll tell you another thing about Saquon Barkley.
Yes, sir.
He played every single game except the last regular season game, which they sat him for protection purposes, right?
Yep.
So he played 19 games.
And they pulled him out when he got to 2,000. They pulled him out as soon as he got to 2,000. He could have finished that game and got another 50 or 60
and
yards.
the one game where he had the big, which he passed somebody at some, and he specifically said they asked him if he wanted to stay in the game, and he goes, "No, let's let somebody else eat."
Yeah, it was like mid fourth quarter Giants game,
which was classy on his part. Again, showing the kind of classy individual he is.
Yep.
If you tell me that Saquon's going to play, and I'm adding in a little for the playoffs here, that the Eagles are going to make it and win when they get there, I'm going to put the number at Eagles are playing a minimum of 18 games.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's 19, maybe it's 20 again, but a minimum of 18.
Yeah, that means they make the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah.
If you tell me Barkley's playing in 17 of those games.
Oh, I take that for sure.
You think he's going to play 17 out of 18?
No. Well, if you ask me, do I think he's more likely to play 17 or less? I'll say less.
Yeah, I'd take the under.
I mean,
all right,
for
so
sure.
Then let me drop it to 16, okay?
I'd still take under.
You take under at 16 because he's just
of likelihood, yes.
Due to get hurt,
of likelihood, yeah.
All right, because see, that's what I need. I need that number because that will determine whether I think they're a top 10 defense or not.
See, it's an interesting
Barkley,
point. Yeah.
That will keep the Eagles defense off the field.
Yeah.
Quick, by the way, Number one team, time of possession in the NFL last year was who?
It was
the Eagles.
Well, and Jody, let me just say this, and I hope this resonates with older people. Younger people didn't see the 91 Eagles defense. I still put 91 Eagles defense over last year. It's close. I'm going to be very candid. It's close. What the Eagles did last year was unbelievable. But I'm going to give you two facts about 91 Eagles defense to me that speaks to why they're above last year's. Fact number one, leading rusher. Now, Saquon had 2,000 yards. Okay?
Heath Sherman, maybe?
Ready for this? James Joseph.
Really? Joseph over Heath?
Ready for the number? Leading rusher. 430 yards.
Oh, great.
James, 430. You have no running game. Okay, you ready for this? Fact number two. 5 different starting quarterbacks.
Yeah.
3 of whom stunk.
It's a good point by Jody. We don't talk a lot about the running game's influence on why the defense was so great.
I agree
it's
with
a
that.
really good point, Jody.
I agree.
How many? You go back and check it year after year after year. Team who owns time of possession in the NFL, where their defense ranks. It's like a given they're in the top 10.
Yeah,
if
makes
you
sense.
own time of possession, your defense isn't on the field. That means you're not giving up yards, you're not giving up points. You're a lock to be a top 10. And I absolutely believe unless he is going to miss multiple games.
Sure.
If Saquon is in the lineup for almost every single game, they're going to lead the league in time of possession again. If anything, the passing game is going to get better, which will give them a chance to be even more dominant in time of possession, which means they'll be a top 10 defense unquestioned.
Well, Hurts is a big part of that also with the way he churns the first down marker when he runs for it, which he does. He gets a number of first downs with his legs. Look, all of this on the table, and something Brandon Graham said about Jalen Hurts. We're doing 5 questions with the Mac Man, as we always do when Jody fills in for John. We've got a Jalen Hurts related question for Jody coming up in just a moment. Let's go to the phones. Your reaction to the Phillies game last night, Mick Abel's start, everything with the Eagles. Gilio saying he doesn't think the Eagles are a top 10 defense. What do you make and also Fritz. James, is that the Markel Simmons? Is it on point?
Markel Simmons?
Yeah.
Like you're combining them?
No, I'm not combining them. I just figured
I don't understand. Are you calling Jack Markel Simmons?
I'm calling him soft.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, like soft. I mean, now he's back. Oh, I'm back in. I question my
Leader of the household.
Leader of the household. I'm back. All this for 2 things. 1, possibility of getting injured. He could. 2, he's going to lose in baseball. And he's going to lose overall. Tim in Swedesboro. Tim. Tim, he's back. I'm shaking. Hello, Tim.
Joe, good morning. How's everybody?
The only problem is when I go in that voice, I know people root for me less. And I would like to, as Maximus was told, win the people, win the crowd.
Joe, I wanted to ask you something. I wanted to ask you this yesterday, but
Yes.
I saw you ran out of time. What are you more confident in doing, beating Fritz or achieving 300 wins and beat the Hammer?
Oh, 300 wins and beat the Hammer. The only way I don't get that is if I die. Soon.
That can be arranged.
I'll get to 300 wins and beat the. Look, I might not beat Fritz, but I think I will. Feel pretty confident.
Yeah, I heard what he said yesterday. I was like, how do you say that, man? Like you're like you said you felt like your bicep was about to fall or whatever he said. I said, oh man, this guy, man, come on. Now you're giving Joe more stuff to break your
stones about.
Yeah. I mean, and Tim, the irony of the whole thing over the last 48 hours is I'm going to win baseball. I'm going to.
Well, I'm not
By the way, if he
familiar
wants to
with your
throw
background,
up and in on the first pitch, good. That's 1 for 1 for me getting on base. Hit me.
Now, if we're
Well,
there,
I don't think he meant
James
hit
and I
you.
are-
I think he meant
we'll
go
see.
up and in.
What do you think he's got pinpoint like Wheeler?
No.
I mean,
No, he said his arm's going to fall off the bone. I don't trust his control anymore at all.
Look, I don't want to get hit, but if I get hit, then I'm on base, and it's.
If James and I are there, do we have to rush the pitcher?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I mean, James, are we going after him?
And we really
think
do
so,
need
no.
like a real ump, like a real ump. Like
What fielders? I mean, there's a lot
Oh.
to this. We need a catcher. We need the whole thing.
Correct. Equipment, gear
Yeah,
for the
Ben
catcher.
Davis is the move. If Ben
Oh,
right?
Ben is the catcher.
Right? Isn't that like a
Interesting.
no-brainer?
That's pretty good. I like that. Tim,
I
what'd
wanna
Tim, what'd you make of the Phillies last night?
I mean, I liked it with Castellanos homering, Abel pitching another gem. But then when I heard about Marsh doing his little fanatics out there, I thought, oh, now Abel's gem just went to Cole.
Well, yeah. I mean, that happens. I mean, it's like what happened to
understand.
Ranger a couple games ago.
I'm like thinking to myself, first we got Trey, booting like ground balls. Now we got Marsh.
Tim, they're not a good
sliding.
They're not a good defensive team.
Like this is like what's it gonna like? The very first call was it Tom? I think his name was. I kind of agree with him. What's it gonna take, man? What's it gonna take? You see that this defense sucks.
I don't think it's that bad, but I'll say this: the numbers say it is. I don't see it with my eyes, but maybe the Marsh plays an example where the numbers are right. That if you have a center, like I'll tell you this: I think Trey Turner playing center field because of how fast he is, catches that ball. Now you'd have to learn the instincts. I'm not saying maybe it catches at game one, but once Trey Turner develops as a center fielder, I feel confident he runs down that ball probably with ease.
Okay, Joe. Let me ask you this then.
Sure.
We all know how Trey feels about certain things.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I was saying before, God forbid you want to move him, and he agrees. Do you actually think he will play center field?
Well, someday he will, but I don't think it's going to be anytime too soon.
No, I
You think
agree. I don't
you think it's
either.
more
It's
likely
like-
center or left?
I was thinking left, personally.
Yeah,
Don't know.
same
It's
here.
hard to just hop into center field and play center field,
He should be able to cover ground, though, guys.
But I get it. He should be able to cover ground, but that doesn't mean you can be an outfielder. Like, it's a whole different skill set than
Correct.
playing shortstop.
Wow.
That he's done his whole life.
You can make yourself a better left fielder with work in a much shorter period of time than center field.
Of course, it's an easier spot. Tim, I got to move. Give me an answer. Great scene with verbal jousting.
All right. I'm going to try this one. Joe versus Frank in Lean On Me,
Okay, let me think of the scene. Which scene is it?
where they're in the courtroom, and Frank and Joe are arguing about like what he did, and like he's firing teachers.
Okay.
Like he made the welfare.
Listen,
comment
Joe.
about-
Joe, what was his name? Joe. I loved him. What was his name?
Morgan Freeman's character?
Yeah, Joe.
I don't remember.
Joe
He
Clark.
played his boss.
Joe Clark.
Joe Clark.
Loved that guy. All right. Love Brandon Graham. He was talking about Jalen Hurts with Joe and Hugh earlier this week. Jody, question number 2 for you, because we're doing 5 questions with the Mac Man, is how good or how great is Jalen Hurts? But before you tee up your answer, let's listen to Brandon Graham, because we know Jalen in a lot of these offseason rankings is coming in ranked 5th. So the big 4 for most people in America, and I agree with this, big 4, in my opinion, in whatever order you want to put them, is Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, and Burrow. To me, the conversation really starts at 5. And that's where Jalen's coming in with a lot of the rankings. Brandon Graham was asked on Joe and Hugh's show about this, and here's what BG said.
When you hear that, Jalen Hurts ranked number 5, but below those 4, what do you think?
Well, I think about how they always talking about the Eagles and always having us as the underdog. So it don't surprise me that we still the underdogs, even though we won last year. He's slayed all those quarterbacks. But we gonna keep it quiet. We're gonna keep it cute and classy. And Jay gonna just go out there and do his thing again. And when he's done, hopefully they're giving him his flowers, because I don't expect him to this year. So it doesn't surprise me.
All right, Jody, how good? Because John and I and Rhea and James, we weigh in on this all the time here at the morning show. From your perspective, how good or how great is Jalen Hurts?
He's very good. Very good. Here's one thing that off last year plays against Jalen Hurts. And it has nothing to do with it. It's not his fault or anything, but the facts are the facts. He's got Saquon. Those other 4 guys do not. So if you want to try and move him up into the top 5, past any of those 4 guys, none of them have
Lamar is
Saquon.
Derrick Henry.
Yeah, Lamar's the closest.
Yeah.
I think the argument
right?
is Saquon.
Well, but are we
and-
only looking at 1 year? Or are we looking at their career?
Well, I guess Henry's been there, what, 1
We're
year or
looking
2?
at, it doesn't matter. We're talking about what
just
they are as a
last year.
quarterback right
And
now.
I'm stepping
like
out
as
of
a
it. You
player
guys
right
have
now
it.
is what they are.
Rhea, I'm out of this Hurts thing. Let Jody and James go at it. Go ahead.
It's about what they are as a player right now. It doesn't matter. Like,
Go ahead.
You know what I mean? We're talking about what he is today.
Well, I'm trying to answer his question. Are you looking to evaluate what he's done in his career?
No,
Are
I'm
you
saying that-
speculating where he'll be on the list next
Well, let
season
me
when
put
the
it-
ye's done?
trying to
What-
say right now, where does he rank in NFL quarterbacks?
I'll ask you this question. Is he, in your opinion, 5 or 4 or 6 or 7 or 2? What is he? Here's the deal. You got the big 4, and then what a lot of people are ranking as the next 3 in whatever order, are Hurts, Jaden Daniels, and Stafford. Most people have him in the top 7.
He's unquestionably above those other 2 for me.
So is he above?
He's no worse than 5th.
Is he 5? You got Lamar, Burrow, Allen, and Mahomes. He's 5.
He's 2.
He's 5 at best.
Yeah, I'm not putting him at 2.
I would put him ahead of Lamar.
Yeah, because he's had playoff success, and Lamar is
And Lamar,
kind of flopped. in the
Allen
has
playoffs.
had
and
some
Lamar
flops.
have flopped in the playoffs.
Lamar was the
Josh
MVP
Allen had the ball in his hands
Yep.
this year against a Kansas City defense that Jalen carved up with a chance to win and couldn't get it done.
couldn't convert one of, 4?
Yeah,
Tush
fourth down.
pushes?
Yeah, and the fourth down,
fourth
like
downs.
they like.
I'll give you. I'll give
like,
you.
what do you want?
I'll give
Like-
you a Stafford argument, and I don't even think Stafford's that good, but I'll give you a Stafford argument. His team was dramatically lesser than the Eagles' team, and they almost won. I mean, he didn't have that defense. He didn't have that running game.
But he
I mean,
again,
he really didn't.
But he had a
Kyron
really good run.
Williams
Yes,
not a bad
Kyron
running
Williams
back.
is awesome. He has Puka
Pretty good.
Nacua. He had Cooper Kupp. Like I think
the
you
defense, though,
the
is-
Eagles' offense is better, but it's not light years better. It's not like Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are much worse than AJ Brown. It's not.
It's
like
here's the deal. It's
James
the-
Cook is a great running back.
It's
in
the
Buffalo.
defense in most instances, and Burrow had 0 offensive line. Can you imagine giving Burrow Lane Johnson and Landon Dickerson and
very true
Mulata?
Burrow's my number 3.
Yeah, Burrow's the one that I'll leave because I think he's great.
'Cause I
but
remember
he's
watching-
never going to do anything there.
Yeah,
'cause
Burrow's been to a Super Bowl. Like
Yes,
Burrow's
yes.
the only one. I
Has
have
been the
Jalen
one.
too, but on a list, if it goes Mahomes, Burrow, Jalen, I'm fine with that.
Exactly.
All right, look, you can weigh in 215-592-9494. More from Brandon Graham, what he said about Jalen. We'll get to that. Also, Gilio on the Eagles defense. And Javon Curse on last year's Eagles defense. This is some cool audio. We'll get to that and more. If you missed what Fritz said, we'll play that for you. There's a lot going on here today. MacMan in for John on 94 WIP. Hey, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. You know, the best place, obviously the best place, to find all of your favorite player props. And right now, you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently or maybe flirting with a potential triple-double, well, you can. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And obviously, once the game starts, well, that's when things get real interesting. Look, prop bets are there for you. Same-game parlays are there for you. Chance to win big is always there for you at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Reminder, you get $200 in bonus bets. $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. You can apply that to Game 1 of the NBA Finals tonight. Obviously, the NHL Game 2 coming up with Game 1 done yesterday. You got baseball every day, including an afternoon game today in Toronto. It's all there at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Blue Jays leading off starts at 2. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:07. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Back-to-back home runs for Turner and Harper.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Rain, make it, rain girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with NyraBets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NyraBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included. for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud. So you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere, just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Robert Kraft. The 84-year-old New England Patriots owner is now on his 3rd head coach in as many years, and the one who spent 24 years in Foxborough didn't even mention Kraft in his latest book. Meantime, Kraft's foundation is fighting anti-Semitism, while his son Josh is a Boston mayoral candidate. Happy birthday, Bob. Have a great day on Boomer Science.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Second straight solid outing from Mick Abel. Not enough, though, as the Phillies got walked off in Toronto 2-1. Abel 1 run on 3 hits. No walks again. Rob Thompson spoke with reporters about Abel post-game.
But Mick, I know you had said, before the game that we'll kind of see how he does with the whole situation, like that sort of thing. Is this an opportunity now where he can maybe stick around for another start, or is that?
Oh, he's going to be sticking around. Yeah.
As for Aaron Nola's situation, his recovery from ankle injury has hit a snag, said to have some soreness in his right side. Phillies will close out their series at the Blue Jays, 3:07 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free between now and June 30th. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Partly sunny, high 90. It is currently 70. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, it's normally Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie, but no John today. He's off for a couple days. Hope he's having fun. We got the Mac Man, Jody Mack, in. And great to be with you on this Thursday morning. You know, the more I think about this Fritz thing, and I'll call him Fritz right now instead of Boban or the Oaf.
Wow.
No, there's a reason. I am starting to feel bad for him. Like one of the things to me that stands out. I don't know if others, and psychologists could probably break this down real easy. Like just hearing the twists and turns of the last 48 hours, like how low is the self-esteem? Like if you go from like I'm out,
the face Jody just made when you said that was so. Jody's like, ooh.
Right? Because think about it, like I'm out because I could get hurt. I'm out, and then like a couple people say a couple things. So I guess he doesn't know about that sticks and stones things, you know, breaking bones and
no,
words, because it really
not
hurt
his
him.
specialty.
I mean, things really obviously not only hurt him, they pierced him. And again, that just to me makes me wonder: is he? You know, is there such little fiber in there that the self-esteem's that low? I don't know. Maybe.
Let me throw another log on the fire here.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Since,
that's what we need.
Since James didn't quite pick up on your Markel Simmons.
Yeah, I don't know how you missed that, James. Like,
no, I knew what you were doing. I didn't know if you were like. I wasn't sure if you were definitely calling. Fritz
It wasn't a compliment. Okay.
I know. I got it. I just was confused if you were calling Jack Markel Simmons.
Yeah, fair enough.
Let me go old
I
school.
was. Okay, to be clear.
This James might not pick on either because he might be too young. Ria will get this. Instead of Markel Simmons, how about Armand Shackelford?
Yeah, I get it.
Charles.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
Now you got to go back a little bit in history.
It drove Barkley bananas.
Oh,
I was going to say, no one
stand
ever
it.
actually called Markel Fultz or Ben Simmons soft. Oh, Charles called both of those guys soft to their face, to the media, to anyone who would listen. Armand Shackelford.
So, Jody, Charles Barkley has told this story a few times publicly, and he's never said who it was, but I've always thought it was one or the other of those two. A story about he was in a game one time, a starting big man, and those two would qualify, power forward and center, Gilliam.
Well, the only reason why you would consider Armand big was because of his hair.
Yes,
yeah.
He added about
another
4
3 feet.
inches with
He
his
did.
hair.
He did.
I think he was only about
Was that the
6'5", but he measured out at 6'9" with the Gumby look.
Yeah,
It was
the Gumby.
unbelievable. So Barkley's told the story of a teammate late in his Sixers tenure who committed 2 early fouls intentionally to be removed from the game. And Barkley confronted the guy, and the guy admitted, he said, I'd rather be booed for a couple seconds walking off the floor because I'm pulled out with 2 fouls than booed consistently while I'm on the floor.
Yikes.
And I've always thought it was probably
Shackelford
or Gilliam. I don't know which. Could be someone else.
Much more likely Shackelford. Because Armand liked to play.
He did.
Armand
He just
liked to
wasn't-
shoot.
Yeah.
He did like
And
to
he
shoot.
was a talented offensive scorer.
He had skill. He did.
He was soft as Charmin. That's why it rhymed with Armin. But he could actually shoot, and he enjoyed shooting. He liked shooting. So I don't think he'd want to pull himself out of the game. That would miss out on the opportunity to shoot.
Yeah.
The non-Shaq would take any opportunity to get
I'm
out of the game.
surprised. This
Yeah.
is normally where Joe says, can an enterprising young listener go through every game of the last few years of Charles Barkley's Sixers career and find out who got 2 fouls in a game?
Wait, James, what was the other thing I was looking for the
I
audience?
don't remember, but it was that kind of.
It was something ridiculous.
I know you've been looking for a long time for the Mark Eaton.
No. Something earlier today. I said,
oh, you're right. You did.
Don Carmen.
Don Carmen. Yeah,
did Don
you do
Carmen,
this all the time.
Did someone help me?
Yeah.
Even if you got to get to us on social media, because sometimes our phone lines are jammed, or times yours. My recollection is Don Carmen lost either a no-hitter or a perfect game. I think it was a perfect game, with either 1 or 2 outs in the 9th inning. and that there was a misplay in center field by Milt Thompson. And I love Milt. And Milt, if you're listening, God, I love you. But that came up somehow earlier today, and it was like an afternoon game.
Yes, in 1986.
You couldn't
How many-
go.
There's an
how many
article
outs?
about it.
He was perfect for 8 innings and 100 pitches. But
Pitch
looking for that-
101.
Pitch 101. I'm looking to see how many.
Oh, it's funny. You know who was batting?
Let me take a guess. So it's a Giant in 86?
It's a Giant 86. You won't know him as a player, but he was more famous as a manager.
Yes.
An 86 Giant?
Bochy?
Yeah.
No.
Brenly?
Yes.
Look at you, dude.
I always got those two confused.
Jody. Bob Brenly. That was a poll. Come on.
Well, I was thinking the same thing. I just said the wrong. Those guys always reminded me of each other.
Oh, really?
They were contemporaries.
Well, they got the BB.
And they
thing
both
on it.
won a World Series.
And they both start, BB, the
Yeah.
initials, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
anyway.
Bochy won several.
No, I know he did, but Brenly won because of 2 players, 2 pitchers.
Says that
And,
Milt
and a hitter,
appeared to
Luis
have a
Gonzalez.
chance.
Give him a little credit.
Yeah, that's right. All right, Ray, what's the circumstance? What does it say?
So the bright sun at Candlestick may have been unlucky for Carmen, as center fielder Milt Thompson appeared to have a good chance of catching the ball hit.
Yeah, that was my recollection. Well, anyway,
It's a good pull by you, Joe.
Wow.
maybe a better
But he
pull by
lost
Jody.
it in the sun?
They
Listen,
said it was a bright afternoon.
that's what I would have
The- the-
claimed.
He certainly said
That's
he
a
lost it in
tremendous
the sun.
after-the-fact answer, yes.
Well, you know what was weird? So I was at Candlestick one time, and I remember it wasn't a busy game.
Yep.
Like it wasn't a sold-out game, and I had never been before. And you know, in San Francisco, you're either freezing cold or
Oh,
if you're in
yeah.
the sun, you're warm.
Yep.
So I say to the woman at the, I go up to buy a ticket. Can I have a ticket in the sun? I can't sell you that. I go, I want to be in seats where
Yeah.
the sun is. Well, I can't sell you those. And I was so confused.
Sure.
So I just went to another person.
What was the reason?
She said she couldn't sell me a seat that she could tell me was in the sun. I go, how long have you been working here?
Right.
She said, a long time. I said, you know where the sun is. So
Should
What,
have.
are you saying they were all sold out? I'm confused.
no, the game was not sold out. She didn't want to give me a seat.
She was looking out for you.
No, she was being a jerk.
I got you.
So I literally got out of that line, went to another, said, can I get seats in the sun? They're like, yeah, no problem.
Boy, is that weird. I don't know what to say about that. All right, 215-592-9494. By the way, the Fritz thing, the about face, and then the other about face. You can comment on time's yours. Whack away, compliment them.
When you do 2 about faces, what is that? Is there a word for it?
Yeah, flip and flop.
There you go. That is true.
That was pretty good.
Very good, Joe. I got to give you that.
So, time's yours. Whack away, or help them, or praise them, or hug them. This is where Doug Peterson would say, love them up.
Love them up, baby.
We got to hug them. We got to love them. I do think a psychologist could. The guy needs help. That's all I'm going to say. The guy needs help. Time's yours. Someone help him out. Time's yours. Best calls coming up in about an hour. Time's yours. 215-238-4500. What is your reaction to his flip and his flop? Mark in Delaware. Mark, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Man, I think somebody's going to give Fritz a standing O at the start of this thing, and that'll pump him up
It'd
probably.
be a miracle if he gets to the starting gate.
I see what you did there, Mark. The standing O, the Trey Turner. That was good work.
I did
Either
not.
that-
Well done. I
either-
missed that.
Either that, Joe, or you better hope that he doesn't have the sun behind him, while he's pitching.
Well, yeah, I'm not worried about that. The way they
Well,
have the
I'm just saying.
ballpark, I don't think that's an issue. And the batter's eye will be there. I'm not going to hit the batter's eye, but I'll be locked in. I'll be like Chase, man. I'll be all intense.
Has the location of this been locked in?
Well, that's true. It could be. I had Citizens Bank Park in my mind. I probably shouldn't. That's just for.
I didn't know how far along this
Really?
had moved.
No, that's just. It's funny. Like, why did I just go to Citizens Bank Park? I don't know. I guess because baseball is baseball, and that's what we think of. But yes, I would guess we'll be on some dirt field in a neighborhood near you. All right, Mark. What do you got, bud?
So I think the Eagles' defense is definitely going to take a step down, just especially because of our depth. But I thought Jody brought up a good point. That could also depend on what kind of season Saquon has again, because if he rushes, for 1,600 yards,
Yeah.
it can keep the defense off the field, and that's really going to help them.
Yeah, well, statistically for sure. So Mark, the way I always measure these things, and measure is probably not the right word. I'll say judge these things. There's the statistical reality, and then there's the reality. So the statistical reality is, yes, you are aided by what's around you, in this case on offense and ball control and stuff like that. And then there's the just how good are you, independent of how you get aided by others around you. I believe the Eagles last year were exceptional in both ways. It's going to be interesting this year. I mean, they probably won't have as good a defense, and let's be real, Saquon probably will get a little bit more banged up. Historically, he has, and last year he moved right on through that season. It was incredible. All right, Mark, you can win the Phillies tickets. Give me a great scene that's got some kind of verbal jousting going on, an argument, or doesn't even have to be an argument.
How about between Denzel and Gene Hackman when Denzel relieves him of his...
already said. Great answer, already said.
How about the scene from Reservoir Dogs when the nice guy, Mr. Pink, and Mr. White are arguing?
Yeah, wrong answer from a great movie. I'll write it down. All right, let me just say it. The answer I've been looking for all day is the final 2 minutes of Reservoir Dogs. Final 5 minutes.
So great. You mean when the guns are all trained on each other? Yeah, phenomenal.
Because not only are they pointing guns at each other, they're all arguing.
100% that could have won.
I mean, that's what I thought, right, Jody? Like, I thought that could be a winning answer. But, all right, well, I said it, and it is what it is. All right. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
You win, Joe. Congrats.
Giglio. Actually, real quick, before we get to the Giglio audio on what's up ahead with the defense, let's listen to Javon Curse. This was great. So it was really cool having a lot of the former players on earlier this week on WIP, part of Brian Dawkins' golf outing, and Javon Curse was one of them. He was obviously a great player. You know, the Titans got the best of Javon Curse, but he was still pretty darn good here, and he was still very good here. And he was glowing the other day about what the Eagles' defense looked like last year. Listen to Javon, then we'll get to this year, but here's Javon the other day on last year's defense.
What'd you think of that? I mean, we had the number one defense in the NFL. Watching the Eagles' defense last year, what'd you think of that?
By far, I would love to play on that damn defense.
Oh, really?
Man. Heck yeah.
And what was it about their defense that you loved watching?
Man, that damn middle of the defensive line, man.
Yeah.
Jalen Carter and the boys go to work, man. I like Coop DeJean in the back end. Everything is like, that's the way the defense ties together. Like, everything starts up front. You got some big dogs up front. Them boys are eating. They making some noise.
Yep.
Then your next level, your linebackers, they're right there as well, man. Zach, oh man, come on. I mean, just in the stuff he did, and then I was told like last year was his first year like being a full-time starter.
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah,
man.
he had never even played that position really. Right? I mean, they thought when they signed him, Howie Roseman said that they thought he was basically going to be like a situational linebacker and a special teams player.
Team guy.
And he ended up being all-pro.
It's an unbelievable signing on a one-year deal.
Yeah.
Listen, all I got to say is two names. Howie Roseman.
That's big respect for Howie, man, right there.
Big.
That's real. I mean, you got a tremendous defensive player that recognizes that Howie's been really the engine that's been driving this thing. So you hope he can, re-juggle the defense. I mean, certainly he's made the rejuggle. Whether it works or not, we'll see. So Joe Giglio thinks they're going to take a big step backwards. Listen to something Joe said yesterday and judge whether you think Joe is on point or going a little too far with how he thinks the Eagles defense will take a big step backwards. Here's what he said.
And look, I'm not doubting Vic Fangio. I'm just telling you my takeaway after listening to him yesterday. And my takeaway is that we're going to take a big step back on defense this year. And that could have been obvious before he stepped to the podium yesterday. I could have just looked at the depth chart, who they lost, Milton Williams and Josh Sweat and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and Darius Slay. They lost a ton off of the best defense in Eagles history. But after listening to him yesterday and listening to the way he's talking about some uncertainty they have in a lot of different positions and what he doesn't know yet until they get on the field this summer, I feel like, we're not just going to go from being the number one defense and take a slight step back. I'm expecting a significant step back. A
major step?
Major step back. Now, look, I think there's enough here. Let me say this. With Carter and with Bond and with DeJean and with Quignon, that it will be good, right? They're going to have, or it will be solid at least. They're going to have a solid defense, and Fangio's smart enough, and they'll figure things out over the course of the season, and they'll put people in the right position. But we had the number one defense of pro football. It was a dominant unit. Defense, of course, is a necessity, as we learned last year on this show. And I think we're taking a big step back. In fact, I wouldn't even be comfortable right now saying this is a top 10 or 12 defense.
Look, it's an interesting perspective. You may or may not agree. I tend to agree. So I do think they'll take a pretty big step back. I'll say this, pretty big step back, meaning I don't think they're going to be 1 or 2 or 3. I mean, they lost 5 starters. With that said, the question is, do they tumble all the way out of the top 10? If I had to guess, I would say likely yes. But we'll see.
And I say likely no, because more on the offensive side than the defensive side. The offense will carry. Last year, sorry for anyone who thinks this is a knock on Jalen Hurts. It's not. The defense carried this team to a championship. Saquon and the defense. One individual on offense, the entire group on the defense. Why can't that happen again?
And the O-line. We got to give them big credit. I mean,
they make Saquon. Saquon, except we played that clip from Saquon earlier, and he talked about Goddard and the wide receivers. He never got around to mentioning any of his offensive linemen, which I thought was weird.
But he mentioned them as a group.
Right.
Yeah, mentioned them as a group.
But he specifically named by name Goddard and Smitty and
well, it's easier to just throw them in. All right, Jody, so we're doing 5 questions with Jody. So you can weigh in on the Giglio thing and the Eagles defense thing. Do you think they tumble all the way down? Rhea, gut feeling, out of the top 10 or in top 10 defense?
I think they tumble. I don't know about out of the top 10, but I mean, I'm concerned, the thinness at certain levels.
I agree.
I mean, they suffer one injury. Yeah. Nolan Smith doesn't come back fully from.
Well, Jalen Carter, he's really critical to stay healthy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't worry about it because he hasn't never really had injury concerns. I'm talking about, Nolan Smith is coming off surgery for his tricep.
Yeah.
Now he's
and then obviously Jahad Campbell. Look, N'Kobe Dean's not going to be ready for the start of the year, and then Jahad Campbell may or may not be. Probably won't be if I had to guess.
But the tricep thing, they all come back from that. That's not something that lingers. Right. Once you get out, and greatest example is your boy BG.
Yeah.
He did it a couple times. Once they get healthy, they're healthy, and they're back at the same level they left at. That's not a debilitating
Yeah, but he
injury.
came back quick. I know. Well, the irony, once they get healthy, they stay healthy. And Brandon literally toured again. But he toured again in part because he came back so fast. Yeah. All right, so the 5 questions with Jody. Here's question 3. So I'm going to the other side of the ball, Jody. You've seen all 3 of these guys in their prime. I'm not going to go back to Tommy McDonald, okay? I'm not going to go back to Harold. I didn't see Harold. The 3 Eagles wide receivers I've seen that are the top of the top. I'm curious how you rank them. I'll go in sequential order. Mike Quick, prime. Terrell Owens, prime. A.J. Brown, prime. 1, 2, 3. How do you rank them, MacMan?
Got to ask a question first. Purely for what they did as an Eagle or their entire career?
Let's take them as an Eagle.
I think it has to be as an
Here's
Eagle.
where I'm at. 04 T.O. versus 86 Mike Quick. Might be 85, but like 85, 86 Mike Quick versus
2022 AJ.
Like right now, AJ. I mean, AJ has been the same the whole time. His numbers haven't always been the same because they ran it more last year. But like AJ Brown, what we've seen, Terrell Owens 04, Mike Quick mid-80s. Who you taking?
If you're just
we got another
pointing
qualifier
to their specific year, well, you said that. You set it up. You said 04.
I'm just saying, rank them.
If you want me to rank them in their entire Eagles career, it's T.O. 1, Quick 2, AJ 3.
See, I honestly think you can just about put this in a
order
boggle
almost.
thing, shake it up, and
it's close.
It is so close.
I think 04 T.O. is number 1. I think he is.
It was ridiculous.
And I remember
It's
a
so
little
close.
bit of how great Quick was.
Mike
but
was
I know.
See, that's why I
had-
continue to ask my damn question the way I asked it. If you're looking at their entire Eagle career, day 1 as an Eagle, last day as an Eagle, Quick is number 1 because he did it longer.
Well,
AJ, though, with the success he's had with winning a Super Bowl and stuff, is in the discussion.
And to be clear, that's why I was trying to say it's not about. That's what I was trying to say. Prime.
You were talking about peak.
I'm not talking about Mike for 8 years versus T.O. for 2 and AJ for 2. I mean, just who's the best. So that's what I was trying to get at. Mike had no offensive line. Jaws was getting older. Randall was too young. There was a season. Randall wasn't even, and I love Randall, my second favorite Eagle ever. Randall wasn't even a full-time starter. Do you know how many times he was sacked one year, Jody? Take a guess. He wasn't even a full-time starter. How much do you think he was sacked one year?
There was that one game against the Giants.
Don't say 185, okay?
184? 60?
71.
Wow.
Wow, I was going to say 51.
Little hard to get the ball to the wide receiver.
And how many?
Think of that.
I'm pretty sure the biggest one was the game against the Giants.
No, you're getting confused. That's that's Donovan.
Justice.
That's Donovan.
That
in
was
07.
Donovan.
It's Donovan 07.
Okay.
8 times?
OC.
Yeah, it was OCU in New York 6 times against Winston Justice. All right, let's go to the phones. By the way, Twitter poll questions of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What's the Armin difference? It's simple. It's Armin's people, well-trained, friendly, and caring. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. First poll question, do you think the Phils are going to have a different starting center fielder other than Brandon Marsh and Johan Rojas for the playoffs? They've obviously gone with those guys the last 2 years. Marsh the last 3 years because he goes back to 2022. Are they going to have someone else? Center field obviously came into focus last night. The other poll question, who you're rooting for in the Joe versus Jack athletic competition, me or Boban? One more thing, James. How much longer is Stott the leadoff hitter if they win games because of their starting pitching, but he's got like a 320 on base percentage?
It's a great question. Now,
because they are not winning because of him.
No, they're not. But to be fair, when he's been in the leadoff spot, it does feel like the rest of the lineup has hit better around him in those situations.
So you like Schwarber at 4 when Bryce is 3.
I'm just saying, if the offense works, I don't know if it'll matter how good Stott is doing. But I agree with you. Like we talked about it, I think Stott has underperformed, and if they stop hitting, that'll be the first change I think they would make.
His lack of development is, in my opinion, now getting concerning. Like, I think we saw Stott 22 into 23 once he established in 22, not the initial, but once he established.
Like the last 3 months.
Yeah, like this is a guy that should be able to hit 280 and up, learn how to walk, be a 360 on base percentage or higher. Obviously, you could see the glove early was good. You could see the instincts were good. The instinct's still good. The glove's still good. The bat is just...
You thought he was going to be our leadoff batter for the future.
I thought he was going to be... I didn't know about leadoff, but I would just say I thought he was going to be someone to count on for 7 or 8 years. And now I'm like,
Now I'm side-eyeing that.
Yeah, I mean, that was that pop-up last night. They could have won the game with,
a fly ball.
Yeah, seriously. All right, Anthony, New Jersey. Anthony, good morning.
Hey, what's going on? How you guys doing?
Anthony, how are you, bud?
Hey, you already, man. Hey, Joe, what do you make of this CJGJ, man, and Vic Fangio, man?
I make of it, it'll be interesting to see what gets said when they collect their rings tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah.
No, they're not having that, I don't think.
They canceled it?
It's tomorrow.
I thought there was...
Hold on. Say it again, Rhea.
Hold on. I thought that there was an update in the Inquirer that the rings aren't ready.
Wow.
Let me check. I mean,
from what I saw, they were
better turn those planes around because, guys are going to be flying in from out of...
They're here.
Well, not all the players are here.
Well, yeah.
CJ ain't here. Anyway, we'll look that up. Anthony, go ahead while Rhea looks that up.
CJ said he said it was a cap thing. Well, Fangio said it was a salary cap thing. He's fine with it. CJ fired back yesterday.
Yeah.
And said, you guys just don't like me. Don't do me like the young guys like y'all did me.
Anthony, that's possible. That's possible. But I'll say this. If the Eagles don't, here's the deal. If the Eagles don't like CJGJ, the guy, just don't want to vibe with that, they are doing him right, not wrong, right, by not saying it. Now, he may not put all that together, but I mean... And maybe he just wants the truth out there. If they don't like him, he just wants them to say they don't like him. But
it is weird that he said when he got traded, there was that video of him being like, I get it. They got to pay the younger guys. Like, it's just, it's a weird reaction now. Like you said, you knew it was a salary cap thing.
Let me put it this way, Anthony, I don't know CJGJ personally. I've never met him. It's hard for me to imagine with the totality of the 3 years that he's not difficult, right? I mean, he just seems difficult.
Right.
I mean, they got rid of him twice.
He's saying Vic went his boy Justin Simmons. He's saying you can't program an old dog. Don't do the young guys like how y'all did me. Like it's a lot going on in there, man.
But look, he's a fierce competitor.
He really is. I mean, they clearly missed that in 2023.
No, there's no question.
No doubt.
But yet they let him go, saw what happened in 2023, won the Super Bowl with him this year, and then traded him. It's so weird.
I know. And notable that Darius Slay, when he said who the leader back there was, went to Reed Blankenship.
Yeah, with the Reed.
Yeah. I mean, Anthony, give me an answer for verbal jousting. There's big answers for movies and shows.
My answer is, remember Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
Mm-hmm, of course.
When Will Smith, his father came back. Lou,
wow.
And when
it's a big answer.
I think this is going to win.
His father, Lou, then won I had 14 great birthdays without him. He didn't even send me a damn card. The hell with him.
Anthony, I got to tell you, in my opinion, right now you're in the lead. That is an absolutely unbelievable
It's an amazing scene.
And what made it, I think, even better was that it was in a show that it's a comedy. So when you get a comedy that goes in a serious zone and then it gets
like, wow.
that deep,
Yeah.
you know, it's almost like when Jesse Spano she fritz out
I'm
on
so
drugs.
excited. I'm so excited. I'm so scared. Classic.
right?
Yeah. Of course.
So
and
it's
to
an
the
amazing
point
scene.
too with that scene, like at the time we didn't know Will Smith was going to become a great actor,
Right.
like actually be able to act. He was just the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air,
Like in
you
a
know?
non-comedic way.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, he's an Oscar winner, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree. I love that answer. All right. Saquon, speaking of answers, let's listen to something he said. And we got the Mac Man in for John today. Let's get to Saquon, part of this Chris Long podcast on winning the Super Bowl and also then, what comes next. Here's Saquon the other day.
How has it changed you to be a world champion?
Yeah, it's kind of different for me. It changed me, of course, but I kind of like anything in life, when you are passionate about this game, and I've been playing this game for a long time, and I'm big into, imaginating and creative and, putting it out there in existence. So like in my mind, I won the Super Bowl 100 times already. I just never really won it in real life.
Yeah.
So when it happened, and it happened on my birthday, me and Coop's birthday, and I was able to celebrate, with all my loved ones and my friends and family, it was special. It was so special. And then you get home the next night and you're laying in bed and then like reality hits you. It's like, oh, like I got to try to do this again.
Yeah.
And like you just worked so hard to get to Mount Everest, the top of Mount Everest, and then it's like everyone thinks you just stay there. No, like it's like you literally just go all the way back down and start from scratch. And the beauty of that, like the recipe, what it takes to get there. Now it's not blind faith. Like before, you're training and working and doing everything to win and compete for a Super Bowl. Now you know what it takes.
It's a fascinating perspective, and I'm particularly struck when I hear. Well, let me play audio so I hear that. Let's do a compare and contrast of athletes, if that's what you call them, from that to this.
I know people think I'm soft. I don't really like being labeled soft. I don't think I'm soft. But I am not pitching to Joe DeCamara. I can't throw anymore. Like, I threw a football yesterday, and my bicep felt like it was going to rip off. Like, I am for bits. I like doing bits. I'm pulling out of the pitching to Joe DeCamara contest.
I mean, Mac, man, what am I to make of this guy? And now he's back in, he's out, he's in, he's out. What is this? I mean, Saquon should go talk to him. Because, Fritz needs a lot of help.
It would have been an issue and a problem if he had said that and then stuck to it.
Right.
But then to do the 180 that he did, completely trashing you and putting himself on a pedestal, the backbone of the radio station. That's not good.
And Jody, here's the other thing about the pullout, which was 2 days ago. And you don't know as much about this as we do. He's been yapping his yap for a month and a half. So it's like big talk guy, then it's I'm out guy, now it's I'm back in guy. And again, that's why to me, I don't know if Ben Foltz is the better name or Markel Simmons. I think Markel Simmons is the best name to sum him up because that's like weekend week. Let's listen to more Fritz because he did about face yesterday. Here's Jack Fritz yesterday with a preposterous about face.
I know Joe DeCamara pretty well, and I know when Joe's like doing a bit, not doing a bit. Joe sounds very serious.
Yep.
The tone in Joe's voice, calling you a quitter and soft. I take offense to that as he's coming at the show.
Yes.
So we look to you, Jack, and when you revealed yesterday that you weren't going to pitch, my first instinct was like, let's just call this whole thing off. These two guys are not in shape anymore.
Well, sure, enough of that.
Okay. So, Jack, your statement.
Yeah, so, all right. This has been actually like the most annoying 24 hours of my life. I've been lashing out at Spike. I've been lashing out in the meetings. Frankly, I've been down. My name has been drugged through the mud. I am a father of two, a leader of a household, a backbone of, I think, this radio station and the single most trustworthy Phillies voice in the city. And because of all that, like, I will rip my bicep off the bone if it means I'm going to ruin that little twerp. Like I'm throwing.
Oh!
I don't
That's
care.
my guy!
I don't care anymore. And guess what? First pitch up and in. I'm gonna stuff this little runt in a locker like he should have been done his entire life. I am so sick and freaking tired of this absolute dork non-athlete. He can't even walk without hurting himself. He has a weak golf swing. I've seen it. It's actually, he looks sickly when he swings a golf club. It's disgusting. He's basically a see-through human being. His haircut's horrible.
Yes. Bad haircut.
Like Ike has better hair than Joe DeCamera, which is saying a lot.
That's okay. You're on the roll.
Like all I have is Richie in my corner, which actually makes me want to fight the camera more. Like I'll rip it off the bone. I don't care.
I mean, good. Except bad for him because he's going to lose the competition and could get hurt, and obviously has low self-esteem, which is what shamed him back into this. Jody, what do you make of this whole thing?
It's gotten ugly, and I don't know if that's good, bad, or indifferent for you, for him, for the station. It all depends on your perspective, I guess. But the one thing you've been harping on, and you're right to do so, can't do it the way he did it. If you want to trash talk, trash talk. If you want to throw your chest out, throw your chest out. If you want to be the big, okay, fine. You can't do it, then back off and then do it again. Can't do that. Either you stick to your guns and you, all right, fine, you make excuses afterwards. Yeah. Oh, my arm isn't the same after you win the baseball competition. You can go there, but you can't do it before you ever step foot on the field to talk the talk, completely stop the walk, and then pick it up again.
It's his choice. He's got to lie in that messy bed or whatever. That's, he made the bed, messed up the bed. It's his choice. Look, James, let me ask you this. Has anything in the last 48 hours changed your opinion on either who's going to win or the percentage chance of who's going to win?
Yes. In all honesty, yeah, it has. And I was talking to Elliot about this too. So I did underrate how much more dog you have in you.
Good dog.
Good. The DAWG, dog mentality, so to speak.
Yeah.
I do think that you can get in his head, and I think I was about to say I think that is already proven true.
Thank you.
So I went into this essentially saying I would bet my life on Jack to win. I would not bet my life on Jack to win.
You shouldn't.
I would still, if I had to bet money, I would bet on Jack, but I'm much less confident in it than I was before.
And I told you from the beginning 2 reasons why I felt confident in this thing. Number 1, I'm a better athlete. Number 2, I'm going to try harder.
And the try harder part, I can get down with.
Like I want it more.
You want it more. I don't think there's any question about it.
Yeah, that's right. Look, 215-597, and I've been working out for it. And people are like, oh, well, get in there soon. Like, I'll get in there soon. But like Maverick said in Top Gun, I will fire when I am good and ready.
I do think we need to make some action happen now. Because
we're going to do golf this month.
A lot of build up.
I know.
And, it's time to get to the business.
I handed the dates to our program director, Rod Latham, a couple days ago.
I just want to make sure. Because if like the listeners, like if that's the biggest complaint that I've heard.
I understand.
It's like a lot of talk, very little action.
Okay.
Are we ready to reveal these dates that you handed in?
Well, late June. I mean, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I gave about 5 dates for later in June, because there's also some vacation here and there, different people, different vacations. But like we're looking at dates in the latter part of June for golf, which I will probably lose. I admit that. I will probably lose that one.
You're not going to pull out because you're going to lose?
No. But I'm going to win basketball, baseball, and tennis. And I'm going to win this thing.
Real little shot at Jack.
Have any parameters been set on these competitions?
Only in baseball. So baseball, the way it is, 10 at-bats. He's the pitcher, I'm the hitter. I got to get on base 4 times. 4 or more, I win. 2 or less, he wins.
3
is a push.
Okay.
That's where we're at.
How much?
And he gets to bring the 8 other defenders.
Have you even discussed golf yet?
Yeah, golf is 9 holes match play.
9 match?
Basketball is 1-on-1 up to 11. Tennis is 1 set. And running, we haven't really drilled down on, but we're thinking probably like 100-meter. That's what we got. Jordan Cameron.
I like the way that you've laid it out.
It fits good, right? Solid.
It absolutely does. Let me get this on record. You can record this, James. It ain't happening.
Wait, what's not happening?
The complete 5 competitions will not all take place.
Well, that's possible if I win 3-0 or 3-1. What's the point of
I think Jody's saying that it's not actually all going to get.
There will
I'm agreeing. It might not.
He's saying it could be 2-1, and he's not getting
one, but 2 winners declared because it will be a partial competition, and both will claim victory.
Honestly, Jody,
I am going on record with that right now.
Jody, you might
they
be
will
right.
both claim victory when this thing is quote unquote
Jody,
over.
this is such a great call by you.
Mac, man. All right, up ahead, life advice with the Hammer. Also, what Rob Thompson said about JT, who got drilled where you don't want to get drilled last night. What Topper said after the game. We'll get to that and more. Phone calls on all these topics on 94 WIP.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar. A resort, well, they can provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, if you want dining, bars, pools, spa, gaming clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables, if it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next, if it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night, if it takes room service and bottle service, it takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So they built one, and they call it Borgata. Visit theborgata.com to learn more.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
From executive producer Curtis 50 Cent Jackson. All right, everybody listen up. We started our own label. The Hit Stars original series BMF returns. The music game could put us up on Connects.
Welcome to the 1995 Social War.
This is how we do it. Don't miss the explosive return of BMF. I'm calling the shots now.
I'm the face of this organization. You always gonna be in my shadow.
Season premiere Friday, June 6th. Only on Stars and the Stars app.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available if at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads, race car bobbleheads, little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Dylan Scott's new album, Easy Does It, available now. Adam Silver confirmed that next season's NBA All-Star Game will be a USA versus the World competition. Silver said he paid a lot of attention to what the NHL did with the wildly successful Four Nations Face-Off. NBC's All-Star Game will be sandwiched between its Winter Olympics coverage. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, Jetta Cameron here. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center, how they've helped me through the years and how they can certainly help you as well. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, of which I've been a patient now for 2 decades. My mom a patient there for 3 decades. They've got Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough. Sensational with what they do. Both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. Fortunately for me, I've never needed the restoration or replacement of teeth. I've been in good shape. And so PI Dental Center for me is a year-to-year maintenance issue. Obviously, that's the category you want to be in. And if you're in that spot, get to PI Dental Center. They'll take great care of you year to year. But if you got a big old problem, and there are thousands of people in the Delaware Valley that do, many thousands, major pain, maybe you don't like the way you look, maybe it creates a self-esteem issue, and you want to get it fixed, you want to get it changed, well, now that PI Dental Center, they can really fix you up. They are the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. Get to PI Dental Center. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by American Airlines. Phillies will close out their series in Toronto this afternoon. 3:07 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. This after the Blue Jays walked them off last night, 2-1. Mick Abel, another strong outing, no walks again. Could be here longer as Aaron Nola felt soreness in his right side, so he will not throw a live session today in Toronto. The Athletics' Matt Gelb reporting Nola says his injured ankle is feeling much better, but he's also been sick with an illness that has spread through the Phillies clubhouse. This summer, American Airlines flying nonstop from Philadelphia International Airport to Edinburgh and Milan. Book your flight today at aa.com. Partly sunny, high 90, currently 73. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Yeah, the Nick Gable thing last night was very encouraging. And something Rob Thompson said after the game I thought was noteworthy. I got to lay out here for a moment for Prince because, well, I don't think he's that great. This is an outstanding song. Let's hear from John's guy. So you see how I hit the posts, as they call it?
Strong.
I mean, you got to know your timing. It's like Jalen in the pocket, except it's not. It's okay.
Did you just take a shot at Jalen?
Well, I mean, the open receiver just
shot.
pass the ball. It's just he's open and pass the ball.
Outrageous shot.
You step all over the post every show.
Jody, how much do you think it bothers? All jokes aside, I'm joking a little bit there. Jody, how much do you think it irritates AJ? He doesn't say it publicly, at least not much, but that like Jamar Chase doubled his catches last year. Doubled.
But you're taking it all out on Jason? On Jalen?
Well, and it's not all because they run the ball a lot,
right.
and that's part of it.
But not on Jalen.
Well,
when they hand it to Saquon and he leaps backwards over a player on the other team.
But that
not,
was for
oh,
70.
damn it, Jalen didn't give me the ball.
But they were hiding Jalen a bit last year. They were tucking him away. They were, let's not have him, let's lean on the strength and lean less on the weakness, right? I mean, you disagree with that?
Absolutely.
Offensive line went to coach and said, let's run the ball. You don't think that was important? Like,
because they had Saquon.
That's part of it. That's part of it.
That's kind of a big part of it.
All right, let's listen to more of Brandon Graham. So he was on, I forget which show. I really do. I think it was Joe and Hugh. Talking about Jalen. Here's more of what he said.
I know he's all about learning. He's all about like getting better as a person, as a player. But people don't see. He don't want people to see the behind the scenes stuff. He just wants you to see the finished product. And so I know a lot of people just don't know what they don't know about him. And man, I'm just excited for him to go out this year and shut him up again, because you got Josh Allen, who's been to the championship every year. This can't seem to beat Mahomes. You know what I'm saying? This can't seem to beat Mahomes.
Speak on it.
But that boy Jalen done been to the Super Bowl MVP the 2022 year. That would have been, man, we, a couple calls here, fumble here, we don't do, but hey, they won. But I'm just saying, that boy Jalen came back and went to the Super Bowl again, where Josh Allen definitely hasn't even sniffed it. And it's like, okay. Like, they just like who they like, man. And so that's why I say, Jalen, keep your head up. Your teammates got you. Everybody that's fighting for you, they going to see your consistency, and they going to fight for you on Sunday. And that's all that really matters.
Yeah, Joe.
Okay.
Yeah, Joe. You hear that?
I do hear it. I do. You know what I also heard, which was great? Because I don't think Brandon would have said this 4 months ago. Kind of calling out a specific player in pro football. Because, Jody, that's against the code if you're in the league.
Yeah,
Once you get out, then you can start making
much easier to do when you're no longer playing.
It's a great call.
Because I don't think you would have said Josh Allen by name.
I don't think you would have said it by name. I agree with you. I think you would have said other quarterbacks.
All right, one more thing and then to the phones. Let's address the well, actually two things. The Mick Abel thing and then JT. So let's start with Mick Abel, who, if you missed it last night, pitched very well. And the Phillies did not win the game. Mick Abel went 5 1/3, gave up only 1 run. Again, pitched very, very well. Jody, as you said earlier, he passed Cole Hamels for the
third place all-time Phillies most outs/innings pitched without having given up a run. Cole was third all-time on the Philly list at 10 innings. He went 10 plus.
Yeah.
So now he's third all by himself.
And in the last 80 years, he's number 1 for the most innings to start a career with the Phillies without giving up a run, which is pretty cool. So, we're aware, as Rhea's been having in the update, Nola, it's taken some time. Whatever the heck's going on, it's taking time. So after the game last night, Rob Thompson asked about Mick Abel, and I thought this was a notable answer from Rob Thompson about Mick Abel.
But Mick, I know you had said, before the game that we'll kind of see how he does with Noel's situation, like that sort of thing. Is this an opportunity now where he can maybe stick around for another start, or is that?
Oh, he's going to be sticking around. Yeah.
The way he said that tells me there's one of two things in play. Either Nola's not coming back anytime too soon, or when Nola comes back, Mick Abel's going to stay up here and go in the bullpen. I mean, I don't think they're going to a 6-man rotation in June. And, I mean, the way Rob Thompson framed that sounds to me like Mick Abel may never go back to the minor leagues.
I mean,
Ever.
the question
Yeah,
was
that-
about a start. He said, do you think McAble could stay up for another start? And he said, oh, he's definitely staying up. And I agree the way he said it made it
Yeah.
seem like more than that.
Yeah.
But the question was about, will he stay up for the
Mm-hmm.
next start? So
Yeah,
just
I'm more with James on this
Okay.
one. I think there's a chance. Is there a chance McAble's going back to the minors at some point this year? Yes. Put a percentage on it. I think it's right about 50-50 that he's here to stay for however long he has to cover for Nola and then a potential move to the bullpen. Or he's definitely starting the next time through the rotation, maybe twice because Nola's going to be a while. But then Nola comes back. Nola pitches well.
Yeah.
He could be farmed out. And it could be for the intent of we
trading
need
him,
to
yeah.
get him into a reliever state of mind.
Well,
let me-
that too, to
Jody-
move him down to
Yeah.
D, like lengthen him, yeah.
Jody, let me ask you this question. So we're doing 5 questions with the Mac Man today. Here's question 4. We just bounce around different topics in Philly sports. Jody, if Nola comes back in a week and a half and goes in the rotation, and he's in the rotation, would you put Mick Abel in the minor leagues or the bullpen?
Depends on other factors in the bullpen, but I'm open-minded to either.
What's your gut feeling?
My gut feeling is what I just said. I think it's more likely they would send him down purely with the intent of becoming a bullpen piece and tell him, listen, we're sending you down. We want to transform you into a reliever. Our plans are bringing you back at some point, and you're being a part of our pen.
So you're saying
come
send him
September,
down
October.
to be a reliever in the minor leagues to learn it down there?
Correct.
Okay.
Rather
the
than
stretch run is the point.
Yeah,
Who have they done that with? They've done
no one that I know of.
Well, Brett Myers, right?
Well, I
Wasn't
don't
that
think
when
he went to the minors
Well,
for
he
that.
went to the minors. I don't know if he ended up. Did he go to the minors to switch over?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
I don't
They
know.
did it with somebody.
I mean, Brett Myers did reemerge as a closer in 07. Did he have a spot in the minor leagues to
I
set
don't
that
remember.
up? I don't know.
And if it was, why do I think it had to do with an injury? That they were able to send him to the minors under the cover of Jordan Cameron never believes injury reports.
Well, sometimes I do.
100%. That might have been tied to it that he went down. They said he had an issue, and then he just started pitching out of the pen. And, guess what? We're calling him back up as our closer.
Well, yeah. Speaking of injuries, I really do hope Fritz doesn't get hurt. I think he's being a little foolish here. Reed, do you agree with me? It's born out of low self-esteem that he got shamed in 24 hours?
No.
I mean, what else is it?
Oh, to me, there's absolutely no doubt
I mean, it has
because
to be.
when he backed out, they were stunned. I don't think they were happy.
I'm out. My arm's going to fall off.
The
They're making fun of me. I got to prove it.
Here's
the leader of my household
Oh, my
comment
God.
just that really got me.
Here's where I'm going to disagree with you. I think we're overstating when I say we, I mean this show here today, the Joe's in Jack's head thing.
Oh, there's no question.
I'll tell you what I think it is. I think John Q. Public got in Jack's head. I think Jack probably goes to Twitter.
I agree with you.
And listens to those who go, you're a puss, you're this, you're that, you're the other thing, you can't do that. Yeah, I do believe that's what made him move off it.
I agree with you. I've told him not to look at his mentions forever.
More so
Like,
than,
forever.
oh my God, Joe, the camera's got my number. I don't think Fritz is doing that. I don't think
Ray
Fritz is
and I are
backing
dying right
down.
now.
I know the two of you are just laughing it up.
I don't know what the rules are.
I don't know what to say.
What are the rules on that? James, did that make the air or not
I
make the
didn't
air?
hear it. What I missed
I
it.
came up one syllable short.
I was editing some audio in here, so I totally missed it.
I think it's okay to make the air, but I'm not sure. I don't know the rules.
Well,
Take a word, James. I'll give you a hint.
Oh, great.
A 5-letter word and remove
Wasn't
S.
a 5-letter word.
No, a 5-letter word and remove S and Y at the end.
Oh, that's okay.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, or maybe just remove Y.
Oh, right.
heard-
It
I
all
heard
comes down to
nothing after
spelling.
that.
Now we're debating the spelling of it.
I think it's okay.
All right, let's go to the phones. We're going to get to the JT situation in a moment. Also,
There's a movie called,
well,
You know
yeah.
what it's
Boots.
the equivalent of?
What?
Dick Vermeil saying frickin'.
Well, I say frickin' a lot, too.
Yeah. You can say frickin'.
Yeah, you can. I don't know if it's quite the equivalent of that, but okay. I mean, Dick Vermeil.
You know what Dick Vermeil meant when he was saying frickin'.
We know he meant a different.
You know
word.
what I meant when I used the word I used, but I correctly shortened it.
Yeah, no,
to make it acceptable.
You are now part of the crew that is anti-oath because you know what's going to be called.
All right, let's
be out twofold.
Let's get to Kenny in East Oak Lane. There's a lot going on here.
No kidding.
What's up, Kenny?
This guy is a bulldozer with a wrecking ball attached to leave a ring around your eye and tread marks on your back. Joe the Hammer, the camera versus Jack on the Fritz.
Thank you, Kenny.
Tune in.
Thank
Jack
you.
on the Fritz is
On
not
the
bad.
Fritz.
I got to give Kenny a little credit there. Jack on the Fritz is not bad.
This has been entertaining all morning, man. And with what was just said, that was the cherry on top. Excellent, most excellent, wonderful show. Jody Mack.
And let's get it on the record. I didn't say that. I said I believe that's what social media was calling
that's definitely
Jack
what
on the
happened,
Fritz.
though. That's definitely what happened. Yeah,
Jack on the Fritz might stick.
But I want to talk about why is nobody talking about the possible three-headed monster that we have in Shipley, Dillon, and
Because they're not going to use
Saquon?
them. Because they're not going to use them that way.
Why though? Like
they're not going to break it up that much. Like maybe, Kenny. But I don't think.
Do it in the. Go ahead.
No, I just when I hear three-headed monster, I think it's more of a Splitsyville. Like 03.
Yeah,
I mean, it's going to be a one-headed monster with.
And then when he needs a break, they
two complimentary
pace.
guys. But here's the thing, Kenny. Just consider this for whatever it's worth. In the 4 years Sirianni has coached, and I don't ever remember an Eagles coach doing this. He never gives the ball to the third running back. I thought Boston Scott was pretty good. I thought Shipley last year was okay in the limited times we saw him. But Sirianni's thing is, I've got my starter and I've got my backup, and I'm not playing guy number 3 unless guy number 2 or 1 gets hurt. I mean, that's what he does.
Yeah, I think that everybody's going to be gunning for Saquon. They know he's going to be, the workhorse. I think they need to preserve him in the beginning of the season and, then, run by committee to begin and then, let him loose on the second half of the season.
Well, I think they got to pick their spots earlier, to be candid. I would slow pedal it more from the beginning. I mean, I know, Kenny, you don't want to lose games, but I was wrong last year. Let me be very clear. I thought it was a mistake to run Saquon as much as they did when they were during the regular season, and I thought it was likely that it was going to catch up to him and them by the end of the year, and it didn't. I mean, but you also know this. There's only so many pitches in a pitcher's arm. There's only so many carries in a running back's body. I mean, at some point you do hit resistance, and maybe you pay the piper this year.
Yeah.
And
I know he's going to want the ball.
Christian McCaffrey certainly did.
So.
McCaffrey last year, that was unbelievable. Kenny, give me a great answer, bud, for a scene with some kind of verbal, interesting, entertaining verbal interaction.
So Joe Pesci and Robert De Niro in Casino in the Desert.
Oh, yeah.
You only exist out here because of me.
Yeah.
That's the only reason.
Yeah, that's a really good answer. That's quite a scene. You wonder if De Niro's about to get clipped out there. All right, let's get
and then
to
ultimately Pesci out there.
Yeah, well, that's true.
That's a tough
That's right.
scene right there.
All right, let's do as we do every Thursday at this time. Little life advice with the Hammer.
My life's a waste of time.
It's time.
I'm a tool.
For life advice with the Hammer.
You know how rock bottom your life got to be to get life advice from Joe the Camera?
The Hammer.
I'm an idiot.
All right, well, I don't know about all that, but life advice with the Hammer is brought to us by MHS Lift. I know this. They are phenomenal with what they do. Guys, if you're looking for a forklift, warehouse efficiency assessment, any type of material handling equipment, put another way, anything to help your business. Or if your equipment needs repairs, get yourself to mhslift.com. Seltzer, what does someone need help with today?
All right, this is from Matt on Twitter. Matt says, Hammer, what advice do you have for when you're going through a period where you're just not feeling motivated and quote unquote don't have it?
That's a great question. My God, is that a great question? Well, I would say this. You got to kind of obviously reason your mind into why it's good to keep pushing on. Now, let me back this up. There are times where, as I like to say, it's okay to lie on the canvas. I believe that. I mean, let's not, we're not Marines here. We don't all have to get up within 2 seconds of being knocked down or we're going to die. So the reality is there are times in life where I think it's okay. You're having a bad day and you stay home. Or,
wallow in it a little bit.
It's okay. Like I think that's an important part of life to recognize there are times when that is okay. And frankly, even advisable. Because sometimes you can be in such a state that it wouldn't be good for you to be out and about and take that misery, into the world. Into the world. So I really believe that. So I'm going to start with that. But you don't want to lean on that much. You want to obviously get back in the fight and push through. And that, listen, I've had those days with working out in recent weeks since I got into this. And I heard someone say, I forget who it was, about a month ago, I heard someone say, you just have to kind of trick your mind and say, like, I got to do it. Like, even though I don't want to, I know I don't want to. I know I'll get through it. And 2, I know I'll be better for it. So, that's what I tell myself when I'm, I just got to go down to the bottom of my apartment complex where there's a gym and work out. And I can't tell you I do it every time that I should, but more often than not I do because I hear that voice in my head. Look, I would tell you this, lean into the reality that you know that it's better to push through than not. You know that. Everybody knows that. So try to push through, try to get yourself there. And know that better, even in the midst of bad days, better days almost always lie ahead. Like almost always. Better days lie ahead. And so try to find a way. It's big. And if nothing else, listen to Nick Sirianni. Because that is what dog mentality is all about. And if you don't want to vibe with that analogy, listen to Kobe Bryant.
How about Brian Dawkins when he was just in here? He had that line. He's like, if you're going to go through it, then grow through it.
No, you're right.
And that hit me hard. That was a really
totally
very compact way to say something very powerful.
I agree. And Kobe's Mamba mentality was all about that. It was all about pushing through. That's what Mamba mentality was about, that you just keep going. So that would be my advice to you. Keep going. That's life advice with that. Is that okay?
Yeah, not too bad today.
Yeah, try my best. All right, Time's Yours up ahead. I'm anxious for phone calls on Time's Yours. This is last call to get in for Time's Yours today. 215-238-4500. Your reaction to Fritz's about face and then another about face. Plus something Saquon said on the quest to try to win it all. Again, we'll get to that and more. Phone calls on all these topics, including the Phils last night on 94 WIP. FanDuel Sportsbook is, of course, the spot for all of it with regard to betting and your favorite player props and more. FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. And right now, you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. You can see all the stats. They're all there. And you can lock it in before the game and during the game because you can always combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. Let me give you a little parlay action. You got NBA tonight. You got game 1. You got a baseball game later today around 3 o'clock right here on the radio station out there in Toronto. Find the better bets that works for you and lock them all in, individual or combined, to win big at FanDuel.com/hammer. They're all available. Of course, the hockey Stanley Cup, back at it later this week after game 1 last night. All these sports going on at the same time. So find the better bets that works for you. FanDuel.com/hammer. Remember, you can get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That, to me, is a win-win. It's what you get at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep.
Who's my man? Me!
Takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
Yeah, I do in tennis.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
Joe Cameron needs to stick to doing radio.
Only the strongest will survive.
I feel like a dork. I might be an idiot.
I'm PJ Glasser here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. The RBC Canadian Open tees off today, and there's a great opportunity to cash in. Rory McIlroy has won this tournament twice and finished in the top 5 last year. You can bet on Rory to finish top 5 again at -110 on BetMGM. I'm PJ Glasser. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
If you're going to dominate the day, you better bring a roster that brings it at night. Mattress Warehouse is calling a play that puts sleep in the win column, which saves up to $1,200 warehouse-wide now during the 4th of July sale. On a budget, that's okay, no sweat. Choose from 40 different models under $799. Snag a free adjustable base with select mattresses and buy one, get one 50% off bed gear, performance pillows, and sheets. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's also complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRUncomplicated.com. New medical plans, new talent? HRUncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRUncomplicated.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
The DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Whether you are a weekend warrior or competing at a high level, you are an athlete with goals in NovaCare Rehabilitation. Well, they are here for you. With NovaCare's Select Sports Center of Excellence centers, there's specialty locations focused on the needs of athletes. So if you're injured, NovaCare will help you get back to playing your sport, and they'll help you prevent injuries from happening, and they will help prepare you to compete at your highest level of performance. At all Select Sports Center of Excellence, athletes are treated for their specific injury, training needs, and goals. Most importantly, care is provided by sports-specific physical therapists using advanced training and technology. For more than 30 years, NovaCare has long been the trusted Delaware Valley and South Jersey leader in physical therapy, hand therapy, and sports medicine. Select Sports Center of Excellence. It's just one more way NovaCare is meeting your needs. To learn more about Select Sports Center of Excellence, go to novacare.com today. Excellence is earned. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Lesson Fund. The Phillies and Blue Jays will wrap up their series this afternoon, 3:07 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Jesus Luzardo on the mound, looking for a rebound from his last disastrous outing. Phils got walked off 2-1 Wednesday evening by the Blue Jays, so it was a second straight solid outing for Mick Abel. Likely to stay up a little bit longer, with reports Aaron Nola experienced a bit of a setback in his recovery from his ankle injury. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Weather brought to you by Glad Hair. Partly sunny, high 90, currently 74. The area's foremost authority on hair restoration is now a part of Morgenstern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at gladhairctr.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show on Sports Radio.
Be disappointed if he does not.
CJ, GJ,
Yeah.
But I mean, why would you not? You earned it.
Well, he certainly earned it. Just a matter of if you don't want to see certain people. I mean, that's all it comes down. It's like me at my reunion. I mean, think how many people probably aren't coming to this reunion this week. I don't want to see the camera.
Because of the hammer.
So we got like 120 people signed up as of about a week ago. It's pretty good.
That's shockingly good.
And it's school,
honestly,
we only had about 700 in our graduating class.
That's a lot of people.
Well, so the 2021 got totally wiped out with the pandemic. I mean, we had a little thing in 21, but so in a lot of ways, this will be the first time in about 10 years. So, Jody, you ever go to you don't seem like a go to the reunion kind of guy. My God, you might be even more than Richie and not go to the reunion kind of guy.
No, I'd go.
Good man.
I've never gone to
I'm proud of you.
I went to my high school's 10th and 20th.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
I've never been
college,
to any.
they
Why,
never.
James?
I don't know.
Like
never.
We didn't have college reunions.
So James,
Yeah, Temple doesn't do college reunions.
No.
Like
Well,
so,
that's
like
a
it is
shame.
what it is. Like
So
I don't.
James, the random friend.
So I've had
friend or
buddies. Yeah,
friendly?
I've had buddies who reach out. Honestly, I've thought about it. It's just never really worked out timing wise for me to go to the high
I'm
school.
just amazed. Like, here's what I don't get about people that don't go to the reunion, and most people don't. So obviously, we all have our crew, or at least most of us do. Hopefully, everyone, most people do, have friends from schools, and and you're it might be one, or it might be seven, or it might be 18. You're still in touch with, and that's great. But to me, I look forward to seeing the 19th person. I look forward to seeing the 26th person, like the person that I was cool with, but I'm totally out of touch with. I enjoy that.
Catch up time.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
I think that's fun, but I'll tell you, man, most people do not go to these things. Anyway.
And I think it has a lot to do with just
time,
location,
life.
If you moved, like
Yeah.
I wasn't living in Yonkers for either my 10th or my 11th, 10th or 20th anniversary. I had to drive and go and set up a place to stay. And I think a couple people, if they have to do more than just show up, say, "Yeah, I can't do that."
Yeah.
But if it's easy, everybody should do it.
It's the way I feel. Now, JT, if he had to go to a reunion tonight, he'd show up and he'd say, because he kind of.
That is so wrong.
Where did that come from?
So I saw someone, credit, I don't know the name, sir or ma'am. I saw someone put that out on social media last night. It's pretty good because Devin said this, Jody, last year. She was starting an Eagle chant and it started with, so we.
Devin's not a yeller, Jody.
He wasn't great.
So I take it, yes.
So we make fun of her a little bit for that. But JT.
But hey, she had the first letter right.
She did.
Did the mayor have the first letter? Did she not mess it up till the second letter?
EL.
She got the middle wrong.
Middle
somewhere.
wrong.
Yeah. Let's listen to the moment last night when JT, to say the least, got dinged up.
1 ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul, and that got a piece of JT. And he's down at the plate. And Bichette actually waves to the Phillies dugout to say, "Come on out." That's not good.
No.
That's a bad spot to get a catcher right there.
You're
There's
damn
no
right,
doubt.
Kevin.
He's in a lot of pain.
Oh, boy. All right, so let's listen to that topper. After the game, Rob Thompson, because if you missed it, JT had to come out. And he clearly was in a lot of
He
pain.
was helped off the field.
Yeah. And for a tough guy, that's always something.
But he tried. He didn't
of course
just
he did.
get
Oh, no,
help
yeah,
immediately.
he
waited a solid 90
He stood
seconds
up.
to 2 minutes
It took time.
before he finally
looked-
gave in and said, "All right, yeah, you guys help me off. I
It
got to
looked
get
like
out of
he
here."
was going to try and walk off himself, and it was like, I can't do this.
Oh, I think he was trying to stay in the game.
Well, I think both
initially,
at different times. Yeah, at different times, both. Yeah, I think. After the game, Rob Thompson on how he's doing.
He's getting checked by a doctor right now. So it's a pretty good one. He said he's had worse, but we'll see. We'll check him out tomorrow.
Did he say anything about it in terms of just what he was feeling or the play itself?
Well, I mean, he's hurt. It hurts.
We're hoping it's not that injury, right? That
yeah.
horrible injury.
Of course.
Was it Yadier Molina? I think it happened too.
Well, how about the flyer play? Let's ask Jody this. Jody, do you remember when Homer, and I'm a big fan of Paul Holmgren, right? Flyer player, executive coach, he was coach after Keenan.
Did it all.
Do you remember when he announced about 10, 12 years ago when a Flyers player in a playoff game took a shot there? After the game, Homer, like it's no big deal. It's like, yeah, ruptured testicles. I was like, excuse me? I mean, in a sport where it's normally upper body, lower body, and I guess that is sort of
was
mid-body.
pre-NHL, lower body, upper body, when they completely hide every injury whatsoever.
I'm not making
That's
this
a
up.
pretty direct answer.
Yeah, I am not making this up. Talk about a HIPAA violation. He's like, yeah, he's got a ruptured testicle. I was like, wow, okay. And it looked like it, too.
And speaking of that injury.
Who was it? Patrick Thorson. Thorson, yeah. Do you have the date there?
Yeah.
Let me guess. But Homer. So I'm thinking this was when they made that run in 2008 to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yep, April 2008.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Good job.
Thank you.
The hammer.
Who'd they lose to, James?
In 08?
Yep, Eastern Conference Finals. Got smoked pretty good.
Was the Devils?
Pittsburgh. That's when you could just see Crosby and Malkin were on a totally different level. That was an unexpected run to the 08 Eastern Conference.
As a former athlete, and we're going way back here, not like you and Fritz, who were just trying to retain some form of. I have completely given up. But there was a day when I used to play, and you used to be able to tie your sneaker tighter when you twinked your. If you busted your ankle, you're out. But if you just sprained it, you would pull your sneakers a little bit tighter, knowing full well you're going to screw it up and make it worse when you take the sneaker off. But if you want to continue to play high top, pull it as tight as you can, play on.
You can always play through it, I feel like, unless it's broken.
Sometimes.
But then afterwards, it gets bad.
And that's what I think JT was trying to do last night. Because at one time, he did grab a hold. And I think he was checking to see if he could tighten the cup. And he just realized, no, this is a bad idea.
Look,
I need to exit the stage right.
Jody, to JT's credit, he's in my upper echelon of tough Philly athletes I've ever seen. I mean, and by the way, so is Richie. I'm going to be clear. Richie is, Wes Hopkins, Jeremiah Trotter, Jaws. I mean, my God, Jaws would take a beating from LT, keep coming back. I mean, there are some guys that are just Lane Johnson.
Honestly, Carson, I mean, for all his failures.
So is Jalen, man.
Yeah, they're both super tough.
I mean, Jalen is really, really physically tough. I mean, you know, the tush push, sometimes they're ripping his freaking head sideways, and he keeps doing it.
Donovan played a whole game on a broken ankle.
He did.
4 touchdowns.
He really did.
The Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
That was amazing. And then also, there is, of course, getting ready.
Of course.
Getting ready. And you know what? And Jody, I have told Fritz.
Go ahead. Make my day.
I'm ready. I mean, let's rock and roll.
You guys got good drops.
Let's go to Darren in South Philly. Darren, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Joe. You know I love you, but isn't it a bit hypocritical? You telling somebody about a 180? You're the most 180 go back on your word person I know. You weaseled your way out of every punishment that you've ever come up with since the inception of the show.
Well, I found technicalities. I wouldn't call that weasel.
No, I mean, no. A weasel is a weasel.
You know what I'm saying? Darren, all right, Darren, we're gonna release the poll result in a moment. But who are you rooting for? Me or the Oaf?
Let me state this for the record. Not only am I rooting for Jack Fritz, I'm hoping he buzzes you in the ribs or on the butkus because you deserve it.
The butkus.
I hope he lets me play like the outfield somewhere so I can rob you of a hit.
Listen, Darren. Let me tell you something, man.
That would be wild if there is a great defensive play. That would be a really funny add-on to this whole thing. If you get like on base 3 times or 2 times, and then someone makes like a diving play in center field.
That would annoy the hell out of me. James, let me ask you this question: 10 at bats? How many times does he walk me? How many times does he hit me?
Dude, at this point,
because I might get to 3 or 4
you might
just
not
with that.
have to get a hit to get a push. Like I could see him walking / hitting you 3 times without a doubt.
Right, Ray?
He said his arms fall off the bone. I mean.
And by the way, I'll say this in support of him, and I mean this no joke here. He doesn't have to throw 87 miles an hour to get me out.
Well, he can't.
Well, fine, but let me put it this way: he doesn't throw whatever his top is to get me out. Like, if he brings it in with some heat, but it's 10 miles per hour less, you know, he could get me out. I mean, I'm not like some exceptional hitter, but if he wants to overthrow, that's up to him.
I'm just trying to figure out how you think you beat him in basketball because you can't run without
No,
your groin.
no. I'm not worried about that.
Come on, Joe.
I'm not. That's
how your groin running to first. Like, come on.
What did Tim Hardaway have, Darren? What do you have?
Crossover.
We had that too. What else did he have? What did Tim Hardaway have?
I can't.
What do you have?
I'm not going to allow you to compare yourself to Tim Hardaway. He's one like
Jody. What did Tim Hardaway have?
I got no idea what you're relaying.
Is that where you're going?
He had skill.
Why is Tim Hardaway?
Because I think he's the first person I heard say that. It was like 35 years ago.
Yeah,
it's a long time ago.
He had to that crossover was nasty.
Him and Iverson, probably the best ever at that.
I hope and pray you guys are selling tickets to this so some charity can make a fortune off it. Because the level of because is there a punishment if you lose?
We haven't gotten to that. I don't know.
I swear you're gonna technicality your way out of that too.
Nice, Dick.
Are you done, Darren?
I'm telling you, Darren, there's no technicality. No, it ain't happening. There's no way they get all 5 of these competitions in. It's not happening in 2025 or 26.
Darren, give me an answer. A scene with some verbal back and forthness.
All right, it has both actually in this scene. It's Star Wars: Return of the Empire. Darth Vader and Luke are having their infamous battle with lightsabers. Darth cuts off Luke's hand and says, "I am your father, join the dark side," and Luke yells out,
Yeah, it's okay. I thought about that earlier. It's not going to be a winning answer, but it's decent. It's not enough verbal jousting.
Right. It's a great scene.
Yeah. It's just not enough back and forth. It really isn't.
Some yelling from Luke.
Yeah, it's just, All right, Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. In 2025, Armin Chevy is proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. Poll question. Do you think the Phils will have a different starting center fielder other than Marsh or Rojas for the playoffs? Yes or no? Let's all go on the record. Rhea, are they going to have door number 3 by October or not?
Yes.
James?
It might be wishful, hopeful thinking, but I will say yes.
MacMan, gut feeling.
I will do this for a caller we had, I believe it was in hour number 1, who said, why do we have to wait for Crawford? Guy's 21 years old. However, maybe, just maybe, an Orion Kirkering situation. That they hold all the way till September
And then roll him
before
up.
they bring him up and then just take a dash. And if he can hold it up for a week, 2 weeks, he's starting first game center field in the playoffs. If Crawford's coming up, I don't think it's till September at the earliest.
Okay, I'll just say, here's my one retort on that point. Possible, but Kirkering, and look, it's heavy pressure any playoff inning. But at least it was only like an inning that he would pitch in the 2023 playoffs. Like a starting center fielder, you get 4 or 5 at bats. I mean, that's no joke. I mean, I know it's going to be the 9-hole hitter, but anyway. All right, Jody, how do you think people voted? See if you can play the Richie game here of nailing this. The question, do you think the Phils will have a different starting center fielder in October?
42% say yes.
59% say yes.
Wow.
So a certain degree
That's
of
more than I
optimism there.
thought.
Second poll question, who you rooting for in the me versus Jack thing? How do you think people voted on this, Jody?
People voted.
Yeah, I mean, we get thousands of votes.
The morning show. If they asked this same question on the afternoon show, I'm guaranteeing you the numbers would be different. Because it is here on the morning show, I say 60-40 DeCamera.
75% still for him.
Really?
Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah, Joe's a big underdog, both in belief and in favoritism with this one.
I mean, do whatever you want, but
if you get it, it'll be that much sweeter.
It really will be a thing.
That is true. Like, if you can pull this off, it will be a pretty epic win.
All right, James, tell me which will be a bigger deal for the audience, so to speak.
If it's anything Beat the Hammer related, then the Joe and Jack.
No, here we go.
Okay.
Option 1 is I win.
Yep.
Option 2 is Fritz beats me 5-0. Which is like a bigger deal? That people will laugh at the guy who lost.
I think you winning is a bigger deal, which sucks for Jack.
Because if I do lose 5-0,
it's not great for you.
That's a lot of crow.
But I do think it is. But I do think there are a lot of people. I think more people expect 5-0 than expect you to win.
Yeah. Well, Twitter poll question.
Ooh, there's a poll question for you.
Yeah. Well, that's one question. Here's the other one. Because I really think we should do this poll next week. Because I think it's enough in play. It's possible. Will Jack Fritz cry at any point during this? Because, Jody, I've said it before, he's got that soft underbelly. And I'm not just talking his physique, like the whole, it kind of looks like a little bit like Bone when he struggles sometimes. You can just, you know what I'm saying? Like you can just kind of see it on his face.
And I'll give you credit because
I'm a Bone guy.
During the show today, and I'm in studio, so I get to see your face that not everybody gets to see. You did legitimately say, I'm probably going to lose golf, and I'm probably going to lose running.
Yeah.
He says whatever we're calling Jack at this juncture, has he ever admitted to potentially losing any of them?
5-0, he thinks.
He thinks it's going to be 5-0.
All right, let's do a little more fun with that next week. Let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours. Can't wait. Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours. All right, Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi's booming. Make sure you unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go, only from Xfinity Mobile. Say it with Time's Yours.
As a devout morning show listener, I cannot wait until Jack Fritz annihilates Joe DeCamera and says, bang! That's how you do! Who do you think you are? I am!
Listen, if that's how you feel as a listener of this show, I guess you don't like me that much, and that's fine. I mean, I'm big boy, I'll take it, but it hurts the feelings a little bit.
Rhea is the only foxhole guy on this show. Joe, James, Devin, Ben Davis, all bailing on Joe. If Joe did what Fritz did, they'd be mauling his ass. The fact that they don't have your back is pathetic. The other thing, Jack Fritz pitched 11.1 innings in his college career, and now his arm doesn't work. The guy's not an athlete.
Whoa. Is that true?
So I know Jack was a much, much better high school pitcher than college pitcher. Like, he was not a good college pitcher.
Did he really pitch 11 innings?
I don't know if it was 11 innings or not, but that wouldn't shock me. He was not. He rode the bench more in college than he pitched.
The fact that the guy went to a third, 11 and a third. If he just said 11 innings, you pick that up
I mean,
off,
that's pretty accurate, I would think.
Yeah.
And by the way, and Jody, we know this because we looked it up. That's D6. He was Division 6 in college baseball.
6.
So
what the hell's Division 6?
He was D6. D6.
Is there such a thing as D6?
When Fritz is on the team, there is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Joe DeCamera ain't touching a baseball. I bet my life that my 11-year-old would come in and strike his ass out.
I mean, I wouldn't make that bet if I were you, but that's your choice.
Quick impersonation for you guys. Guess who I am? I'm in. I'm out. I'm in. I'm out. Oh, my arm's going to fall off. Oh, I'm in. I'm out. I'm in. I'm out. I'm the man of the house. I'm in.
It's so good, man. It really
Man
is.
of the house line gets me.
Put another way.
What you talking about, Willis? No one his age says that anymore.
Well,
okay, that
yeah.
is an old school thing.
It's
the leader of my house.
chauvinistic too, by the way. I'm gonna put that out there.
Little bit.
And, no, but I did listen
That is
carefully.
fair. The wife, Emily's definitely leader of our house.
No,
so-
he said. I went back and listened. He said a leader. He didn't say the
Okay,
leader.
that's good.
okay.
That's good.
He's okay.
That's good.
He's
Good
okay.
work, Jack.
And with that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, two quick things before we get out of here. Macman, we got a horse race this weekend?
Yes. Belmont Stakes. I'll be up at Parks tomorrow for a horse racing seminar. Me, Dick Girardi, Jessica Paquette, the voice of Parks as well. We all did well the first two legs of the Triple Crown. I had Sovereignty winning the Derby almost 8-1. So we'll be up there noon to Dick and Jessica will be out by like 1:32. I'll be there till 7 o'clock, continuing
Shocking.
playing race after race after race after race. So come on up and join me at Parks at noon tomorrow.
Very nice. Final thing, we got to award tickets. So this is Phillies tickets for the game on Wednesday. The question today was, what's a great scene with verbal jousting? Most of the answers we got were from movies, and we got a lot of great ones. But I think the Fresh Prince and his dad going at it.
Love that one.
It's a great answer.
And that was pretty late, I think, in the Fresh Prince. Like I don't.
Oh yeah. It was towards the end of the series.
Toward the end, I think.
Yeah, it definitely was.
Oh man, and for a comedy to go there and do it in such a profound and effective way, I think that's the winner. Anthony, congratulations, man.
Good job.
Anthony, we look forward to seeing you at the Phillies game on Wednesday. Everyone have a wonderful rest of the day. If you like me as part of the show, you'll be lucky if I'm back next week because I've got my college reunion this weekend. So
We might never see Joe again. This might be it, guys.
You know what?
This might be the end of Joe the Hammer.
It can be good for all of you. It can be good for me. Let me just go hang out with my friends from college forever, and I'll just stay there. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, I'll tell you this. I'm thinking about it. Have a great rest of the day. Joe and Hugh, they're up next.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Get up! It is gone! Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You could combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get into the action. You'll get started with $200 of bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more at FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Possibly the biggest rivalry in baseball is played again this week as Boston heads to the Bronx to face off against their division rivals in New York. Boston has been putting together a string of solid wins and slowly pulling closer to the top of the division, while New York has maintained control. This series could help make that push for Boston or could give New York a chance to pull away even further. Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably, because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. PA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors. Introducing the all-electric Ioniq 9. Space for up to 7. Range for miles.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The peace lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
What He'll Never Have, the smash hit from Dylan Scott, appears in a brand new album, Easy Does It. The album also features the #1 song, This Town's Been Too Good to Us. Until I Can, I Will. I'll do whatever it takes. Yeah, believe me when I say till I can, I will. Dylan Scott. Search, follow, and listen now on all music streaming services. Sponsored by Curb Records.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman ad, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Unlike the Stanley Cup Finals, Canada does come out a winner regardless of who wins the NBA Finals, which tip off tonight. The Thunder's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Lou Dort and the Pacers' Benedict Mathurin and Andrew Nemhard proudly represent the Great White North. I do like OKC in 5 games. They are an awesome basketball team. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP. HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Gilio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The 1-2 on the way again. And a swing and a fly ball deep, right center field. Rojas in the gap on the run at the wall. It's off the wall and the game is over. It stayed in play, but plenty deep enough to win it for the Jays. And they come running out of the dugout to celebrate with Kirk as they beat their former closer, Jordan Romano, tonight. 2-1 the final as the Phillies lose the walk-off.
Yeah, not great. That was an annoying one last night. Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gilio, Kyle Quinn behind the glass. You guys with us. But in today for Hugh, as he is on his Buc-ee's adventure, is Elliot Shore Parks. Elliot, how's it going?
So I've also been to Buc-ee's, but let me tell you.
Oh, you have?
Oh, I've been to Buc-ee's. I've never seen, though, someone love Buc-ee's the way Hugh Douglas's timeline is loving himself some Buc-ee's
5
right now.
a.m. He's in the bathroom at Buc-ee's and
It's
putting videos
amazing.
up. It's kind of weird.
The video of him walking in, recording the person at the cashier, like, why is this happening right now?
That poor woman.
I could just see the smile on Hugh's face.
Yes. We'll do a little check-in with Hugh Douglas and his trip down to Georgia. He's off for a couple days. Elliot in today. Elliot, how you doing today?
Doing good. I'm excited to be working with you. I feel like we very rarely get to do a full show together. Obviously, Kyle as well. Excited to see if I can get Kyle angry. I feel like
that won't be
that'll
hard.
happen at one point. So, no, I'm super pumped to be here.
All right, we got a lot to get to. 215-592-9494. A good giveaway coming up in a little bit. We'll get to some Eagle stuff, including CJGJ responding or talking about what Vic Fangio said.
As he always does.
You knew he would.
The tweet and delete is a signature move of the CJGJ.
He takes the bait every single time. So we'll get to that. And the latest on Joe DeCamera versus Jack Fritz. It seems like Jack finally he finally stood up yesterday and didn't let DeCamera push him around anymore. So we'll get to all that. But Ella, we got to start with the Phils. They lose last night. It's an annoying loss. Like Romano loses in the ninth. I don't trust him at all. But the big issue last night was they didn't score more, right? They had one extra base hit. It was the Castellanos home run. But they had an opportunity, Elliot, in the fifth inning. So they load the bases with the bottom of the order, and they could bring the top of the order up. Bryson Stott, Trey Turner. And this happened when Stott got up. And really, it was this moment that I realized an experiment we've been doing for a while. We got to stop it. Here's the fifth inning. Bryson Stott up. Bases loaded, 1 out. A chance to break the game open.
Bases full. Kepler at third, Romuto at second, Marsh at first. Another 3-2. And a swing and a pop-up playable near third. Barger is under it. The infield fly rule called, and Barger makes the catch on the infield grass. And Stott, a long battle, but again, he's out number 2.
All right, Elliot. And then Turner popped up, but really it's Stott that had my attention there because, about a month and a half ago, Topper made the decision against right-handed pitching. They're going to put Bryson Stott as leadoff hitter. And I think a lot of people really love the idea because Bryson Stott kind of like is what we think a leadoff hitter is supposed to look like. He takes pitches, he works the count.
Yeah, it's like that meme, what you ordered versus what arrived.
Yes.
We thought he could be a leadoff hitter, but when you actually see it, not as much.
Yeah, he just doesn't do enough. I mean, he works pitchers, and I do think he gives a quality at bat, but at some point you got to produce. So I heard Scott during the broadcast last night say, as a leadoff hitter coming into the day, his on-base percentage was 300. Obviously, he didn't have a good night. So it's under 300 now as a leadoff hitter. He has an OPS under 700. I looked this morning. 28 of the 30 leadoff hitters in baseball have a better OPS. Like the Phillies are at a deficit every single day because he just doesn't provide enough. And Elliot, I'm ready to move him off the leadoff spot. I know a lot of people wanted him to be the guy and like the way the lineup is. I just feel like we're doing one hand tied behind our back, right? We get our 3 best hitters between whatever order you want to put them, Turner, Harper, Schwarber. And instead of those guys starting the game, we're starting this thing with Bryson Stott. I'm ready to move side of the leadoff spot. Where do you come down?
Yeah, I am too. And I'll admit, hands up, I was in the camp of try him there. You look at him, the way he, fouls off pitches. He does take, it seems like, a lot of pitches when he's at the plate. I was into the idea, but it's not worked out. And here's where I'm at with the leadoff spot and kind of with this team in general. I'm ready to put Schwarber back at the top. I think this team has been at their best when they have Kyle Schwarber leading off for them. And look, there's the leadoff spot in the traditional role of what you want from them and all those things. But I just think this team gets such a mental advantage when Kyle Schwarber is the first person to go up. And last night was such a good example. The bottom of the order gets on base, right? They do their job. And you're supposed to have, at that point, your best hitter go up, or at the very least, one of your top 2 hitters.
Wait, before you go on, I was looking this morning. Fernando Tatis hits leadoff.
Yep. Shohei Ohtani.
Francisco Lindor.
Yep.
Guys that bring thump, or at least they get on base a lot, and we don't have that.
So one thing you'll learn about me, Joe, maybe you already know it about me, is when I get into something, it becomes my whole personality. So probably 8 years ago, I got obsessed with baseball books. I must have read 20 baseball books.
Oh, wow. I didn't know this about
you. It was big time, right?
We got to have a baseball book club then.
Well, I forget everything about them. Yeah. But
that was then.
Yeah, I enjoyed the year, yeah. But one of my main things I'll always remember for that is people spend way too much time worrying about the machination of the lineup. You know what I mean? Well, he's a leadoff hitter. It's here's the bottom line. The Phillies are at their best when Kyle Schwarber is at leadoff. We have seen this. He brings pop, to your point. I just think this team has the talent in the lineup. They could probably use another bat, which we'll get into. But ultimately, the Phillies are a team. They're at their best when Schwarber's leading off. They're having fun. They're playing Dancing on My Own. That's who this Phillies team is. And I'm sick of watching them run away from it and try to change and try to be something they're not. And this whole experiment at leadoff is such a good example of them trying to go away from what's worked in the past. Maybe they won't win a World Series with the way they do things, with Schwarber there, with their mentality, with the locker room or clubhouse celebrations. But you know what? I've seen them come a lot closer doing it that way than this way when they are trying to play around too much at the top of the order. So for me, I would put Kyle Schwarber back up top.
All right, 215-592-9494. So it's funny you mentioned the books thing. I probably read some of the books that you read that year when you were into baseball books. One of them, and speaking of lineups, the thing that a lot of people seem to have realized over the years is the order probably is overrated, but you want to stack your best hitters. That's your best chance to score runs. Put them all together. And then eventually they'll start hitting at the same time and you'll score runs. And I feel like that's the problem right now is we are giving extra at-bats to a guy that doesn't deserve him, Bryce.
100%.
So while I've always been a Schwarber leadoff guy, and that was I lived with that for years, I actually might surprise you on this because I'm not ready to do that. But here's what I am ready and wanting to do. I want to move side of the leadoff spot, and I want to just move everybody else up a spot. So Turner's been 2. And Harper's been 3, and Schwarber's been 4. I'm just going to move those guys up to 1, 2, 3. Turner 1, Harper 2, Schwarber 3. Because I do feel like if we move Schwarber to leadoff, which I know it's worked before, we have nobody to protect Bryce Harper. That's the one thing that Schwarber and the switch they did this year was trying to accomplish, which is have someone behind Bryce Harper. Because we saw it early in the season. They stopped pitching him. We've seen it in the playoffs before when it's Castellanos or it's Bohm. They will just pitch around Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
So I feel like if we put Turner 1 and Harper 2 and Schwarber 3, at least we have that. At least we have someone to protect Bryce Harper. Because I just, last night bothered me so much. Because if the lineup is your way or my way, right, it's not Stott, then in that spot we either have Turner, Harper coming up or Schwarber, Turner coming up. And we just, if they have it one of our ways, they're scoring runs last night in that spot.
Yeah, 100%. And so I do agree with you. They need someone to protect Bryce. I mean, I'm talking about the past success. I don't think it's a coincidence that in 2022, when they went all the way to the World Series, they had somebody protecting Bryce. And last year, 2 years, they haven't had that guy, right? Reese got hurt in 2023, wasn't obviously here last year. So yes, I agree with you that you need someone to protect Bryce. But for me, to your point of what you're saying, when you're creating the lineup, you want to stack them all together, but you also want your best guy at the top. And this year, that's been Schwarber. Schwarber has been their best guy. He's been their most consistent hitter. Because also it comes down to this. Who do I want, not only leading off, but in a big spot, who do I want at bat? And you can make an argument for Harper. Obviously, this year he's been a little more consistent. He's coming off an injury. I know he had a home run 2 nights ago, but I don't know if he's shown that same power this year. Schwarber has shown that same power. And when he's at leadoff, I think this team just gets in a level of comfort that I'm not sure they've completely gotten in this year. I know they have a good record, obviously, but a lot of that's been the pitching. That's not really the bats. When Schwarber's up top, they just seem like everything falls into place. So I get your point, but I am disappointed, to be completely honest, with you abandoning Schwarber as leadoff.
It's not an abandoning. No.
You can say the little, whatever move. First of all, does Harper even like to hit second?
Major League buddies, we don't do that.
Well, he
Hughes out,
prefers
so Elliott's got to be Major League buddies
here.
Well,
look, the best players on the team should get to do what they want, right?
Geez.
Yes, that's 100% how it should go.
Absolutely
if Harper wants to hit third, he should hit third. If Schwarber wants to hit leadoff, he should hit leadoff.
What if they both want to hit ninth?
Well, I'm not okay with that. but regardless, in the top, I'm a big believer though The best player should get to decide where they go in the lineup for the most part.
Here's what I need today. I need Bryce to start not in the leadoff spot. We're going to have the Phillies play a day game today. It's a 3:00 start in Toronto. Jackson have leading off at 2.
Must-win game?
Yes. If they lose another series, we're hitting the panic button.
Yeah.
That we can't have that. So it's a big game today. The Bryson Stott experiment, I know every time Topper talks about this, it feels like there's like a scale. Like he does work the count, and I think there's value to that because the more pitches he sees, and hitting leadoff, like eventually you get that starting pitcher out of the game if he wastes like 25 pitches. I think there's value to Stott, and I like Stott. He's a good defender, quality at bat, but he doesn't hit enough.
Well, but to your point, he is like the reason you put your best hitters at the top of the lineup is they get more at bats. Like Stott is not one of their best hitters. He's even a top 5 hitter.
So I would say Turner, Schwarber, Harper, right?
Right.
In whatever
I would
order.
argue Castellanos.
Like
I'd rather have Castellanos up in a big spot than Stott.
Yeah, I mean,
playoff time.
At the best, he's their 5th or 6th best hitter.
Yeah.
Right, at the best. And
that's not somebody you want to prioritize at the top. And to the other thing, too, the Stott thing just feels like an unnecessary experiment to me. I know that they want to try more things this year because come playoff time, he's been reluctant to make changes. Yep. I get that, but at the same time, you do have to also do what works and what's best for the team. And Stott leading off is not best for the team.
No, his numbers, I mean, they're pretty dreadful at the leadoff spot. His on-base percentage is under 300. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop in. All right, we're ready to end the Bryson Stott leadoff experiment. Are you? And is it time to move Schwarber back to the leadoff spot? Kyle, where do you come down as the Phillies lose 2-1 last night, in part because they couldn't break that game open when they had a shot?
Yeah, I'm with Elliot. I'm disappointed in you.
It is very sad. You go to bat for Schwarber for years, and now at the point of inflection here, you're abandoning.
No,
it's a joke.
I'm not
this is not
abandoning
pledge-like
Schwarber.
activity.
No, you know what? You know what's being lost here? I am giving Trey Turner a huge bump to the leadoff spot, and no one will remember this when everyone says I hate Trey Turner. I'm advocating for him to hit leadoff every day.
Or are you setting him up to fail?
No, I'm not setting him up to fail.
Is he setting him up to fail, Kyle?
Yes, of course he is.
I think he is.
His offense has been pretty good this year.
It seems like you're going to pull the tablecloth out.
So you guys are reading too much.
Well, first of all, Elliot and I took the pledge seriously. I'm starting to question whether you did.
Pledge. I did take the pledge.
Now it's all status quo.
I created the pledge, okay, and the pledge was to react every day to what happens. Yeah. And I want Stott out of the leadoff spot.
I also need Stott out of the leadoff spot, and I don't know. I understand the whole protect Harper thing, and Schwarber obviously gives him the best protection, but we've seen this team go deep into the postseason for years without Kyle Schwarber hitting behind Bryce Harper. The best version of this lineup for a few years has been Schwarber at the top. And I understand there's the old school mentality of putting Kyle Schwarber at 4. He's your power hitter. But I look at the Dodgers with Shohei Ohtani at leadoff. They lead the league in batting average as a team. They lead the league in home runs as a team. They lead the league in RBIs as a team with their best hitter at the top of the order.
Padres with Tatis.
Yeah, and I just think about that spot that came up in the game last night. And if the bases are loaded, do I want slap hitter Trey Turner up there, who doesn't meet the moment? Or do I want Kyle freaking Schwarber up there, who always meets the moment with a bang? I want Kyle Schwarber.
It was a good bang.
It was a good bang.
It was a good bang.
Yeah.
I need Schwarber up there.
So, but here's what I would say, too. So I get the protecting Harper thing. But protecting Harper matters less if there's no one on base.
Of course.
Like when he comes up. So I just think ultimately I know you're going to put them both in the first inning, but it's more important that the leadoff guy gets on, in my opinion, than it is that you prioritize protecting Harper.
Yeah, I'm trying to thread that needle and do both. But if they put Schwarber back in the leadoff spot, I'm not going to be mad about it.
I can see it in your eyes.
I'm a Schwarber guy.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like it. Sounds like you're a Trey Turner guy.
Well, you know what? That's a twist on things. Me being a Trey Turner guy. 215-592-9494. Let's go to the phone lines here. I believe it's time, and I think it's been time for a while. The Phillies have just danced around this, and they have so many other issues. We really haven't harped on this. I mean, the bullpen clearly isn't very good. The defense, and we saw it last night when Marsh couldn't get to that ball in the gap that he should have. He should have caught that ball. The defense isn't very good. The one thing they have that's great is starting pitching. We've ignored this because it hasn't been the biggest issue.
Well, and the other thing, too, is last night was kind of like the worst nightmare as a Phillies fan. Like when you project how they'll lose come postseason time,
bullpen,
it is
defense.
The bat's going silent and the bullpen blowing.
Yep. Yeah. And the one thing that we could get, people forget, I think, last year the starting pitching was good against the Mets. That wasn't the problem.
Yeah, the bullpen blew it.
Yeah. Every time we talk about the Phillies, they have great starting pitching. Well, they had great starting pitching. They went out in 4 games last year. You need other things. Chris in Middletown is up. Hey, Chris.
Happy Where's Waldo Day, man.
Good morning, Chris.
What up, Chris?
We're going to check in to see where Hugh Douglas is at some point today as well.
Is he still at Buc-ee's?
He might be. I have a working theory he slept there in the bathroom, but we'll save that for later. Go ahead.
Well, I want to share something about Douglas. I got a little report on Douglas. So I guess they are also getting one of the many faces of Hugh. They're getting selfish Douglas, because if you notice in his video, when he pulls into Buc-ee's, before he goes in for his self-admitted 2-hour stay in the bathroom, he parks at a gas pump. Talk about a major violation. I have a gas pump.
Hold on. I have a different feeling on that. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and there's 100 gas bays.
No. I think
you can take a spot.
No circumstance. I hate when people park their car, pump gas, and go inside. Like, I hate that.
No, but wait. I think at Wawa at 4 o'clock in the afternoon or 7 in the morning, like when it's really busy, that's totally wrong.
Wrong's wrong. No matter the time of day.
No.
No matter the time of
Wait a
day,
second.
wrong is wrong.
So when I used to do nights and after Phillies games, and I would go home and I need gas, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm the only one there. I can't
don't
pump
do it.
and go in and get coffee.
You have no idea what's going to happen in those
Yes,
5
I
minutes. You
do.
have a bunch of cars could come up. Someone come up and want to use that spot.
Stop.
Like, pump your gas and get off.
What are the chances at 1 o'clock in the morning or at Buc-ee's at 5 a.m. there's that many people that need gas?
Chris, I'm happy you called him out for this.
This is wrong. Chris, go ahead.
So, Joe, to your point, before we move on from this, I'll follow your logic, and he's still wrong. You said he got there at 5 a.m.
5 a.m.
He admitted he's going to be there until at least 7 a.m.
Well,
which means
I
he's
didn't
gonna be
think
there
about
for the
that.
morning rush hour.
Yeah.
So, still major violation. So let's move on.
Okay.
Kyle and Elliott.
Yes.
ESP, I can't believe I'm going to agree with you, but
welcome to the right
don't
side.
fall for the banana in the tailpipe today with this character you're sitting next to, Mr. Joe Giglio. Kyle is 100% correct on Joe. He's setting the table for the Turner fall.
I'm giving
exactly
him the
what's going
leadoff spot. Does anyone
Nah.
hear what I say, or do you just hear what you want to hear? I'm giving him the
No,
leadoff spot because he's been
I
consistently
listen very
good.
intently,
Okay.
and I hear what I hear. Okay, so I need you guys to go over and check the box, because I bet you any amount of money the wand is missing, and he's holding it under the table. Pause.
No.
He is
You
just
got to relax.
using it
I
to
am
confuse
I
the
am
bad
fine with
turn.
Trey leading off right now, and Schwarber batting 3 and Harper 2.
What a tepid endorsement that was.
I'm fine with it.
You're fine with it.
Well,
Sounds like Vic talking about,
he's better than Stott. I know that.
It's like how much Vic was for Huff. Okay?
Exactly,
That's how much-
right.
Yeah, exactly. So listen, I want Bryce to lead off. That makes the most sense. He is the best player on this team. He is the captain of the team. I want him there. It works. You guys said for Tatis, but you know who else it works for? The best player in Major League Baseball, and Shohei Ohtani. So I want Bryce.
So, Chris, where I would disagree with you on this, and I hate to part sides because I love being on your side of things, but I don't think Bryce is the captain of the team. I think Schwarber is the captain of the team. And this year, I think he's been the best player.
ESP, for my take, he's the captain.
There you go. I like that.
So,
that's why I like your calls, Chris.
For what I'm saying, for my spin, this is what I need to say.
That's what I need to say,
Yeah, exactly. We fit the narrative to fit our story. So here's what I want, guys. I want Bryce at leadoff. But here is a problem. This is the biggest problem with this team. Will the players let them make these moves? Will Topper have the stones to make a move? We need leadership. We need leaders to take control, because we need a championship. Stop worrying about their feelings and do what gets results. Man up, lock in, stop being S-O-F-T.
Appreciate it.
His commitment to doing the Eagles chant thing every day it's impressive.
I would say most days, I'm not even sure what word he's going to chant.
I don't even know what he spelled right there.
Soft.
Oh, soft. Okay.
Commitment to not be soft, and then he chanted soft. So I keep waiting for him to trip up over spelling, because you try to chant.
Yeah, it's tough.
I mean, a lot of people we know around here.
Ask the mayor.
I mean, can't even chant Eagles.
It's exactly right.
It's the word we all say the most, and some people can't even chant it. Aaron is in San Diego. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Good morning, Aaron. What's up, buddy?
You know what is? We're talking about what's wrong today, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what's wrong?
What's that?
Is when you talk about attending a Beyonce concert or a Taylor Swift concert without starting with, my wife really wanted to go to this concert, and so I bought tickets. or my daughter is a really big fan.
Well, first, to be clear, I attended both concerts, not either or. I went to Taylor and Beyonce, and I proudly went. Look, my wife was excited to go too, but when we went to Beyonce, it was me and my best friend and our wives that went. So
who was the most excited? You?
I would say equally excited.
Okay,
yeah. I mean, it's a great
Listen,
show. Have you ever
fanboy.
seen him, Aaron?
Fanboy.
Yeah.
Fanboy.
Yes, Aaron.
The other thing is your advanced knowledge of the Backdoor Boys and NSYNC.
Backstreet.
A little over the top.
Well, Aaron, I don't know how old you are, but when I was growing up,
Yeah.
NSYNC and Backstreet Boys were.
It sounds like Aaron's afraid to express himself.
I know, seriously. It sounds like
Aaron,
you have a strong opinion about this type of music.
Good artists are good artists. I mean, you got to give it up for people that are good artists.
A banger's a banger.
All right, and then a few more things that
Okay.
are wrong. Joe, you and Kyle talk about you people, i.e. myself included.
Yep.
The loyal Eagle fans that think that they could do no wrong. What do you say? What is that? It's the Super Bowl what?
Super Bowl syndrome, yeah, which you have. I mean, clearly. That you're,
Do you have anything on the Phillies, by the way, Aaron? Just wondering.
No, we're not talking about the Phillies.
We
today.
are,
Today
though.
we are.
We're trying.
Yeah.
I mean, it's said to me that the board in front of me says you have something to say about the Phillies.
It's also not the Aaron in San Diego show.
Yeah, that's a fact.
What else is wrong, okay? Is I think Elliott suffers from what they call the the Eagles Insider of the Year syndrome.
But that's a good thing. You want to be the insider of the year.
Yeah, I tried to catch that.
Nobody has called Elliott out on the Dallas Goedert fiasco.
Whoa.
Nobody called Elliott out on his draft day analysis.
Well, hold on, but I think he was right about.
I was
Goddard.
dead right about Goddard. The draft day thing, I agree. I did not think Jai Campbell was a possibility. But to be fair, I think 5 days out, the Eagles didn't think it was either.
Yeah, I don't think most people did.
And Joe, and no offense, you can play the tape back, but I called you guys a couple months before the draft.
Oh, my goodness.
I said because of the Kobe Dean injury.
All right, Aaron.
I just can't take it.
You're not going to be the insider of the year. Aaron,
I'm saying-
what are you doing at leadoff?
The worst.
So here's what I'm doing: is we can't keep doing the same thing over and over again, right? We tried Stott. We tried Turner at one point.
Well, no, Turner's done it a good amount of times
Schwarber.
to success this year. Turner has been a quality leadoff hitter this season.
The Phillies need to take a page out of the Eagles' playbook.
Oh, boy.
They need to start injecting youth. Hal Abel is not in the starting lineup after two wonderful pitching displays.
He is in the rotation.
Hal Crawford is not up here.
He doesn't care.
Trying to you could do better than what Stott's doing with Crawford. It can't get much worse.
Well, I'm not sure. He's never played in the big leagues. What do you want to put Justin Crawford up here and lead him off?
The same thing. You wanted to talk about Jalix Hunt yesterday. Same thing about Jalix Hunt.
No, but Jalix Hunt. No.
I think there's a difference between the pressure of leadoff and Jalix Hunt taking rotational snaps.
Yeah, Jalix Hunt, that's like calling Crawford up and batting him 8th or 9th. That's different. You make it sound like Jalix Hunt was their number one edge rusher the entire season. What are we doing here?
No, Jalix Hunt, they injected youth into the lineup, and towards the end of the year, he became an
So I think a better
player.
example for you, Aaron, like as fellow Beyonce fans, we can help each other. Like Quignon's a better example.
Yeah.
Like Cooper. Like
Yeah.
Jalix, I get your point that the Eagles went to youth and that helped them. I just think the spotlight of a leadoff hitter on a team that's trying to win a World Series is a little different than what Jalix did.
Yeah,
It's more what Quignon did.
Call him up and let him get his feet wet. So you want Justin Crawford as the leadoff hitter, who hasn't played in the major leagues.
Something. I want something. I want them to inject youth. We've got this farm system that we coddle and we baby. It's time to see if they can put up.
All right.
If not, then they shut up and they go back.
Yeah,
to
but
the
they're trying to win games in the meantime. All right, Aaron, we appreciate it. 215-592. That was
don't appreciate that.
That was kind of brutal.
It was annoying.
It was
I like an outside the box idea though.
No, the idea was fine,
Yeah,
but we don't need to do the whole the
Man,
Backstreet
people
Boys
really,
thing.
really triggered by me going to Beyonce.
I
Feels like
know. I know.
she's one of the best artists of our lifetime.
Yeah, was it because you called into the afternoon show from or you were like about to go to the concert?
No, I think because I posted about it on Twitter.
Oh, that was it. Yeah, that's usually what bothers people.
Yeah.
All right, 215-592-9494. So the Phillies move Kyle Schwarber back to the leadoff spot. The Stott thing is not working. It's not. His on-base run is at that spot. It's under 300. Elliott wants Schwarber back there. I'm willing to put Trey Turner. Turner, Harper, Schwarber, 1, 2, 3 in the order. All right, we'll get to the good from last night when we come back. And no Hugh today, but we will give the prize away that we have, and it's a great prize to tell you about in a similar way. That's next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Escape the ordinary. Step into Oasis Gentlemen's Club, Philly's ultimate playground. Just minutes from the airport in Center City. It's the perfect spot to sip your favorite drinks, vibe with the fabulous O-Girls, and get lost in the magic of the night. Birthday, boys' night, just feeling flirty? Oasis brings the heat and energy you've been craving. It features the hottest entertainers in Philadelphia. Open till 2 a.m. every Friday and Saturday. Your sexy escape awaits. Oasis Club Philly. Find your fantasy.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here-for-good.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Edge with Galaxy AI. Plus, we'll help pay off your old phones. Up to 4 lines for $800 each. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days. Visit T-Mobile.com/switch.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays. See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A few years ago, CTV was a buzzword. Now it's your most important channel, while your current DSP is still playing catch-up. Viant's been leading CTV from the start, delivering real results across the world's most premium streaming content, viewed by real consumers, backed by real reporting. With AI-driven optimization, people-based targeting, and inventory from the biggest names in entertainment, Viant doesn't just reach audiences, it moves them. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those three listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Rodin swings and grounds one to short. Turner's got it, and that'll be the end of the fifth inning. A 1-2-3 frame again for Mick Abel. What a start again for the young right-hander.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, Elliott in for Hugh today as Hugh made his trip down to Georgia. We'll check in with what we saw on social media from Hugh coming up in a little bit as he made his way to Buc-ee's. But last night, Elliott, as we discussed the leadoff spot, and we're both ready to move Trey out.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
You're just abandoning your boy. I'm sticking with Schwarber.
Move Stott out. I want to move Trey in. I want Trey and Harper and Schwarber 1, 2, 3. You want to put Schwarber back in the leadoff spot. I wonder where everyone comes down. But there was a good last night in the loss, and that was Mick Abel. Elliott, we knew coming into the season the Phillies' strength was starting pitching. It's even stronger than we thought because, you know, like they had the five guys to start the season. The idea was Andrew Painter's on his way, and we'll do a Painter watch check-in later. But Mick Abel was the guy they drafted in the first round, I think, 5 years ago. Very choppy minor league career. He kind of like fell off my radar, but then he pitched well this year. Made a spot start a few weeks ago when Nola got hurt. Pitched great. They sent him back down, like, all right, and they came back last night. He pitched well again. He's done something no one has done in like 125 years. First two starts, scoreless innings, and 0 walks in his first two starts. He looks legit.
Yeah, and, you know, you talk about how he was a high pick a few years ago. I think one thing I've learned just from covering the Eagles, but just being around athletes, like everyone has their own pace sometimes.
Yep.
Like, we think, we see so many people be good in their first 2 or 3 years. If it doesn't happen, you think it never will. And you look at him, and, I was listening to Jack do the final out last night. Like, he has come up and pitched better in the majors than he has in the minors in terms of, like, his control and, like, his, he hasn't walked anyone, as you said. So we use this term a lot, like an abundance of riches or, a good problem to have. Like, they truly have, like, 8 really good starting pitchers?
Well, look, Taijuan Walker, who I thought was pretty decent this year.
Yeah.
He's now full-time moved to the bullpen. So, like, they had so much already, they were able to move Taijuan. And Painter, probably isn't more than a month or so away. So, they have, like, 7 or 8 legitimate starting pitchers.
Well, and it's not just that. It's, like, guys you trust, too.
Yep.
And, like, Nola, we can get into a debate about how much you trust him, but he has, at the very least, been consistent. Like, what you're going to get from him. Obviously, Wheeler, Sanchez, Ranger's been amazing. I can't believe I'm forgetting his name right now.
Sanchez, Nola, Painter, Luzardo.
Luzardo.
Yep.
Just put the braids in. They have enough starting pitching where they could legitimately use one as a trade piece. But I'm not like rushing to trade Mick Abel.
I'm not either, unless it's for a piece that like is a long-term piece. Like, because before the season started, if Abel's name came up, I would have said, like if they need something at the deadline, just trade Mick Abel.
Right.
That's changed now. He looks legit. And you mentioned Aaron Nola. So we heard yesterday that Nola had a little bit of a setback. He has a soreness on his side, along with the ankle issue. I can't believe I'm saying this because I've always liked Nola, but he just hasn't been very good this year. They're better without Nola right now. This season, I think Nola's record, I know record isn't the only way to view a starting pitcher, but like I think his record was 1-7, and he kind of earned those 7 losses.
He wasn't good. Yeah.
So if you take that out, they're 36-17 when Aaron Nola doesn't pitch. I mean, they have been better without Aaron Nola, and we heard from Topper last night after the game about Mick Abel. It sounds like the Abel thing, he's not going back to the minors anytime soon.
But Mick, I know you had said, before the game that we'll kind of see how he does with Nola's situation, like that sort of thing. Is this an opportunity now where he can maybe stick around for another start, or is that?
Oh, he's going to be sticking around. Yeah.
Sounds like Topper's a fan. The way he answered
There's
that,
no question about it.
He's sticking around. Well, at some point they're going to have to make a big decision because, they're not going to have a 7-man rotation.
Well, the other decision they need to make, which ties to Abel and all these pitchers they have, is when the deadline comes, are they reinvesting in this team or are they thinking about the next iteration of this team? Because the players we're talking about, like Schwarber, Castellanos, Real Muto, Turner, maybe Turner not as much, but they could all be gone next year. Like the next iteration of this team is slowly starting to show its face with Painter.
Yep.
They have good Justin Crawford, Abel, Jack's BFF down in the minors. Aiden Miller. So the next iteration of the team is coming up. And I think with the starting rotation too, Nola, who knows, right? They just signed to a long-term deal, but when pitchers lose it, they lose it quickly. Zach Wheeler, obviously awesome now, a bit on the older side. You never know. They are starting to put together what could be a really good next version. Rangers a free agent, but Luzardo, Painter, Abel, Sanchez. You now are staring in the face of a legitimate next rotation that can be really good. And they got to decide if they want to trade some of those pieces to help this version of the team or if they're going to prioritize the next version.
Yeah, and look, Abel's the one people are going to call about now. I mean, I think most teams are going to realize they're not going to trade Painter, so that's probably not even. But if I'm a team and the Phillies call about anything, the first thing I'm asking now is I'll take Mick Abel. Mm-hmm. And after the way he's pitched, I'm not looking to move him. I like what I've seen so far. 215-592-9494. All right, your phone calls on all this, including the leadoff spot. We're all ready to move Bryce's Stott out. He has not hit well in that spot. It feels like we've just ignored it. Can't ignore it after last night. He had a chance to blow the game open, didn't do it. I want to move everyone up and Stott out. I'll go Turner, Harper, Schwarber, 1, 2, 3. I still want to protect Bryce. I'm giving the bump to Turner. But Elliot over here wants to put Kyle Schwarber back in the leadoff spot.
Call me crazy for wanting for wanting to do what works.
You're not
that we
crazy.
have seen work. Well, I don't know if you are a Schwarber guy anymore
I am
after
clearly,
this. So for you to say it's not crazy, I don't know if you feel that way.
I'm not. I am clearly a Schwarber guy. I just want to protect Bryce.
I want the best player, and I want the captain of the team to use Chris's point, but to do it correctly. I want that guy is Schwarber this year, and that's the guy that I want up in big at bats. But it's also the guy picture this Red October. Who do you want walking up to the plate in that spot? And Schwarber just carries more confidence and leadership, I think, than Trey Turner going up in that spot.
Well, regardless of who you agree with on this, it's not Stott. Stott doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, Stott just right now, it's meek. Every time he hits the ball, it's meek. There's no power, and he doesn't hit much.
Let me ask you this, though, because we know what we would do, or at least I know what I would do. Your idea, I'm sure you'll, Turner, Schwarber. But what do you think the Phillies will do? Do you think they will actually abandon the Stott leadoff plan?
I think they might soon. I do.
Yeah.
So I've heard Topper asked about this recently, and he was kind of going back and forth, the scale of what's more important, working a good at bat, right, and seeing a lot of pitches versus the production. And I think the scale is tipping towards there's not enough production. I don't think Bryson Stott needs to hit like Tatis or Ohtani to make this work. Because, if he gets on base a little bit in front of Trey and in front
you
of
have the guys there.
Right. Then I think it could work, and he sees a lot of pitches. But his numbers, they're bottom of the order numbers. I think the Phillies will make a move sooner than later.
And the other thing is, I do sense an urgency with this Phillies team I haven't sensed in past years.
Yep.
So I think in past years, now they might have not tried it, but I think they would have abandoned it quicker. I think this year you could see them do it quickly to try to win.
Well, 2 weeks into the season, they started this. So, I mean, he's given it about a month and a half. I don't think there's much time left. 215-592-9494. Let's grab Jeff, and then we got to tell you about the prize we're giving away today. Jeff, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Jeff.
What up, Jeff?
Absolutely do not put Schwarber back in the leadoff spot.
Why?
You're giving up RBI opportunities. And have they not been successful so far this year?
Well, last night there was an RBI opportunity with Stott up. And if you had Schwarber there, maybe we're talking about a win instead of a loss.
Yeah, but you can make that case for any situation during the game. I'm just saying in general, I would rather have Schwarber's given up probably 15 to 20 RBIs at least the last few years by batting in the leadoff spot.
Mm-hmm.
It probably has. He also probably scored
Yeah.
more runs because he got on in front of Harper and Turner. But you're right. I mean, in terms of what you're talking about, he probably did.
Who else is qualified to protect Harper behind him?
Well, but I guess
Nobody.
my question for you, Jeff, is what's more important to you? Getting the leadoff guy on and having production out of the leadoff spot, or protecting Harper? Both are important, but which do you prioritize?
Protecting Harper. Because
Okay, see, I would go with
got the
leadoff.
potential well, just getting on base is not exclusively the leadoff's job. I mean, your job is to go up there and work the count, which Stott actually does really well.
He does. Unfortunately, there's just no production right now. I mean, like Jeff,
So
I
just
like
move
his
him out.
at bats. Like, I'm a fan of Stott. He plays great defense, great play last night, but it just feels like he's a bottom of the order guy that we're just pretending is a leadoff hitter right now.
I mean, we always have these conversations when a game like that happens where they only score one run, but I just move Stott out of the leadoff spot and put Turner there.
So you're with me, just like move everybody up and Stott out.
With you.
Wow, this
Crazy
is
as it
rare.
sounds, I'm with you, Joe. I
Jeff's,
know.
this is not normal, Jeff. See,
Wow.
It's
Joe, I
about
didn't hear the
time
beginning
you
of the
start
show.
seeing things the right way. I like this, Jeff.
I didn't hear the beginning of the show when Kyle told me what we were talking about. I'm like, oh well, Joe's definitely going in with Schwarber leading off. And
That's
then
what me and Kyle thought too. Yep.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear the opposite. So yeah,
I'm a big Trey Turner guy. Everyone knows this. I want
Always
to
have been, always will
have
be.
been. Jeff, good phone call. All right, before we go any further with your phone calls, we're going to get to some Eagles stuff in the 11 o'clock hour. Ellie, we got a great prize today. We have a pair of tickets to see a show called A Championship Season. The Mann Center, Philadelphia Eagles, and NFL Films came together to celebrate another Eagles championship season. This is a special concert event hosted by, the voice of the Eagles, Merrill Reese. It's July 24th at the Mann Center in Philadelphia. Ticketmaster.com is how you can get tickets. We have a pair to give away, though, and we usually play a game called Hugh's Clues. Well, Hugh's not here today, so let's play a little game while you'll hear it. Elliot's Clues.
Have you seen my dog?
Elliot.
He's got a brand new clue. It begins with a tramp stamp. Everybody's looking.
Elliot.
Come on in.
Elliot.
It's clues. It's
Elliot.
Clues and you.
Great work on that song.
You can tell I got tired of saying his name by the end.
Very nicely
exactly.
produced, yeah.
Yeah. Nicely done, Kyle.
That's what I'm back here for.
All right, Ellie, you got all right, so we're going to play
Feel
a
a little
game.
nervous in this seat,
Well,
There's a lot of pressure.
Well, here's the thing.
Is it warm in that seat?
Well, I was
by the
going to
way?
say Hughes.
He actually
Hughes
hasn't sat
Clues.
down.
No, I'm a
He's a
stander.
stander.
I'm a stander.
We know Elliot has a propensity to do that too, though.
I know, with the seat. So,
Yeah.
just so you know, you have a very low bar to clear. Most days, everyone hates Hughes. They like the game, but they hate the clues.
Yeah, his clues can be pretty
Bad.
tough to
just,
decipher.
just say it. They're bad some days. That's
Yes.
what most people think. All right, so let us hear. What do you got? Clue number one.
So it's a famous song that I've never heard.
There's a million famous songs.
But it's
you're up Hughes Alley now.
It's a famous song, so think of music.
Okay.
Think of famous music. And I've never heard of it. Think of famous music.
All right, clue number one.
That sounds like you took notes from
I
Hugh.
know. This is a real Hugh Douglas clue. Yeah.
Me and Hugh texting last night.
I'm
yeah.
not surprised. Maybe at 5 o'clock in the morning we was at Bucky's. All right, clue number one, a famous song that Elliot has never heard. Let's go to Will in the Northeast. Hey, Will.
Gentlemen, how y'all doing today?
What up, Will?
Hey, Will. What's up, buddy?
All right. I think you're right, man. I think I've been saying it since the beginning of the season. Just like with the Eagles, right? They had to figure it out. They had to get the run game going, right? Because that's one of the reasons why we couldn't finish. We got the run activated, and we was able to win the Super Bowl. And the same thing with the Phillies. They got to get these backs activated, man.
Mm-hmm.
They got to, listen, they're going to have to hit their way to the World Series and win it. We can't depend on the pitchers, man. This has been our Achilles heel the whole, 5 seasons going on?
Mhm.
Like, we got to get over that hump now.
So, Will,
One
one thing, though, and I'm curious if you agree with me on this. I do think the Phillies bats this year, or the team in general, I should say, has shown a little more resiliency than they have in past years. Like, I think in past years, and especially in the playoffs, when things have gone poorly, this team has folded, like flat out. Got all the way to the World Series, they get no hit.
Right.
6 and 7 at
Right.
home, Arizona choke. I think this
Right.
team, this season has had a few inflection points where things could have fallen apart. And for them to be where they are record-wise, they are showing me a resilience and a mental toughness I've not seen from them before.
Yeah, I think the quality of their at-bats has been better this season. They grind more. I mean, the issue is Stott, just for example. He's a grinder. He's just not that good. I mean, that's just the reality of it.
Right, and I totally agree, man, because, I believe, they are focusing more on hitting instead of bombing. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They playing more small ball this year, and I'm loving it. They stealing more bases this year. I'm loving it. This is what they need to do in order to win the World Series. But this will be my my five lineup: Sherbert, Turner, Kepler, Bryce.
Kepler 3? No, Will.
I need that audio.
What are you doing? So Sherbert 1.
Sherbert 1.
Trey 2.
Sherbert 1. Trey 2. Kepler.
No, we can't do the Kepler thing. Why do you like Kepler so much? I don't get it.
Listen, you know why? Because he's going to get on base.
He's not.
Is he? Listen, between Bryce and Castellanos, either one of them can light it up and bring them home.
Yeah, but I don't. Why do you want to give more at bat? This is like your idea of batting Alec Boehm leadoff.
Will has the wackiest lineup ideas
he really does. I love it.
I respect it. Yeah.
It don't hurt to try, man. I'm trying to tell you. Listen,
It might.
It hurts my eyes.
It might hurt.
The more I watch Max Kepler hit.
I'm gonna say this, and then I'll go to the clue.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, y'all sleeping on Kepler, man. You got him in the wrong lineup. You got him at the wrong number. He's a 3-hitter, man. I'm trying to tell you. And then it's going to be Bryce and then Castellanos. Both of them guys are guaranteed hits, man. I'm trying to tell you. Just try it and see where it go with that.
Well, I can't. No, don't.
You want me to get started?
Max Kepler, guaranteed hit.
Yeah, Max Kepler has like 2 hits in the last 3 weeks. All right, Will, what do you got for us? What is your guess for Elliot's clues?
Oh man, listen, the only song that came to my mind, Whitney Houston, I Will Always Love You.
We're gonna hear some good songs
Heard
today.
that one.
Yeah, of course you have.
Yeah, I heard that one.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good song.
Whitney Houston fan?
I would say I'm a bigger Beyonce fan.
You seem tepid on Whitney Houston.
Well,
Whitney
it's before
Houston.
my time. She's obviously very talented, and I like some of her songs, but I'm never putting it on in the car.
Is Whitney? No, Diana Ross is the one that Hugh's not sure if she's an actress or a singer.
Well, she's a singer.
Well, I know. I think most.
Yeah, I think that's.
I think most of us know that.
Yeah.
Hugh Douglas does. And Mike in Wilkes-Barre. What's up, Mike?
Hey guys, touching back on the situation here is I think we have to go with Turner in the leadoff spot now after Kyle talked some sense into me. And then if Bryce Harper doesn't want to hit 2, you tell Bryce Harper he needs to hit 2.
Exactly.
I disagree with that.
Oh, jeez.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
Well, I understand you want Bryce to do what's best for the team, but the team is at its best when the best players are performing at their best.
But we just had Schwarber move around, no problem.
Yeah, and if he's willing to do that, fine. But if Bryce wants to hit in a certain spot, because let's say he gets to see more pitches before he goes up or whatever it is, I want to make Bryce the best version of Bryce.
Why are we okay
with
this?
And he seems to really care where he hits.
Why are we okay with this with baseball? You're not the only one that has this opinion. Why are we okay with this mentality with baseball players, but we would never say this about Eagles?
But I am okay with it with the Eagles.
But
hold on. When the Eagles run their offense, they run it off of what Jalen likes to do because the best version of the team is when Jalen's at his best. The running plays for Saquon are the ones Saquon likes. Let
me ask you this. So, hold on, Mike. I'm sorry to interrupt you. AJ Brown was frustrated. He wanted the ball more last year. If he was really frustrated and said, I need 6 targets or 7 targets a game, but they were winning running the football, would you be okay with that?
Yes.
No.
6 or 7 targets? What, are you never going to throw the ball?
But the point is you got to do what's best for the team, not just for you.
But what is best for the team is what is best for the best players. What makes the team its best is when the best players are at their
best. Hit when your name is called.
He wants to, but I'm saying if Bryce feels better in the 3 spot than the 2 spot, why am I hurting Bryce's game to try to make the team better?
This is Major League Buddy stuff, Mike. This is ridiculous.
How much could it really hurt him if we're asking him to hit in the 2 spot?
Well, who do you think knows more about what helps him? Bryce or me, you, and Mike?
Me, you, and Mike.
No, I don't think so. I think Bryce knows more.
But Bryce is getting paid a lot of money, and we're asking him to do something for the team.
I agree. That's why I want all the money I'm paying him to go to the best, to be the best version of Bryce. Why would I pay him all this money and then ask him to do something he doesn't want to do?
But this is the culture that leads to Trey Turner playing shortstop when he should be in the outfield. Everyone's got to think about themselves. We got to think about the team. That's what's more important.
which makes me think, who's running this team?
That's a good question.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes I think it's Topper. Sometimes I don't think it's Topper.
Exactly. I really don't have a clue right there. And anyway, I don't think bringing Crawford up either. I just don't think it's ready yet. I don't think it's the time. He still has that 60% ground ball rate.
I know. People look at that's a good point, Mike. People look at the numbers, and he has seemed to hit 300 at every level, which is certainly encouraging, but he hits the ball on the ground a lot, and I feel like up here in the major leagues with better defenders, those probably are outs instead of infield hits, or they bleed through.
Yeah, I agree. Just let him down there. Learn to hit gap to gap for now, and his time's coming. I think the window for this team goes beyond this year. I like where we're at. We have the starting pitching, which is what we could build around. There's going to be money coming off the books, and we got a good farm system.
It is interesting. Elliot brought that up because a lot of us operated this season like the window's about to close. But with Abel and Painter and Crawford and Jack Sky Miller, potentially there's more years to this than we thought.
Well, I do think the window is closing for sure because that next iteration is going to take a little bit of time.
It's almost like one closes, another one could open soon, though.
Yeah, it's very rare you see a team that has like the next version ready to go while the old one's still trying.
Yeah, it is. Mike, what do you got for us for Elliot's clues? What is the song that he never heard?
The song that he never heard. God, I don't even have a clue.
Well, here's a clue. It's famous.
It is a famous song, Mike. We appreciate it. This does happen. This is very much like Hugh's clues. A lot of times people are mad at the first clue, and they don't have a guess the first time.
He quite literally did have a clue, though.
No, I know.
Like we gave him one.
No, I know. There's a lot of famous songs.
You swiped out one football guy that loves Buc-ee's for another football guy that loves Buc-ee's.
I know. I didn't
know
know
maybe
this about
the me and Hugh very similar. People say that.
You know what? You look the same. Yeah,
very similar. Yeah.
I agree.
Same
with
height
that.
when I stand versus when he sits. So.
Well, we found an article the other day because Hugh was talking about when he came back to camp after his rookie year out of shape, and there was a whole story in the New York Daily News from like 1996 about how fat he was.
It's got to be tough.
It was, but there was also there was a part of the story that said he's listed generously at 6'2" when he's probably a shade under 6 feet.
Wow.
I mean, they basically called him Shrimp Douglas.
I don't think that's true about Hugh, though.
You think he's He's not 6'2". No.
I think he's way closer to 6'2" than 5'11".
Kyle, what do you think? 6'2"? I don't think Hugh's 6'2".
Hugh, zero chance.
I mean, how tall is like Ike and Richie? I'm trying to think.
6'3". I think Ike's.
Yeah, I think Hugh and Ike are similar size. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but
yeah, I think
even Hugh would admit he's not 6'2".
Yeah, I think he's way closer to probably 5'7". All right, 215-592-9494. All right, so the Phillies move Kyle Schwarber back to the leadoff spot. Elliot thinks so. I want Stott out, but I want Trey Turner as the leadoff hitter right now. Turner, Harper, Schwarber. That's how I'd go the lineup today. All right, also when we get back, CJGJ responded to Vic Fangio's comment on why he was traded. We're going to react to that next. Midday Show, Elliot and for Hugh on Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's seating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting part of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official part of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Phillies play here today. Phillies Blue Jays leading off starts at 2. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:07. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Back-to-back home runs for Turner and Harper.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NairaBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
WIP hosts prepare for their shows in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost. Only from Xfinity Mobile.
I was just at Wawa, and I think I experienced a panini paradox.
A panini paradox?
Yeah, you see, clearly the bacon mac and cheese with its crispy bacon and toasty bread is the most delicious panini on the menu.
Obviously.
But then, so is the Southwest Chipotle chicken panini with its melty cheese and crunchy bread.
Panini paradox!
Try a breakfast or lunch panini today and see for yourself. Only at Wawa.
The Starbucks Summer Berry Refresher is officially back. Bold notes of raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry shaken with ice and poured over raspberry-flavored pearls. Try it with lemonade or coconut milk. Available for a limited time. Your Summer Berry Refresher is ready at Starbucks.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Saquon Barkley isn't planning his retirement, but he's thought about it. On Green Light with Chris Long, Barkley admitted he could see himself waking up one day and just walking away. That's what his idol Barry Sanders did. But here's the difference. Sanders left a Lions team going nowhere. Barkley just joined a loaded Eagles roster built to win now and for years to come. The more Saquon plays, the more he wins, the more he inches into the same rare air as Barry. Why think about leaving when the legacy is still being written? I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, I guess we could rule this out as the song Ellie never heard before.
It'd be quite the spoiler if you did that, Just
I
play.
don't know if I do it anymore.
I've heard this one.
I used to love the baseball games, like when the starting pitcher gets run.
Yeah,
and they play this.
That is really good.
It is good. It's good.
I also love like when the manager will be on the mound and they'll do like the doo-doo.
Yeah. It is a fun touch. All right, welcome back, Midday Show. Elliot in for Q today. We got a lot to discuss. We'll get back to all your phone calls on Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, and the Bryson Stott leadoff thing. We're all in agreement. It's time for Stott to lead the leadoff spot. It's been really below standard for what a leadoff hitter needs to be. Yesterday, if you look at yesterday, of the 30 leadoff hitters in baseball, Bryson Stott's OPS is 28th. I mean, it's just not good enough. They need more of that spot. Big moment last night. He couldn't get a hit in the 5th inning, and it's part of why that game got away from the Phillies. They lost it with the Romano pitch in the 9th inning. All right, we'll get back to that. Who should it lead off? I would just move everyone up. Trey, and then Harper, and then Schwarber. And Elliot wants to go Schwarber in the leadoff spot. But, Elliot, we got a CJGJ Instagram post to react to because, well, a couple days ago, Vic Fangio spoke, and it's the first time he spoke in a while. It was an interesting press conference, and he was asked about... Always. I love hearing Vic talk. Yeah. He was asked about, the move that sent CJGJ out of here. Here is what Vic said a couple days ago when asked about the trade that sent CJGJ to the Texans.
What were your thoughts on trading CJ? That was a salary cap type thing and how he made that decision. I was fine with it.
All right, so that was Vic, and CJGJ obviously got wind of that, and he put up an Instagram post yesterday, and I always have to try to, decipher what he's talking about, but I think we could try to do it. So this is what it said. Quote, I was a test dummy for them, so now they could be like my, quote, scheme work, or did my skill set make it work? 100 emoji. I had zero issues. People had issues with me. So, yeah, let the salary cap be the, quote, excuse. Elliot, your reaction to CJ's post?
Well, I will say in CJ's defense, before we get more into it, I would also probably be hurt if the defensive coordinator so callously was like, I was fine with it.
It was cavalier.
Right?
Yeah, whatever.
I don't think that would go over well with a lot of players. But regardless, I mean, I think this is probably a look at why they got rid of CJ. And it's interesting that he said that, people had issues with me. Like, that was not really how this was portrayed when he was traded. He himself, once he was traded, remember, he got on, I think it was like a stream or whatever, and said, he's fine with it. You have to pay young players. He gets it. I think maybe reality's setting in for CJ that he's in Houston now. I think, the first day or two, it's probably easy to say to yourself, oh, this is exciting. Maybe Houston will pay me. From what it seems, Houston has not paid him yet. So, yeah, I mean, CJ, look, I wish him the best, but, I think even he would probably acknowledge he is worse off in Houston. He would rather be with the Eagles. So it has to be upsetting to then hear Vic Fangio go, yeah, I was fine with it.
I agree. And, Elliot, I look, it's not just because you put this up yesterday. I felt this when it happened. I feel it now. I understand he's a lot sometimes, and maybe he does wear out his welcome places, but he's a good player, and he helps teams win wherever he goes. I think the Eagles are going to regret this trade. They didn't get much back for him, and it felt like, to me, the entire offseason, they didn't do enough to replace him. Now, we'll see what Andrew Makuba becomes. He's a second-round pick, and maybe he becomes a really good player. I thought he was pretty good at Texas. But they had to use a pretty high pick to replace him. And then let's hear Vic Fangio the other day talking about the safety position. It just feels to me like the whole thing is in flux as we enter camp. They don't really have an answer right now what they're doing in that position.
What are you looking to find out about Cooper as you're trying him out at base, that corner in that plan right now? With Cooper DeJean? Yeah, we'd like to keep him at nickel. And then in our base package, we'll find a spot for him, either at corner or safety. What's the benefit of someone who can play inside at nickel and outside in base? Because you'd have to find, someone at corner at the nickel size with like 80% of snaps. Yeah, I think a lot of it will end up depending upon how the rest of the guys develop and where do we most need them. So it will be determined by what's best for him and what's best for the team. And it'll probably, what's best for the team will win out in that decision. But he's capable of playing corner and he's capable of playing safety.
What do you like about the idea of Cooper at safety, and what will go into determining whether he plays at safety or the outside?
Well, I think he would play very well at safety. I think it suits his skill set, things that he does well. I just think he would do very well in there.
All right, Elliot, the fact that he brought it up kind of unprompted, the safety thing, makes
completely unprompted.
Makes me believe that he's a little uncertain what he has at safety right now, because they have Reed Blankenship, who's the constant. And then the other spot is Sidney Brown, who he mentioned the other day might not be as far along as we think because he missed time physically last year. Tristan McCollum, who seemed like every time he got on the field last year, the defense gave him points.
Vic loves him, though.
I know.
Vic brings him up unprompted all the time.
And then Makuba. Well, if Tristan McCollum might be part of the answer, I think we created a problem for no reason. I think they're going to regret trading CJ.
So I don't think they will. I think CJ is a good player. I think he is a replaceable player. I don't think it's a coincidence that he's been on now, 4 teams in 4 years, iterations of the Eagles. And I think that ultimately, it was the correct decision for the team. I agree with you that they have an unanswered question at safety right now. And it is my biggest concern on the roster, probably from a personnel standpoint, not including coaching. But they have to replace him there, but ultimately they are better off. CJ was not going to be happy here, not getting paid after Saquon got paid. Obviously, he wants to be paid. 2, he's a free agent after this year. They were going to let him walk. They were likely not going to re-sign him. And they are better off getting something. You could say it's nothing, but they're better off getting something for him now when they obviously feel he's a replacement level player. I think CJ gets so much credit for 2022 Super Bowl, 2023 wasn't, 2024 they go there. The 2023 Eagles were always going to struggle. It is so hard to lose a Super Bowl and get back to the Super Bowl.
Sure.
I think only one team's done it in 40 years. CJ is the perfect player for fans because you can just project on him whatever you want, right? He's a good guy in the locker room. He brings some swagger. This team is in trouble if the key to everything is Chauncey.
Well,
and I
okay.
don't think that is the case.
But he made plays in 22.
He also gave up plays. But he also gave up plays.
But I think the net was positive. I mean,
but apparently the Eagles disagree.
But they were wrong 2 years ago. Or they were wrong in thinking they could replace him because the safety position stunk in
Agreed.
23.
The safety position
Who
was not good in 23.
Who was the guy they went and go got?
Kevin Byard.
And he tried to take over team meetings. That was a disaster.
Well, I think he saw a problem there with the coaching.
Maybe. But he wasn't any good when he got here. I just feel like they've done this already where they get rid of him. Maybe we should have kept him. They
but
literally
they're not
did
the only
that.
team that does that. Detroit got rid of him. New Orleans got rid of him. And I do think he is, again, a good player. But he is also a flawed player. He misses tackles. He gets out of place on assignments, right? I think Vic Fangio right now calls all the shots. Let's be real. And Vic wants somebody, I think, that will just do what the scheme says. And that's not always Chauncey's strength. And again, he is a bad tackler. He improved as the year went on last year, but tackling is not a strength of his. And I also think that, again, he is a free agent after this year. Trading a player away that you're not going to re-sign is smart business. And they're saving cash for all the other defensive guys that they have to get rid of.
But they could have paid him.
No.
They could have. They gave Saquon extra money for the hell of it.
No team has paid Chauncey. We inflate Chauncey in this city to more than what he is.
I think you're underrating him.
I don't think I am. The entire league agrees with me, and I'm not saying that means they're right, but there's a lot more people on my side of where Chauncey seems to fall in terms of safety rankings and pay than where you and some of the fans are.
I'm not looking to make him the highest paid safety in the league. I just wanted to keep him. I just wanted you don't think they could have kept him and gave him a little bit more money and he'd be on the team this year? I do. They chose, ESPN had a story this week talking about spending, offense, defense, spending.
Yeah.
The Eagles are so far on one direction of spending on offense. It's amazing.
But that's
all
because
their money's on the offensive side.
If you look at the last 5 years, I think they've made 19 picks in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah.
15 of them are on the defensive side of the ball, and one of those picks was traded for AJ. So, yes, you are going to have a discrepancy in spending when you are using what, in my opinion, is the most valuable asset they have. I think draft picks, especially in the first 3 rounds, are more valuable than cap space and cash, right? They're limited in quantity. The NFL controls them. Cash, you can spend how much as you want. When it comes to the biggest assets in the organization, they have used them on the defensive side of the ball. So they clearly are investing in defense. And part of the reason Chauncey is gone is because they want to pay guys next year. So Chauncey is not a good enough player, in my opinion, to feel like you need to spend cash here that's going to hurt you down the line when it comes to signing your better players.
I just think they're going to regret this. And what I mean by that, I'm not saying they're going to go 7-10 next year without Chauncey. I just mean this is a problem. They created a hole at safety. They didn't have to do it. Like, what's he going to do?
They did have to do
What's
it.
he going to hold out? He's a safety.
You want an upset Chauncey Gardner-Johnson in the locker room all year? Well, you can say that, but look at Hassan Reddick. Hassan Reddick in 2023, everyone's like, oh, what's he going to do? Hold out? Blah, blah. He had a disastrous year. They got rid of him the next year. He was unhappy all year about his contract, right? Like, that is not what you want in the locker room when you're already going to have so many other things holding you back next year, trying to come off the Super Bowl, pressure, all that.
All I know is they added money to a running back's contract. They didn't have to do.
Well, I disagree with that.
Well, they didn't, but they didn't have to. I mean,
I agree with you on that.
Yeah,
I think the Saquon thing was a mistake.
So they could have added money to CJ's contract and made him happier, right? Like, they just keep prioritizing the offense, and I get that's where their best players are. I think they're going to regret this thing. Kyle, where do you come down on CJ GJ as you knew he'd take the bait and respond when Vic said something?
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to regret it?
I mean, in terms of his play on the field, I think it seems pretty obvious that they're going to regret it. Yeah. Like, they don't have a clear-cut replacement for them. Vic doesn't seem too dead set on any particular guy. I mean, he's trying Cooper DeJean out there. I know Andrew Makuba, they just drafted him, but he's a rookie. And I know he's a little bit small, so, like, we'll see what happens with him. And then just the situation in general, it's like, what, Tristan McCollum, Reed Blankenship, like, that doesn't really inspire too much confidence for me. And I understand CJ Gardner-Johnson is a little bit of a head case, and maybe he goes off script a lot, but the reality of it is they dealt with it. I mean, they had him on the team for 2 whole years, went to the Super Bowl 1 year, and then won the Super Bowl the other year. Clearly, it's something that can work within the structure of the defense, and he makes a lot of plays back there. I mean, he might be hogging the ball, but I'd still rather a guy that gets 6 interceptions in a season than some guy who busts coverage all the time, makes no plays.
Well, let me ask you this.
You get a little bit of both with CJ.
Who would you rather have be upset next year, Chauncey or Saquon? Because you're saying they paid Saquon, and I wouldn't have done it.
Well,
but regardless, they felt like Saquon, and I'm sure they didn't just call Saquon up and was like, hey, you want an extra $30 million? Like, I'd imagine that was Saquon feeling he deserves a raise, and you can only do it so much when you're saving cash for next year.
Yeah, well, to answer your question, it would obviously rather be you'd rather have
Saquon
Saquon happy. But I sort of reject the premise. Like, I don't think Saquon's going in the next year pouting if he doesn't get a $20 million contract.
We can say that about players just because we like them. That's not the reality. If you feel you are underpaid at your job, I completely understand.
Sure, but I guess that's sort of just like my perception of what it is with Saquon. Like, I just was an unnecessary move to pay him more. Like, he's already getting top of the market money in terms of a running back. Like, the Ravens didn't pay Derrick Henry until after they gave Saquon the extension. They paid him less than Saquon.
Saquon only had 1 more year guaranteed on his contract, by the way. He had 2 years left, but in theory, all the guaranteed money, I believe, was gone after the second year.
Yeah, right.
So he was actually, in a weird way, in line for a contract. Now, they broke what they normally do to do it, which is why I disagree. But I can see why Saquon wanted paid.
Okay, but like they also have 20-something million in cap space. They're not up against
cap
it.
Cap space is different than cash,
I understand that. And you keep talking about next year. Don't they want to repeat? Like, I'll just make it very simple. They'd have a better chance to repeat if Chauncey was still here. They're worse without him.
So I don't think you can say that definitively yet, because we will see what the safety play they get is. I agree with the premise of your statement, which is obviously Chauncey is a more proven safety than anybody they have on the roster right now. You could argue Reed Blankenship's a better safety, but he's here regardless. We will see if it ends up hurting them. I agree that they took a risk in doing it, but when you're building a team and you have to take all these things into consideration, something has to give, and Chauncey is not a big enough deal to, like, alter your plan for.
I think, like, the other ones they lost made I wanted to keep them, but I understood it, right? Josh Sweat was a free agent. You're not going to outbid the Cardinals for him.
Milton Williams
and he got a huge contract.
They
got
traded
top of the market
him away. Like, the Eagles were proactive in dumping this guy when he was under contract. And you might be right. It might have turned into an ugly thing. They jumped the gun on this. They didn't have to.
They created a hole.
Well,
they created a hole. And
I
then
think they did have to, though.
But you used the analogy that the picks were the most important thing. They created a hole to then have to use one of their most important assets to fix.
Because they don't think Chauncey's that good.
Well, they're wrong.
I don't know if they
were wrong 2 years ago.
So if he's so good, why did they get, what was it, a fifth and a bust of an offensive lineman? And why, when he was a free agent multiple times, has he not gotten big deals?
All I know is when he's here, he plays well.
I think you're projecting that a little bit.
6 interceptions.
Yes, he is good at creating turnovers, and that is important. I agree with you. I agree with you on that. But obviously, they don't think he's that good. Like, they're telling you what they and the league is telling you what they think.
Well, but you know what? My eyes told me every time Tristan McCollum took the field, the ball went over his head.
Tough. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
the Commanders game, the Super Bowl.
He's not. I agree. I'm not a big Tristan McCollum
So you think
guy.
there's no world in which we could have Saquon and CJ Gardner-Johnson on this roster next year? Because that's sort of where this conversation goes.
No,
if you're telling me that this was a move they had to make.
The other part of it that you're leaving out is that they need, I believe, to save cash for next year because they are going to pay Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Nakobe Dean, maybe not. Like, you know what else we don't talk about a lot? Tyler Steen. I believe Tyler Steen is finishing his 3rd year. If he's a starting guard all next year, he will be due for a contract, right? There are a lot of guys that they need to pay, and they have to save cash for that.
I think I feel better about having a little bit of uncertainty at the guard position.
Yeah,
I wouldn't. Are you kidding?
No.
I would much
We don't even know
rather.
if Steen's the starter yet.
I think it's an easier
Agreed,
hole to
but I'm
fix.
saying if you have to, I think safety is a far less important position than guard.
Well, I don't necessarily agree. Not in this situation. Like the Eagles have an offensive line that I think makes it easy for a guard to succeed.
So,
and they have a coach that also makes it. He can.
I also
make a guy
wonder-
look
if your
a little bit
argument
better than he
is,
is.
if your argument is it's easier for the guard to succeed than the safety on this team, I would agree with you on that.
Yeah.
But I would rather have great guard play than great safety play.
I also wonder if through the whatever he types. I mean, you gotta have to like read through the lines.
Well, I like the use of the 100 emoji.
Me
It's
too.
very on
That's
brand for
very
me.
Elliott.
Yeah.
I also wonder if there's some truth to this. Maybe he's just a pain in the ass, and they use the cap as an excuse.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I mean,
I think that's pretty evident.
What do you think about the reverse, though? Like, what do you think is? Do you think it would be worse for the Eagles as a team to have really bad safety play or really bad guard play?
I think really bad guard play.
I don't know
Because
if I agree with that.
I think the heartbeat of this Eagles team is their offensive line.
But do you think Stoutland can make most?
Well, but he's saying.
But like the line as a unit, I think can make up for the deficiencies of a bad guard. Whereas I'm not sure, like, because
They got a ton of talent in the secondary.
Well, they
Quinion,
do, but
Cooper,
but
Reed.
there's also another pretty glaring hole. They let go Darius Slay and Isaiah Rodgers.
yes.
That's a question mark there too.
Agreed. I agree with that.
So like, if Cooper DeJean's not good enough on the outside, and then all of a, like you might have like 2-3 holes on this defense.
Let me put it this way, then we'll go back to the phones. 215-592-9494. We are one Reed Blankenship injury away from a disaster at safety.
Maybe.
Oh.
Well, look, I agree that you're
McCollum and Sidney Brown and Makuba. That's one of the worst safety pairings in the league.
Well, hold on. Makuba was a 2nd-round pick. Last year, they have 1st and 2nd round. They've hit on every pick in the first 3 rounds for like 4 years. Okay. So while I'm not the biggest fan of the Makuba pick, the idea that he could play well is not crazy because we have seen rookies come in time and time again and do it.
What's the other safety?
Well, that's the next question. I agree with you.
No, but I know, but my point is we're one Reed and Reed gets banged up sometimes.
He does.
We're one Reed injury away from running out like Makuba and McCollum to start
Well,
the
that's
season.
Cooper at safety and then Perry Nicholson.
Well, that's
Perry
right.
Nicholson,
Like, it just felt unnecessary.
But I think the problem you're describing, like I'm not even sure Chauncey fixes it the way you think he does. Like they clearly don't think Chauncey's that great of a player. So we can say this is great safety they're losing. I don't think they view it
good
that
safety.
way.
Yeah, well, he might not be a fix, but he's a patch.
He's that, yes, and a good one. All right, let's go back to the phone lines. You can react to this as well. The Eagles going to regret trading away Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I think they are. Elliott doesn't, and the Phillies leadoff spot. It's time to move Stott out. Who goes in, Schwarber or Turner? Ray in Delaware is up. Hey, Ray.
Hey, guys, great conversations on the Phillies. So, lead off, I'm going to say that, this is what I think you guys see this up, what the Phillies will do. I think they've given Stott a shot, and it's going to move on. And I would go Turner, then I would go Harper, then I go Schwarber. That's just my opinion. I think that would work. But if we're going to have that conversation with such passion, are we happy with the production out of Marsh and Kepler, and I'll throw Wilson in there, which I think they're hitting about 215, 220, each have about 5 or 6 home runs. And I'm not saying Cody Clemens we should have kept, but he's beating all of them. So if we're going to have a conversation of just about leadoff, what about you trade one of those guys, Justin Crawford, we start exposing him to the team, and now we have a better defense out there, too, because we always give Turner the crap for missing that ground balls all the time. But remember, Weston Wilson missed that ball that started the inning the other night.
Well, he did. Yeah, Ray, you're not wrong. We don't spend the same energy on it. But, yeah, I mean, those guys have stunk, right? The Kepler, Marsh, Weston Wilson, they're not getting anything. And, Ray, it's fair to bring up the Cody Clemens thing. Now, the Phillies didn't play him. It felt like a square peg round hole. He was just, like, here, not playing on the bench. I don't know if people realize what he's done since he got to Minnesota. So he has played 28 games for the Twins. He's hit 5 home runs. His OPS is over 900. Like
265.
I know. Like he could have played left field instead of Kepler. It is kind of weird because they kept him around for like 2 years to be a pinch hitter, part-time player, and then they dumped him. obviously can hit if he gets at bat. So that might go down as a mistake they made.
Well, and Ray, I think what hurts his team just quickly is Dombrowski has pretty consistently missed on the edges since he's been on the margins. Yeah, like there's not a lot of steals he's made in the lineup. Now the pitching staff is good, the starters, but the bullpen and the lineup he's missed on.
Well, he made a huge one with Nola. That's going to go down as the worst Phillies re-sign in the history because we are better without him there. Unfortunately, I mean, we all love Nola, old Nola, but those years are done. So he missed huge on that. So
yeah, that contract could age like milk. I mean, that could be
worst contract, him or Embiid.
I think Nola will still pitch.
Yeah, I think Embiid's worse.
Yeah, I mean, Nola 3 years from now will be a very, very highly paid fifth starter, but he'll probably take the ball a lot. So I don't even know if Embiid's ever going to play again.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, but if we're going to nurture the future of the Phillies, and you guys talk about, we're not going to do a wholesale, let's bring all these guys up, paying everybody one time. We need to work things into the equation. Like Victorino was worked into it. And, you know, when you're talking about leadoff, throwing a guy leadoff, if I'm right, I think Jimmy Rollins is maybe a different pedigree. But that dude came up, and I think he said, hey, you're the leadoff guy, go for it.
Yeah, so I think a difference there, though,
the team
they weren't competing for a World Series there.
Well, yes, and I'm not saying I would do that either because I'm going to stick with the preface, what would the Phillies do? No, then I could have put Justin Crawford in the leadoff spot. No. But I'm saying if you're happy with that production in left field, and you're happy with, well, personally, I like Rojas out there because, you know, he covers everything. So if you're happy with that, why would you not be happy with Justin Crawford out there? Because I bet you he would hit better than 220.
I think he would too, right? I don't know if there's going to be much power. He only has one home run in the minors this year, but he probably would. I mean, he's hitting 340 in AAA this year. Go ahead.
Right. And so I'd be happy with it. Anyway.
I don't think it's far-fetched to think that if they don't upgrade the center field spot by July, like they just call him up and send Marsh out of here.
Field or left field, but and because why do I say somebody's going to go out of here? It's because you definitely need another arm. Because like you said last night, that was the awful. We lose the game in the ninth because the Phillies aren't hitting and their defense is bad, and then the reliever gives up.
Yeah, Elliot said earlier it was like all the ways they could lose in the playoffs. We saw
it was like
last
watching
night.
a nightmare of a game.
It was the lineup, it was the defense, it was the bullpen. Ray, what do you got for us? What's your guess for Elliot's clues?
Yeah, that's a great one. I don't know. This is way out there. I'm gonna say Michael Jackson, Black or White.
I've heard that.
He knows that one. All right, Ray,
I will say I'm surprised how many people are picking songs I actually know. I thought a potential problem would be.
Yeah.
I don't, but yeah.
No, it's actually good. But we'll get a second clue for Elliot's clues coming up.
They have no respect for your music knowledge.
No, they don't.
They're picking very popular songs.
Yeah, it's actually going to be fun to see where this goes today. All right, 215-592-9494 for your phone calls on all this. The leadoff spot. I think it's time to move Stott out. Who goes in? Elliot wants it to be Schwarber. I'm putting Trey in the leadoff spot. Trey, Harper, Schwarber is how I would start the lineup today. Your phone calls on that. And are the Eagles going to regret the CJ-GJ trade? I think they are. It feels light at the position. I wanted to keep him. Elliot was good with it. Where do you come down? We also got to get to a big 180 that happened on this station. And I think it's about time we take sides on this. The camera versus Fritz. We'll hit it next. Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep
Who's my man? Me!
takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. Yeah, I beat him in tennis.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? Joe Cameron needs to stick to doing radio.
Only the strongest will survive.
I feel like a dork.
I might be an idiot.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call GUIDA today to schedule a free, no obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
First, a sunrise tea time. Then, lunch with the guys. And waiting on the counter when he gets home, a bottle of good whiskey just for him. Gift Dad the perfect cap on a perfect day with 1.75 liters of Dewar's White Label Scotch for $2 off. Or if he's a rye guy, 750 milliliters of Dad's Hat Rye Whiskey is now $3 off. Now that's a hole-in-one. Shop more whiskeys on sale for Dad at FWGS.com. Offers end July 6, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly. Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Hey, Jordan Romano here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe that they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA and official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Partly sunny and very warm through the rest of today. High 88.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah.
Wow.
Elliot
Douglas.
Kung Fu Hugh.
Kung Fu Hugh, yeah.
That's a good one, yeah.
Yeah, we have a lot of Hughes, as you know, around here. All right, we'll get to the Hughes stuff, but speaking of Kung Fu fighting, and back to your phone calls, and we got to get a second clue for Elliot's clues, but we got to start here. So yesterday, I was very happy to hear something that happened on WIP because it was a whole day of really, it was sad. I mean, Jack, said he had an arm injury and he wouldn't do the pitching thing, basically giving DeCamara a free win in their competition. Well, I think everyone reacting to it got to Jack. This happened yesterday on the afternoon show as Jack Fritz responded to the criticism, and it sounded like he changed his mind.
Yeah, so, all right. This has been actually like the most annoying 24 hours of my life. I've been lashing out at Spike. I've been lashing out in the meetings. Frankly, I've been down. My name has been dragged through the mud. I am a father of two, a leader of a household, a backbone of, I think, this radio station and the single most trustworthy Phillies voice in the city. And because of all that, I will rip my bicep off the bone if it means I'm going to ruin that little twerp. I'm throwing. I don't care.
That's my guy!
I don't care anymore. And guess what? First pitch, up and in. I'm gonna stuff this little runt in a locker like he should have been done his entire life. I am so sick and freaking tired of this absolute dork, non-athlete. He can't even walk without hurting himself. He has a weak golf swing. I've seen it. It's actually, he looks sickly when he swings a golf club. It's disgusting. He's basically a see-through human being. His haircut's horrible.
Yes.
Bad haircut. Ike has better hair than Joe DeCamara, which is saying a lot.
That's okay. You're on the road.
All I have is Richie in my corner, which actually makes me want to fight the camera more. I'll rip it off the bone. I don't care.
I thought that was awesome yesterday.
I'll rip it off the bone.
Yep, and I thought it was important that he did that because Jack was going down meekly, and we were all reacting to it. DeCamara was basically taking a victory lap before the competition even started. Jack needed to do that. Plus, I said to Jack yesterday, you could just lob it over the plate, and DeCamara's going to swing and miss.
It was very disappointing for Jack to drop out.
Yes.
I was texting him saying this can't possibly be true, especially when if he dropped out of golf or something, whatever. But he's or used to be a baseball player.
Yes.
So for him to drop out was very disappointing. I think there's a lot of takeaways from this. We do a post-game show.
Yeah.
I think Joe's in Jack's head.
Well, I think
there's no question.
That's obvious.
Joe is in
we've
Jack's
reached
head.
that point.
That doesn't happen yesterday if Joe is not in Jack's head.
That's a win for Joe to get Jack back on the mound.
But he almost had the win by default. If Jack had bowed out of baseball.
Well, no, they were going to do something with baseball. He just wasn't going to pitch.
Okay.
So now, as someone that's gone against Jack as a pitcher,
you can speak.
It's not that tough. So I hit the ball out of the outfield on him. So
what do you mean out of the infield?
Yeah, out of the infield. Yeah,
not out of the outfield. Be a home run.
Locked into a home run.
Yeah.
Give me a few more swings. Who knows? But no, I think this is a win for Joe.
That you could say. I'm glad Jack did that because Jack was really trending towards a bad spot.
And I'm proud of him.
I'm proud too.
Yeah, proud of him.
I mean, he stood up and acted like he had some guts to him yesterday, which I think a lot of people were questioning, and that's probably part of why he said it was
leader of a household, as he said.
Yeah. I'm not, most trusted Phillies person. Well, I don't know about all that, but I'm proud of Jack for standing up yesterday. I'm glad he's going to throw to him. I think Joe has no shot to hit the ball off of Jack.
I disagree.
Oh no.
To hit it?
To hit it. Well, to get a hit. What is the...
I don't know how they're doing it, but...
I would think I think I heard it described, right? Joe has to get on base 4 out of 10, 3 out of 10, or 4 out of 10 times.
At least no shot he does that.
Yeah, whatever. I think Jack should win this going away. And I just know this. After all this is played out and we're waiting for this thing to actually start, I'm rooting without question for Jack.
I'm rooting for Jack, too.
I mean, I think it's... how do you root for DeCamara in this?
Well, it's tough for you to root against Jack. It is your former, former showmate.
Well, Would it be good for the station if DeCamera wins?
A year of DeCamera kind of peacocking around.
Absolutely would
Yeah,
be
but
good.
DeCamera would peacock around all over the place.
The better content might be Jack just being unable to accept that he lost.
There's no question Jack losing is better for the station.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
All right, but who are you rooting for?
I'm rooting for DeCamera.
You can't root for DeCamera.
I have to root for DeCamera.
No, you rooting for DeCamera.
No,
I know
look,
Elliot always roots for the Hammer.
Well, the Hammer I got to root and
No,
to
you
beat
do
the Hammer.
not have to root for the Hammer.
Why? It's impressive.
All he faces is tomato cans.
Well, I wouldn't call our callers that, but that's your
hold on.
prerogative.
There is a
Not the callers. There's the people who call the contest line to try and win a prize.
The callers are wonderful. The contestants are tomato cans.
So
and they know it.
If he only won like 6 or 7 out of 10, then whatever. But I think it's harder than you think.
You know what
he does.
You know what the mistake Joe makes is he still awards the prize even when he beats somebody.
Yeah.
If they're gracious, people think that they can just get in.
Well, you can hear it with the
get
answers
an
we
offer,
got. Yep.
and they still might win the prize. A little better competition, I think, on Beat the Hammer.
Yeah, I wish we did have that.
I'm a guy that roots for the underdog.
Yeah.
From here.
The camera's the underdog.
Rocky, the camera, of course, is the underdog.
Yeah, but the underdog is poking the favorite. I mean, that's kind of different than normal.
But that's what's making it fun.
It is fun.
It's fun.
One thing I hadn't considered with this is the mental aspect of it.
Well, that's where
physically, I think Jack is a far superior athlete to Joe.
The first thing that came to my mind was the mental.
Yeah, I think if Joe wins, Jack folds. That's how it happens. Joe's not going to outperform him in basketball and golf. Or baseball.
I think what was also interesting about this is they are golf and baseball are pretty mental sports. Like basketball, running, not so much, right? That's just physical talent there, I think. But golf and baseball do require, I think, some mental toughness,
especially the golf.
And I think Joe, because Jack's way better at golf than Joe is. I think
from what we hear,
it's like a 25 stroke difference or whatever.
That's enormous.
Yeah,
a lot of strokes.
Yeah, it's a lot of strokes. So, but. No, if Joe wins the first one, things could get very interesting.
Yeah. So I agree with that. I believe Jack's going to win. I'm rooting for Jack to win. Do I have a twinge of worry about the mental stuff? Yeah, I do. I mean,
more than a twinge.
Yeah, a twinge. I mean, it's in the back of my head.
While that was awesome what Jack did, I can see right through it.
It's kind of a win for Joe.
It was a huge win for Joe.
Get Jack back so quickly, to dictate what Jack does based off what Joe is saying.
Yeah, Jack didn't have enough conviction to stick by what he said for 24 hours.
Well, the reaction got to him.
Yeah,
he said it.
That's right.
Also, how sore could his arm be from throwing a football?
I mean, yeah. Come on.
Well, that's what I said. Before they went on the air yesterday, I said, "What are you headed to Tommy John?" I don't think he appreciated that. But I don't know what's going on with his arm.
Jack's 31. His arm shouldn't be tearing off the bone throwing a football.
I agree. So maybe he's not in as good of shape as we think.
That's what I'm.
But Joe, come on, it's DeCamera.
Now, but here's a question.
DeCamera tore his groin for years running to first base in fantasy camp.
But ignorance is bliss. DeCamera thinks he can do this.
Yeah, there is also a shot. While you guys say Jack might fold, he might. Joe might fold over, roll over and just keel over.
There's a good chance both of them do.
That they don't get through it.
The other part to this is I do think that there was a little bit of a tortoise in the hare situation, right? Where I think Jack knew he was going to win and there was no. I wonder a little bit if now Joe has made Jack pay more attention to this.
Oh, he's awoke a sleeping
giant
giant
I think
a little bit?
Prior to this, Jack would have just kind of coasted in and won, and then maybe at that point it's too late if Joe gets him.
Yeah.
I think Jack is fully locked into beating Joe.
So the underdog's poking a little too much.
Exactly, yeah.
But this could be like a Drago situation where Drago's throwing a bunch of body blows and he's like, this man is made of iron.
Yeah.
Nothing's phasing this guy.
Don't forget, though, in Rocky IV, Apollo died.
Killed Apollo.
I just want to make sure we all get through
Joe's
this.
either Apollo or Rocky.
So if Jack starts to pitch, and his arm is hurt and he stops, what's the verdict there?
Joe wins.
Joe wins? Okay.
I would think if he can't get through the competition.
I would think so too, right?
Jack's arm tears off the bone. DeCamera wins.
Can you imagine Jack walking around in a sling in the office?
Well, especially
is there a waiver? Does audience have to pay for surgery?
I'm sure after all this, he'd say he'd tear the bicep off. I'm sure there is a waiver.
We've seen what happened to Angelo.
Tore both hamstrings.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
What was this again? He raced or something? Yeah.
Yeah. How do you tear both hamstrings?
And it was right away, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or not, I mean, Jack's the one talking about how decrepit DeCamera is and that he can't walk. If Jack's the one that falls apart, It's a colossal L for Jack.
It is. But I liked what I heard yesterday. All right, we need to know who you're on the record, who you're officially rooting for, DeCamera or Fritz. I'm rooting Fritz. Elliot, you're rooting
Fritz.
And we know Kyle's rooting for Joe DeCamera. All right, let's go back to the phone lines. But first, Elliot, why don't you give everyone a second clue? So we have a great prize to give away today. We have a pair of tickets to a championship season, a musical put together by the Man, NFL Films, and the Eagles, July 24th at the Man in Philadelphia, hosted by Merrill Reese. Giving those away today. We're playing Elliot's Clues. How about clue number 2?
All right, so remember, clue number 1 was a song that's famous. All right, that was number 1.
Okay.
Number 2. It came out before I was born.
All right, song you don't and never heard. It is famous, and it came out before you were born.
Yeah, and that should shrink it because most good music came out more recent years.
Oh, you're an ageist when it comes to music.
Yeah. So
okay,
song came out before I was born.
So, have you actively avoided this song, or you never sought it out? Because it is famous. The song.
It's
that
a
we're
very
looking for.
famous song. Yeah, I just never heard it.
It's wild that this is a fact. We'll get.
I don't even have interest to hear it.
See, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, I think by the end of the show, we're going to play it later on.
Yeah. I'm excited. I guess I'm excited to hear what it sounds like.
Well, I think the audience needs to hear it.
I can guess.
I'm just curious if when you hear it, you recognize it. That's what I'm.
I honestly don't think I will.
Okay. How do you know you haven't?
Because I just don't think I have.
Maybe you have and don't even know. Bruce in DC's up. What's up, Bruce?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. How's everybody doing? And of course, I'm the first. I'm the first selectee after the second clue has been released. So.
You are, Bruce. Bruce, are you eating lunch?
Yeah, you caught me.
What do you got? What do you have today, Sam? What do you have? A sandwich?
Well actually,
Bruce's
kind of
Clues?
like late breakfast. It's just some plain old raisin bran.
Just a little.
Oh, that's gross.
Well, honey, you got the milk in there, or you eating it dry?
I'm sorry to hear that.
Let me ask you guys this: is the first meal you eat of the day always breakfast
or brunch?
I think it's always breakfast. Like if I have a hoagie at 12, I think that's breakfast.
That's not breakfast.
And your first meal of the day is breakfast.
No, you could say it's brunch or lunch,
Nah,
but it's not. It's a
breakfast.
hoagie's not breakfast.
It's your first meal you ate.
What if you work overnights? What if you wake
and
up?
that's dinner. No.
Like what if it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon? You slept all morning. It's not breakfast anymore.
4 o'clock gets a little interesting.
Okay, so the time is more important than the food for you.
Yeah, the food is irrelevant. It's more about it's your first meal.
Yeah. All right. So Bruce is having. So did we establish you have some sort of milk or like?
Well,
in
he's
there?
having cereal, which is a breakfast food.
Yeah. I gotta have, and so I got this thing about milk and cereal. So I have to put a glass of milk in the freezer and let it ice over just a little bit, so it's ice cold, and then I throw it in the cereal.
So what? Are you a whole milk, half skim, plant-based milk? What do you go with, Bruce?
No, I'm definitely not plant-based.
Like almond, like nice almond milk.
You like almond or oat better?
I do oat.
I mixed it too.
Yeah. Ew.
Yeah, oat
No,
milk.
I do it for smoothies because the oat milk is too thick for the smoothie.
Okay, fair
Yeah, you don't want that. Go ahead, Bruce.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah. So I guess we were talking about the Phillies. I know you kind of
Lead off hitter. Yeah, we want Stott out, and I'm moving Trey up to 1. Harper 2, Schwarber 3. Elliot over here wants to put Schwarber in leadoff.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I think Trey has clearly demonstrated that he can take over the leadoff spot, and then drop Stott down to 4 or 5. I'm not sure how that, and hopefully that'll fix some of their problems because
we might have to move Stott down to 7 or 8.
It'd be funny if Stott ended up protecting Bryce.
Just jumble them all up.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it just sucks. I mean, the most frustrating thing. I mean, now again, I hate the way they lost that game last night. I mean, but see, the real problem with the Phils. Well, let me say just on the positive side. They cut down on their strikeouts, and
for sure,
and they're becoming more disciplined at the plate.
Yep.
But the Phils are at the bottom of the league in runners in scoring positions. They absolutely suck in situational batting, and they have given away a number of games where they've had opportunities to generate runs, and they're simply not doing it. I don't know why. If it's a psychological thing, we've seen it. It's just happened too many times this year, and that's the part that they really need to fix aside from the defense and maybe some bullpen issues But they really need to fix that part if we're going to do anything.
Well,
in the playoffs.
especially, without a good bullpen, because every little run matters, right? Like if we could take a 1-run lead and make it a 3-run lead, that gives us a way better chance to win because the bullpen, we know Bruce is not very good. All right, Bruce, what do you got for us? What's your guess for Elliot's clues?
Okay, so I'm glad he said it was before I was born because I was going to go old school anyway. And the first song that popped in my mind was "Play That Funky Music, White Boy" by KC and the Sunshine Band.
No, I know Elliot knows that.
I've
one.
heard that.
Yeah, Elliot knows that one. Bruce, we appreciate it.
I would say "Pretty Fly for a White Guy."
Better than that?
Yeah.
By the Offspring? I mean, they're very different songs.
And that was also after you were born.
Correct.
Yes.
It's not a winning answer. I'm saying I like the song.
Yeah, they are different songs, though.
They are, correct. Yeah.
One's more of like a wedding song, and one...
They're both about white people.
Both have white people in the title. That's really what...
By the way, did you hear the other day Hughes slip when he was trying to remember the name of the Reed Blankenship Cooper DeJean pod?
No, I didn't.
So it's their new podcast is called Exciting Mics, right?
Yeah.
He called it Casual Whites,
which is a laundry setting.
I like the to think of them brainstorming of what to call the pod. It's like, let's casual.
Yeah, we're just casual whites. No big deal.
Here's a question for you.
Okay.
So I think something interesting has happened with this Phillies team that I don't know how often we see this happen with people in Philly. I think in 2022 and for most of 2023, they were viewed as an extremely clutch team.
Yes.
Like people trusted them in big spots. And the reason I say this because it stuck out to me that, the last caller pointed out, they're bad in situational hitting. And it's just, you don't often see someone that's like labeled clutch change. I feel like it's harder to get to being labeled clutch. And then once you get it, you're good. I'm a little surprised how many people have bailed on the Phillies as like a team they trust when for almost 2 years, they were easily the most clutch team in the city. At least that's how they were perceived.
Yeah, well, it is an interesting flip. I think the more we watch them fail in October, we like forget that the good ones. We forget the good moments of 2022, early 2023, because now what sticks with us more is the collapse against the Diamondbacks and then last year against the Mets. It feels like the further we get removed from that World Series, the further people believe that's who they are.
Well, and look, they might not go back to a World Series. Like that's probably the most likely to happen. They won't go back. But I'm a firm believer of like, if I've seen you do it before, I'm not going to rule you out doing it. And I think too many fans are just ruling out that they could go on a run and the bats get hot. Like we've literally seen them do it.
How much of the DNA has changed though? Like I think we forget how big of a part Hoskins was like in that series against the Padres, the NLCS. He's the biggest reason that Harper was set up to get that moment because he had 2 home runs in Game 4. Like they've missed him in October.
They've missed him, but I think that when this run was happening, where we all believed in him, Bryce was the one that got all the credit.
Yeah, it was.
Right? So I think it would be hypocritical when they're winning to be like, oh, this is Bryce. And now when they're losing, say, well, they miss Hoskins.
You know what I think it is? I think it's simple as this, because Bryce is still here, Schwarber's still here. I think deep down, people don't trust that Trey's going to get a big hit in a big moment. I don't.
I think that's probably it, because I think Castellanos has had enough where you can talk yourself into it.
I could see Castellanos doing it. I could see him striking out, but like he gets in zones where he gets red hot and he could do it. I think it comes down to like, do people really believe game on the line, Trey Turner, October against the Dodgers is hitting a big hit?
Yeah, I don't.
I don't either.
But I do actually, in a weird way, trust the other guys.
Like the Castellanos?
Yeah.
Castellanos hit well last October. He was like one of the only ones that hit in that series. Let's go to Drew in Westchester. What's up, Drew?
Hey, what's up, folks?
Hey, what up, Joe?
What's up, Elliot? Joe, I was about to agree with you with the main topic, but the former Beat the Hammer Winners Club would like to lodge a formal complaint with being called tomato cans.
Well, not. Let me say.
Drew's far from a tomato
referring
can.
to the losers that he beats up on. That's clearly not you.
Like Drew, when every boxer that Mike Tyson took down in his prime was not a tomato can, but there were some tomato cans. I'm not saying you were a tomato can.
I got you.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, you get in. I'm not great with boxing references, but you get in advance.
Yeah, like I'm not going to name names, but I'm sure you've heard a few tomato cans hop on the last few months.
I have.
Well, Drew, haven't you beaten him multiple times? Am I wrong about that?
I beat him once, and the first time we played, there was a lot of controversy where it ended with the timer, where it ended up basically being.
That doesn't sound like the camera at all.
So it sounds like you beat him twice, because I'm guessing it wasn't you putting up the fuss about the timer.
So I would just prepare Jack that he needs to be a strong negotiator, because if there's any type of
that's a good point.
thing in question, Joe's going to really push against.
Well, that's another point for the camera. I'm not sure how much Jack's going to fight for it.
Agreed. And Joe will stick to every little thing.
Every detail.
Absolutely. So I'll answer the main Phillies topic, and then I wanted to run a trade target by you, Joe, and get your thoughts there. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm putting Trey at leadoff for now, and that's not a guarantee of what I'm going to do in October. But my thing is, I just feel like Bryce has had such kind of like a weird, like topsy-turvy start to the season where I just want him to see, as many good pitches as possible for the time being. And I think the way to do that is Schwarber still protecting him. I just worry he's going to get frustrated if, Bohm or Castellanos is hitting behind him and he's just not seeing anything. So I'm with you with Trey in the leadoff spot for
agreed.
now.
Yeah, I think it's two parts for me. Trey, I think, has done well enough that he could handle it, right? He's pretty much got on base 1 or 2 the whole season, which is good. It's been the most consistent he's been. The other part is real, because Drew, if I'm an opponent right now and Bryce is up and it's not Schwarber behind him, I'm not pitching to Bryce. Like, I just go ahead, Alec Bohm, you beat me. Castellanos, you beat me. I don't fear, especially if it's Bohm. I just don't fear those guys, and I think it'd be like October the last couple of years, Drew.
Exactly. We've seen it play out, and look, I think what I'm about to say could make our lives a lot easier. I heard you bring this name up a couple of weeks ago, Joe, but I forget where you landed. Where you at on the Rafael Devers stuff? And let me just make my case real quick. I've been following this guy's career since he came up. I've had him on a fantasy team for, 8-9 years. I'm super in. And I think the idea that, this guy's like a malcontent has kind of gotten overplayed. He's a pretty happy-go-lucky guy. There's actually a corner of Red Sox Twitter that has a nickname for him, Raffy Big Scoops, because his favorite food is ice cream. So, I think
Doug Peterson vibes. Yes,
exactly. Dombrowski, was the GM when he first came up. I feel like that's your big swing at the trade deadline if you want to really go for it. I'm just curious where you're at there.
Drew, I'm in, and I'm going to give you a comp. And look, he's not quite as great as this guy was, but some of the themes around him, like, hey, he's kind of like a weird clubhouse guy, and he's aloof, and he's a bad defender. Drew, Manny Ramirez was all those things, but some guys just hit so well. And again, I know he's not quite as great as Manny, but some guys hit so well, you put up with everything else, and that's this guy. Like, I almost think he's underrated in the hitter he's been since he got to the major. He already has 212 home runs and like an 860 OPS. If you put him in the lineup, if they had a top 4 of some combination of Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Devers, I think that's as good as anyone in baseball's top 4.
And look, I get that you want to be careful of who you bring in the clubhouse and culture and all that. But if this Phillies clubhouse, after this long together, can be truly changed or impacted by a player at the trade deadline, then they got bigger problems.
Yeah.
They should have a strong enough culture, whatever that culture is. It should be strong enough at this point to acquire somebody that maybe is, like a happy-go-lucky guy.
Sure, I'm with you. He's gotten MVP votes in 5 different seasons. He is a big hitter.
And for what it's worth, Kyle Schwarber knows him, too. They were teammates in 2021
How old
for
is
a
he?
little bit. So
He
you could
is.
ask him
This is
about
his
him.
age 28 season.
So you're trading something of substance.
Oh, yeah. It'd be
what
real.
would you be willing to give up?
I mean, Drew, they'd be in their rights to ask for an Aiden Miller, or I don't want to trade Painter, but they'd be in their rights to ask for something huge for him. I mean, he's a big player.
Yeah, I do wonder if something creative, like, say, Bohm, Crawford, Abel, and maybe even you put in, Kirkering could get it done.
What about,
it's
Christopher
take a lot.
Sanchez could be someone that they're interested in. We have a lot of pitching.
Then
and
you got to
he's back
re-sign
work,
Ranger.
too.
Yeah. You get to get creative. But I think the idea is definitely worth, thinking about here. Drew, what's your guess for Elliot's Clues? What's the song?
Yeah, I'm going with Carry On Wayward Son by Kansas.
I don't even know what song that is.
Oh,
so.
it's this one.
I'm
feel
surprised
like
Drew didn't get this.
I when I heard it was Drew Westchester, I was like, he might.
He
Drew, good
might
guess,
have heard
not
it on the pod. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good guess, but that's not it. I feel like you've heard some of these songs. Like, you've probably heard that song he just mentioned.
Is that like Carry On?
Yes, yeah, you know it. Yeah,
Okay, I know that one.
All right, 215-592-9494. Where do you come down on all this? Schwarber to lead off, Trey Turner. Is it time to move Stott out? I believe it is. Elliott wants Schwarber back in leadoff spot. CJ, are the Eagles going to regret trading him? I believe they are. Elliott's Clues. We got another clue coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. And who are you rooting for? DeCam or Fritz? Plus, no Hugh today. Elliott is in. Speaking of him, I'm worried about him after something we saw this morning. We're going to check in with something we saw from Hugh Douglas overnight. That's next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar A resort could provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, dining, bars, pools, spa, gaming clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the boardwalk takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables, if it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next, if it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night, if it takes room service and bottle service, it takes nothing short of a village to make your stay, so they built one. And they call it Borgata.
Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Great news! Get over $500 in value by making the move to Fios. Switch to Fios today to receive a $200 Verizon gift card. Combine Fios with Verizon Mobile and save an additional $300 per year. Plus, both plans come with a price lock guarantee. So head to your local Verizon store for details on this limited time offer. Gift card offer ends 7/8/25. Must maintain Fios service in good standing for 65 days and register gift card per offer terms. One offer per account. Price guarantee for new customers on My Plan and select My Home plans and excludes taxes and other charges. See store for details.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, no interest and no payments till 2026. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Two outcomes, both unforgettable. Either Shai Gilgeous-Alexander wins his first ring and the Kobe comparisons hit a new gear, or the Pacers pull off one of the greatest upsets the league has ever seen. A rising superstar cements his place, or a team no one saw coming etches its name in history. However it ends, this is an NBA Finals that's built to last.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. When the summer heats up, so does Schwarber.
It's the second three-run home run of the day for Kyle Schwarber.
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
He told us yesterday, he said, I'm leaving in the middle of the night. I'm driving straight through. So I woke up this morning, and we did get a check-in from you. So he was going to go to Buc-ee's, which you've been to. You're a Buc-ee's guy.
Huge Buc-ee's guy.
Is it as great as he makes it out to be?
So here's, honestly, my wife had been there a few times. She went to college in South Carolina, and she was like, you got to go, you got to go. And I'm like, it's a gas station.
That's what I tell Hugh all the time. It's a gas station.
Dude, let me tell you, it is like an amusement park. Like, you go in there, I legitimately could have spent, I don't know about 2 hours, but 45 minutes, an hour in there.
Well, he was saying yesterday.
Wawa's better, though. But
how could you be telling me it's this great if Wawa is better?
Because I think the Wawa hoagies are like borderline the best in the city.
Okay.
So
Really?
I think,
Excuse me?
Yeah, I just
That's a ridiculous take.
No. Because here's why. I just think the emotion of a Wawa hoagie adds to it. Like,
Oh,
think
it's
how
like-
many times you've had it on like the beach
I
and
get
like
it.
down the shore.
The
Like-
idea of it.
Yes, yeah.
It's like
exactly.
Bryce Desadas as a leadoff hitter. The idea is great, but the
Yeah, then you
execution.
open it, yeah.
It's like this isn't.
But no, I mean Buc-ee's is Hugh's not underselling it.
Speaking of the Wawa hoagie, I used to work in Wawa when I was like in high school.
I can just picture you back there dropping takes.
Well,
like
but that was when this was so long ago.
The deli.
That you had the actual slicer and
Yep.
the deli, and like we would make like real hoagies, not like whatever they do now.
It's different now. I
It
agree.
is. I mean, it's fine if you need even a pinch. All right, but let's get to Hugh. So he left last night for Atlanta, and he told us he would stop at Buc-ee's, which he did. He put up a bunch of videos, but I'm actually a little worried about Hugh after this one. Here is one of the. Just listen.
In the bathroom, and as you can see, it's nice, but this one don't have the door all the way down to the bottom, but you can still get live in here if you want to. You see what I'm saying? Look at it. I use the bathroom and it's flushing already. But I'm about to go. This is where I got to end this video because I'm about to let this bathroom happen.
I didn't hear that last part.
Yeah, so
but
I have a working theory that Hugh either slept in a bathroom stall at Buc-ee's or in his truck because he put up his last video at like 5 a.m.
Yeah.
And then I saw the next one like at like 8 or 9, and he's back on the road. So like what happened in between?
So when I woke up this morning, I checked Twitter as I unfortunately do the second I wake up every morning. And like the timing of the Hughes videos like almost threw me off. I'm like, how is this time correct? Like, did he drive straight through the night?
He did.
That's crazy to
He
me.
had an event last night. I think he was with Deshaun Jackson.
I saw it in Brandon Graham.
Yeah, and then he left from there. So he got there in the middle of the night. I think he either slept in the bathroom at Buc-ee's or his truck.
Can you imagine walking into a Buc-ee's restroom at 4 a.m., whatever it was, and seeing Hugh Douglas narrate a video as he whispers I feel like if I did that, they'd be like, "You got to get out of here, bro."
Would you actually believe it's the person you think it is? I'd be like, "There's no way that's like the former Eagle."
Is that
Hugh Douglas? It can't be.
But the mixture of people that probably know who Hugh is and doesn't listen to middays, like I would think that you're like, look, I'm like walking into history here.
Yeah.
Like here's Hugh at Buc-ee's after I've heard him talk about it for so long.
If you had to guess, would you guess Hugh slept in the bathroom or his truck at the Buc-ee's parking lot?
I think your guess of him sleeping in the truck at Buc-ee's, because it's clearly a happy place for him.
Yeah.
Seems
it's a safe place.
He feels safe there, right? You don't have to lock the door. You just chill in the Buc-ee's parking lot and fall asleep. I think that's possible.
Kyle, your theory on what happened to Hugh between 5 and 8 a.m.
So Hugh doesn't feel like a bathroom sleeper.
It's like a Law and Order
Well,
episode.
but he does talk about how wonderful those bathrooms are.
Well, he talks about other things in that. We heard a little piece of it in that clip,
Yeah, that
talking
was a
about
little
getting
weird.
live in the
Yeah.
bathroom.
That was a lot.
He talks about that a lot.
Yeah.
So I'm less worried about him sleeping. Like there's no way Hugh slept in the bathroom. He's afraid to dip his toes in the water because of wolf eels.
Like, where would you sleep too? Like, that'd be.
Well, you just
Not comfortable.
sitting on the toilet.
Oh, I would sit on the floor.
You sit on the floor in a
But,
bathroom?
well, I wouldn't do either. But if I had to sleep in the bathroom, I'm not falling asleep on the toilet.
Well, I wouldn't do it.
No, I know, but I'm saying if you had to pick one, I think the
Right,
floor is like you're chalking up germs at that point. Like you've given up on.
Yeah, but your face and head are on the floor of a bathroom.
Well, you don't have to
stall.
lay down. You could sit and lean. I don't know.
The whole
We'll have
thing
to
seems
ask you.
like- No, we
Might
will.
have brought a pillow.
Oh,
Can you
God.
imagine him walking into the Buc-ee's bathroom with a pillow?
Imagine him walking out of the Buc-ee's bathroom with a pillow.
The workers are
His eyes
standing
are all
outside.
groggy.
Like, who's gonna go in here?
How long's that guy been in here? What is wrong with him?
Some
All right.
homeless
Got his
dude.
little hat on. His
Yeah.
little Buc-ee's hat.
All right, 215-592-9494. A lot to react to here. Trey Turner, Bryson Stott, Kyle Schwarber. Here's the bottom line. The Phillies need to make a change here. I haven't seen the lineup yet. It might be out. We'll check to see if the lineup is out for today's game. Jack's going to have you for leading off coming up at 2 o'clock today. But I think they need to make a change at leadoff. Bryson Stott has been pretty poor for about a month and a half now. They tried the experiment. It's just not working. I mean, Elliot, he has good at-bats. He just doesn't. There's no umph to his hits, and he doesn't get on base enough.
So we agree they got to get him out of
Yes.
lead. But like where we part ways here is what I don't get why people are so afraid to go back to what's worked. Like what's this constant need to find a new leadoff hitter when the leadoff hitter is on the roster and they've gone to the World Series with this guy leading off? Like why is everyone like, let's try him, let's trade for him? Why? They've gone to the World Series with Kyle Schwarber doing it. He's their best hitter this season. He's clutch. Last night, perfect example, bases loaded.
Yep.
Bryson Stott comes up instead of it being Schwarber. Like, I just think people are overthinking this here because of how past playoff performances have gone. But the issues have not been Kyle Schwarber.
They haven't. No, I agree with you on that. And I've always championed Schwarber's leadoff spot. I also don't want to lose to protection for Bryce Harper. I think if Castellanos was having a better season, Castellanos is having a very, he's just there season. He hasn't been bad, but I know he hit the home run last night. He just really hasn't been that good either. And Bohm, I can't put Bohm in.
Well, obviously, you're not putting Bohm
But
in.
who's hitting cleanup? Like, if we go with Schwarber, Turner, Harper, right? I think that's your idea. Schwarber, Turner, Harper. Who's hitting behind Harper?
So I would put Castellanos.
Yeah, and that's...
But I think, look, to be someone that's protecting another player, there just has to be fear of that person doing something.
Yes.
And I think Castellanos does bring that. Like Castellanos, while not the most consistent hitter, like whatever, the dude does hit home runs. Like I think if you're a pitcher or you're, a manager, you are thinking like, that's not Alec Bohm. That's not JT Realmuto. Like Castellanos is very capable of taking a pitcher yard.
Yeah, he hit one last night.
And if you need a base hit, he's hitting 275.
Yep,
the
right.
bases are loaded or they got runners in scoring position. I'm not saying I fully trust Castellanos to get them in, but he at least there's some threat of
There is
him
a
doing
threat.
that.
I also think Castellanos has a little bit of the I think if he stepped to the plate after they intentionally walked Bryce, he's feeling that internally of disrespect.
I agree. I mean, and we saw in the playoffs last year, he can get some big hits in the playoffs the year before. I wouldn't be mad if they did this. I just think their best order right. I just want Trey and Harper and Schwarber hitting together in that order, and let's do it at the top. But the Stott thing's got to end. It feels like they've tried it and it's not working here. 215-592-9494. Your guesses for Elliot's Clues playing today for a pair of tickets to go see a championship season at the Man on July 24th, hosted by Merrill Reese. It's an awesome event. I mean, it's a concert dedicated to the 2024 Eagles and the highlights of the season. Rob in Delco is up on WIP. Hey, Rob.
Yo, Elliot, how you guys doing? Good afternoon.
What up, Rob?
Hey,
Good to hear
Rob.
from you, man.
Good. It's good to talk to you too. Listen, I have a major concern with the Phillies. Okay, and I'm going to lay it out for you. Ready?
Okay.
Combine the amount of home runs and extra base hits. I don't know exactly what the extra base hits are. You know, doubles, triples, but just strictly home runs between Stott, Bohm, Kepler, Rojas, and what's the other?
Marsh.
Marsh. I'm sorry. Yes. It might be 10 home runs. It literally might be 10. I think I did the math in my head. I think Marsh is 2. Rojas might have 1. Stott's got like 4, I think. I think Kepler's got 4 or 5. Okay, so maybe it's a little bit more. Say like 12, 13.
It's
14.
not a lot, though, is your point,
It's not
for
a lot.
8 or
It's
9
not.
players.
They
yeah.
have one guy with double digits. That's Schwarber. And then the next guy's Harper with 9. And then that's yeah. I mean, nobody's even close to double digits besides Harper.
So everybody talks about, oh, we got length in this line. We had 3/4 of our lineup. Like, you have no fear of them hitting the ball out of the ballpark. None of them.
I know.
None of them.
Well,
That's a
it's tough to
major
live that way,
concern.
Rob. Like someone brought up earlier they don't hit well with runners in scoring position. That would be okay if they hit more home runs. Like they don't. It's almost like they, like in football, there's no big plays other than Schwarber. There's no explosive plays. Like
it's just a hard. It's like a dink when you're dinking and dunking it down the field. That's why defenses force offenses to do that because you're more likely to make a mistake.
Of course,
yeah.
I mean, look at the Eagles. They can attack you with Devontae, with AJ, with Goddard, with Saquon. That offensive line is a weapon. Like, they're an offensive weapon, not offense. I mean, the Phillies, it's like, a couple hitters. And even Harper, I love him. But I don't have the same anymore with him when he comes up. The fear of him hitting the ball out of the ballpark on pitchers. Like, I mean, he has
what's interesting, Rob, too, is like, I think 2 years ago, we all agreed they were a lineup that was too hit or miss, right? Like hit a home run or, and I would understand if they tried to shift into a different type of lineup. But what's weird is they're just trying to do it differently with the same players.
Yeah.
Like they have not replaced any of the players with guys whose strength it is to play small ball.
And that's why, did you guys watch the game last night? I think it was last night and Stott made that hell of a play. Like the umpire kind of shielded him. He caught the ball up the middle. Okay, he's a Gold Glove, but does that outweigh the bat? Like you can live with him in the line. I can live with that and Stott in the line of guys. If we had 4 or 5, 6 guys, I know every team
and I can
can't
live
have
with
that.
Stott, Rob. I think Stott, I think there's some value to him. If he was hitting 8th or 9th with his defense and his at bat quality, I don't want to dump Price and Stott, but we can't hit him leadoff anymore. This isn't working.
I know, Joe, but you go top heavy and then have like 4 or 5. Even Castellanos, you know me, I call him low and away. He's got 4 home runs.
So clever.
Come on, low and away's got 4 dingers. That's my nickname for him. I mean,
it's awesome.
Well, he's got 6. He's got 6. You're selling him short. He's got 6 now. Hit one last night.
Yeah, that's right. He did hit one. He scored the only run for us last night. It's just, I mean, even that, like, there's just 3/4 of lineup, there's just no fear at all of these guys driving, even extra base hits, let alone home runs. It's just, I think they have a recipe. Because let's face it, Luzardo struggled in the 2 starts ago in the first inning. Granny went 7. I think it was in, not Oakland, wherever they're playing now, Sacramento. He gave up 3.
Yes.
And then he got lit up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, he pitches today. Yeah, he pitches today again.
And Wheeler's been a little shaky his last couple starts. I know you can't be perfect every time. I understand that. But if they throw in an egg and you got 3/4 of the line not hitting, this is it. Like, this is the run, guys. If it does not get done, Bohm, I'm done with. Marsh, I'm done with. Kepler, Kepler. And who was it last year? Willie Mays Hayes, the guy we got
Austin
from
Hayes.
Baltimore.
Austin Hayes.
That
was a disaster.
This guy's a nickname genius.
Yeah,
I like
that's
this.
Rob's saying. Rob, what do you got for us? What is the song that Elliot has never heard?
Well, Elliot never gave us the year he was born, so I'm trying to guess how old Elliot
Well,
is.
before you,
I'll say it unless he wants to guess for fun.
I'm wondering what's your guess on how old Elliot is.
Well, when I listen to the show all the time, I would say Elliot's in his mid-30s, 35.
I think he's close.
37. Yeah.
Close.
Okay. All right. So I'm trying to look up famous. So I'm going to say Stairway to Heaven.
Well, Rob, you nailed it. Rob, good job, buddy.
Oh, look
at that. Good job, Rob.
So we just look up a list of famous songs?
Well, I did, but that popped into my head first of all because I'm 52, so,
The age helped. That was a good clue. That was a
Yeah.
good clue. Rob, you got it, buddy. You won the tickets to go see the show at the Man on July 24th, hosted by Merrill Reese.
It's only 2 clues.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, we
How
did
long
a
does it
third
normally
one.
take for you?
4.
All the clues? Yeah.
Yeah, 1:30.
Usually 3 is like...
1:30. Yeah, they're closing the show out.
What was it, Monday?
Turning 2.
It was either Monday or Tuesday. I wasn't sure we
We
were
had to practically give it away.
Yeah, I wasn't sure we were going to give it away. And I told him we can't leave till we give it away. That's the way
This
this
isn't
game
helping
works.
Hugh's case.
It's not.
Look at that.
Tough.
All right,
Sure, it's a good song.
Do you have the song? Can we?
Yeah.
Elliot, I feel like you've heard the song.
I'm about to find out. Should I say when I start to recognize it?
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't recognize
Not
it,
yet.
No.
But how do you avoid
It's pretty
this
slow.
song
This
for
is-
37
it
years?
sounds like
slow.
classical music.
It starts slow, but it picks it up. Maybe you'll.
Does it get better?
Well, yes, it does. Just to answer your question.
Objectively gets better.
Yes, it does. How about I bring it up to a?
It's not all what I expected.
Well,
by the
I'll bring
way.
it up to a faster part of this.
Yeah, well, it is an 8-minute song. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, not much.
No,
time.
Yeah, it builds
The whole
off, and they do a
segment is-
guitar solo, and then they do the.
Yeah.
You've heard the song.
I don't think I have. When do they say Stairway to Heaven?
Well, the beginning and at the end when they're sort of going out, like, and she's by you, stairway.
I feel like maybe they had it on The Office one time. I could picture Dwight like
That's what I was thinking too. Like
jamming out to it.
movies and shows.
Yeah.
Like that's where I think you've probably heard
But
it.
I just think for a song that's so famously called Stairway to Heaven, it doesn't sound like the hook or the chorus is famous for Stairway to Heaven.
No, I wouldn't say. I think there's a lot of songs that way that you might not even hear the name of this song in it.
Bohemian Rhapsody, I'm trying to think.
Yeah, I don't think that's in the. I don't think that's in the song.
That's a more famous song.
No,
Definitely,
it's not.
definitely a better song.
Oh, you could say better if
Maybe.
you want.
Yeah, from what I just heard of that.
Elliot's out on Stairway to
Yeah,
Heaven.
I'm out.
Not only didn't know it, out now after
Yeah,
hearing
it's
30
overrated,
seconds.
obviously.
Okay, there's the headline for the show today. Elliot's called Stairway to Heaven overrated. Ken in Cinnaminson is up. Hey, Ken.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you today?
Good,
What
Ken.
up,
What's
Ken?
up?
I actually knew the answer after Elliot gave his first clue because I think it was a bone of contention on a morning show a few years ago that it seemed incomprehensible that you could be 30 plus years of age and not accidentally have heard Stairway to
Well,
Heaven.
what I think's crazy to me is, so everyone says this, like, how could you have not heard it, right? But I would guess a large majority of listeners have not heard a lot of NSYNC songs, right? Like they don't seek it out. Why? Like I don't really have interest in Led Zeppelin. Like why? Like am I like obligated to go listen to it? Like other people don't go seek out music.
Your mistake here, Elliot, and I don't want to get bogged down in this, but comparing NSYNC to Led Zeppelin is heresy at the highest level.
I agree. Bye 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 is way better than whatever that was.
And technically, you are right about breakfast. I mean, because the genesis of the word breakfast is breaking your fast.
He
Exactly
is right,
right.
by the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the first meal you
See,
eat
I knew,
after
I
a
knew
long fast.
Ken would know.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Us wordsmiths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't
So,
feel right to say a hoagie for breakfast, though.
Well, I mean, but hey, if you went to college, you've had any number of
Yeah,
things
I was gonna
for breakfast.
say.
Well, that's
sometimes
true.
a hoagie's what you need
Yes.
for breakfast.
But those years are different.
Yeah, maybe you went to
They
college and knew what breakfast means, Joe.
They didn't teach
I mean,
Donnie.
there was always a keg of beer in the refrigerator, and very rarely any milk. So
That can be
cereal and
breakfast.
beer-
Beer
cereal
fills
and
you
beer
up.
was not uncommon.
Milk in a college dorm might be a red flag.
Yeah. Also, we didn't react to what was it, Bruce, that puts his milk in the freezer before he puts
Yeah.
it in his
So
cereal.
when he
we
first
let
said-
that go.
I will say when he first said it, I thought it was really weird, but I think it kind of sounds kind of nice now.
Like
He's not freezing it; he's chilling it.
Chilling. It's
Yeah.
crisp. Yeah,
Yeah.
I get it. It's just different. Go ahead,
So,
Ken.
Trey Turner should absolutely be the leadoff hitter, the everyday leadoff hitter. Part of the problem is that, Rob Thompson is just so fixated with the righty-lefty matchups that, he just refuses to just put the right guy there and leave him there. As we've talked about before, it's great when Kyle Schwarber hits a 3-run home run in the first inning, but he's batting leadoff. The only way he's doing that is if they bat around, so he's obviously more productive hitting 19 home runs in the 3 or 4 hole than he is hitting 19 home runs in the leadoff spot. And Trey Turner is doing everything that he's been asked to do offensively
Yep.
as a hitter this year.
in terms of not chasing as much, not striking out as much.
Does that make you not want to mess with him, though, a little? Like, Schwarber seems to be able to do whatever he needs to do wherever
So
you
Trey
put him.
is hitting leadoff against lefties.
No,
So
but he's not full-time hitting leadoff.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Trey wants to hit. I think Trey wants to lead off. Far from messing with him, I think it makes him even more comfortable because, I mean, when you look at his game and his skill set, and what he brings to the table, he's almost like if you were going to build a leadoff hitter in a lab, it would be him. I mean, he's fast. He's got, he can hit the ball for power. He hits the ball to all field.
And this year, Ken, like you said, he's actually acting like it, right?
Did he do it prior to coming to Philly?
Contact, right?
He did it when he was young in Washington.
Okay, yeah. So his experience doing it full time.
Yep.
He's definitely prioritized putting the ball in play. So the right answer is to just put him in the leadoff spot and leave him there. But it doesn't matter who's batting leadoff for this team. It's not going to fix the fundamental construction problems of this roster. And so, you're going to get a lot of what you got last night because this team is just not built to hit quality pitching. And, I really, Drew was one of my favorite callers to this radio station, but I think adding Rafael Devers to this lineup, just, he strikes out so much. The last thing you need in the middle of this lineup is another guy that's going to strike out and leave runners on base in scoring position when this team struggles mightily.
So, Ken, I think that's a good point, but my counter would kind of be they are who they are. I don't know if one hitter is completely changing that. Like, maybe you're better off just leaning in. Like, they need someone that can hit home runs. Like, they don't have a lot of power in the lineup. So your point's fair, but I just don't know if one acquisition is changing the makeup of this lineup.
Well, that's part of the problem. Is that
for sure? Agreed.
Not going to change the construction of this roster, and I don't know when everybody was I think correctly complaining about the chase rate after that feeble performance against the Mets in the postseason last year. I think it was a necessary kind of byproduct. If you're going to be more selective, if you're not going to chase as much, if you're not going to swing at as many pitches, you're just not going to drive the ball as much. I mean, it's just simple math. If you don't swing as much, you're not going to hit the ball as much,
right?
Which means you're not going to hit the ball as hard as much. So it's all a product of what they've tried to do, which is take a bunch of square pegs and fit them into round holes. Because the team is not constructed this way.
They really are, and it's amazing they're this good because their starting pitching is this good. Because they are, it's I would say in some ways a poorly constructed team. Can appreciate, but they just have such great starting pitching that they win a lot of games.
Ask you this as the resident baseball expert on the on the station.
Mm-hmm. Some are saying,
yeah, some are saying. One person's not saying, but some are saying. So obviously we agree their starting pitching is a strength of the team, right? Defensively, they're not great. But when you have great starting pitching, like you were talking about Stott, great defenseman, obviously not great as a hitter. Like, are you more willing to trade away defensive talent because the pitching's so good, or do you think that increases the importance of needing great defenders?
It's a great question. I would say it depends on what kind of great pitchers you have.
Like if it's ground ball.
Yeah, the more strikeout arms we have, the more we can get away with it. I mean, like if the Phillies improve their bullpen and get a bunch of guys that strike people out, I'm not as worried about the Trey Turner late in the game because the ball's less likely to go to him. But we do have, like, Christopher Sanchez, a ground ball guy. Aaron Nola's been a ground ball guy. Wheeler's a strikeout and ground ball guy. So it does seem like it does come into play a lot. Like, they do strike out a good amount of batters, but they also give up a lot of ground balls because that's the way they're built to do it. So I would say as the year goes on, if they can get more strikeout arms in the bullpen, I'll be less worried about it. But right now, I'm pretty worried about it. I mean,
the defense is very inconsistent, to say the least.
It really is. 215-592-9494. Elliot wants to put Schwarber in the leadoff spot. I say Trey Turner. We both want Stott out. Where do you come down? The lineup is out. We'll tell you the Phillies lineup for this afternoon's game in Toronto. We need you to pick a side. Fritz versus the camera. We'll check in on the Twitter question. And Andrew Painter watch how his last outing went at AAA. All coming up. Midday show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Blue Jays leading off starts at 2. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:07. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Back-to-back home runs for Turner and Harper.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This Father's Day,
Give Dad the gift of grilling greatness. It's grilling season, everybody, and there's no better way to celebrate with Dad than grilling up some Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're packed with flavor, easy to cook, and guaranteed to make Dad feel like a king of the cookout. They have Tuscan herb, they have honey garlic teriyaki, and lemon garlic. There's a flavor to match every dad's taste. Make this Father's Day one to remember. Visit simplyhatfield.com and put some Hatfield pork on Dad's fork.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. Father's Day is coming up soon. My advice, get him a gift from Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. They have a great selection of Father's Day gifts. They have a great selection of Father's Day gifts, including the handcrafted pocket knives from designer William Henry. They also have chains, pendants, and a massive selection of designer watches. Ditch the ties this year. Get them something different. A gift from Family and Company Jewelers online at familyjewelers.com. That's familyjewelers.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Crews had to put out a fire at a SEPTA bus depot in North Philly. Around 24 decommissioned buses were engulfed in flames. Capitol Health shuts down its emergency department and outpatient clinic in Trenton. And rescue dog Travis Canine Eckney is representing the Flyers in a hockey-themed Stanley Pup tournament.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe that they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA and official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With
24 monthly bill credits. New line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card within 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Ever been crammed in a car on a road trip, knees to your chest, wishing for more space? Yeah, not anymore. Introducing the all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, our first three-row all-electric EV. That's right, space. Finally, in an EV. With class-leading interior space, there's room for the whole crew and their gear. Road trippers, carpoolers, gear haulers, families. This EV is built for your kind of adventure. And the Ioniq 9 rear-wheel drive S-Trim, it delivers an EPA estimate 335 miles on a full charge. Actual range will vary. Plug into a 3250 kilowatt DC ultra-fast charger and CCS adapter, and in just 15 minutes, you can get up to 150 miles of range. Actual charge time may vary. Plus, you get tech infused with standard safety features like Highway Driving Assist 2 and Blind Spot Collision Avoidance Assist. And with a 10-year, 100,000-mile battery warranty, the road ahead is wide open. EVs aren't just for city driving anymore. The Ioniq 9 is for those who go further. Literally. Learn more about the Ioniq 9 at HyundaiUSA.com. Call 562-314-4603 for complete details.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
See, now this is a song. Bye-bye.
So you hadn't heard Stairway to Heaven once. If you had a ballpark, how many times you've listened to this start to finish?
I mean...
Thousands? Hundreds? Thousands? Or thousands?
Easily hundreds.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this is a song...
I think I'm probably in hundreds.
Yeah, this is a song I'll seek out to put on. Stairway to Heaven, I have to be bullied into listening
What
to.
percentage of the WIP audience seeks out this song to put on?
For me.
Can't be that high.
I mean, look, Kyle's moving in there.
No, I
Everyone
mean,
loves this
it's a good song.
Imagine driving around right now, put the window down.
It's easier to
sunny.
dance to.
That's clear.
Yeah.
And it's not as long. Stairway to Heaven, it's a great song.
I was a Backstreet Boys guy, though.
So I was an NSYNC guy, but I think Backstreet Boys have aged better.
Oh, without question.
Yeah, I fought it for a while, but they just have.
I had the Backstreet Boys albums when I was
You
younger.
know what it's
I
like?
did too.
Now, people listening may think it's nothing like this, but I think you'll understand the reference.
Yeah.
It's like Brady and Manning.
Yep.
I was a Manning guy. I was entrenched that he was better than Brady.
And it was at the time kind of close.
But
a little.
eventually, it's like, I got to give it up now.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, one
Backstreet
guy
Boys won.
He zoomed past.
Now that being said, Justin Timberlake, the ultimate winner of both.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the top of it. Yeah. You know, you don't get this very often on WIP. This is great. This is great music.
Hugh doesn't
talk.
have a Backstreet Boy and sync take.
Well, no, he puts up with it when you're on with us.
Yeah, it's nice of him. Yeah.
What was he? He was kind of a little aged out because he's older than us.
Yeah,
He's
true.
old. I mean,
this is our generation.
He listens to weird music, though.
He does listen to weird music, but again, when this we heard what happened in the Buc-ee's bathroom this morning, very early this morning. He's a bizarre guy. There's no question about that.
Yeah, what do you think Hugh's listening to on a?
And as you can see, it's nice, but
It's whispering.
The whispering makes it
It's kind of creepy.
Yeah, it does. It is weird.
Like if he didn't know and there was somebody in the bathroom and they heard.
Well, imagine if you're in the stall and you start to hear somebody.
Talking about getting live in there.
Getting live in the Buc-ee's
Well, and then when he says at
bathroom.
the end, it's like I'm about to give it to this bathroom.
Yeah.
Imagine being in the stall next to him, like I got to get out of here.
Yeah, I either make sure the door is definitely locked or run
Dude's
away.
way too excited about putting
Hide your
one in this
feet.
toilet.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get to an Andrew Painter check-in in a few minutes, a little Painter watch as we await his arrival to the big leagues. But Elliot, quickly before we get back to the phones, we did see something that involves the NFC East, and it does affect the Eagles. It's interesting to keep an eye on. So sounds like Terry McLaurin, the star receiver from the Commanders, who had a huge year last year with Jaden Daniels, is upset because they haven't made enough progress on a long-term deal.
So I'm surprised to see this from a Josh Harris-led team. He's always someone to open his checkbook and pay people. But, I mean, this is just a good example of why the Eagles, ultimately will win out over Washington in the long run. They're just a better run team than Washington. To not pay Terry McLaurin is crazy. They're finally good. They have a young quarterback that needs the receiver.
Yep.
I'm not there, but everything you hear about Terry McLaurin is like he is their culture guy. Like he's the one that's been there through the ups and the downs, and now they're good. And to put him through this is crazy to me. Like this is something you would expect out of Dan Snyder. I'm surprised.
So, and I think he's legit too. Sometimes
He's awesome.
Yeah, sometimes there's a guy with big numbers, like he's a number one, but like, is he? No, I think he's good.
Yep.
I'm surprised too, especially when you have a rookie quarterback, you pay the receiver. It's just like you have the money. It does make me wonder though, because I was reading a list yesterday of possible landing spots for Trey Hendrickson. I wonder if they're trying to finagle that, because like I
wouldn't do that if I were them.
I would if I was them.
You would trade Terry McLaurin?
No. I wonder if they're just trying to control their cap so they can make a trade for Trey Hendrickson.
I would not trade McLaurin.
No, I wouldn't trade him either.
I'll acquire Hendrickson, sure.
Yeah, because I'm wondering if they have something else up their sleeve, and that's why because it doesn't make any sense. You're right. Like, just pay the receiver.
It's just the signs of a poorly run organization. Like, very rarely, if ever, do the Eagles have a situation where we're all sitting there and going, why are you not paying that guy? It is either they pay him and it's done, or they're not going to pay him. I can't imagine they're not going to pay Terry McLaurin, but maybe they won't. And that's good news for the Eagles, because if Terry McLaurin is unhappy or if Terry McLaurin is not there in 2026, that's bad for Washington.
Of course it is. He was an all-pro last year. I mean, he had 13 touchdowns.
In the playoff game, he was not against the Eagles, but against Detroit.
He beat Quinion. Pretty good.
He did. Well, he used to give, was it Slay?
Yes.
He would give trouble to?
Yeah. He gives everyone
He's a great player.
Yeah. I mean, I think Elliott nailed it. Like, this is why the Commanders have just went to their first championship in like 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're just not a well-run organization. And I know Snyder's not there anymore, but you would never see this with the Eagles and like A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith. Like, they got out ahead of it. Even Saquon. Like, and we can debate on whether it was a good idea or not, but there's a reason that this headline is not Saquon right now or the Eagles, like, for anybody.
And the other thing about the Saquon thing is we didn't even think Saquon would get a contract, and then they paid him. So
a lot.
The Eagles are good at keeping things becoming like a massive story.
Well, and you know what? I think they realize at some point, what's the worst that happens? It doesn't work out. We just move on.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's better to avoid the distraction, avoid the unhappy player. We just pay
that
the
is
money.
a benefit of having an owner that is willing to continually spend money.
It
Because
is.
you can spend your way out of problems. But you brought up Hendrickson. Where are you at with that in the Eagles? Because I think 2 months ago, the idea of acquiring Trey Hendrickson was very different than it is now. I think 2 months ago, when Myles Garrett was still up in the air, Max Crosby had just got paid, I think the assumption was, all right, if you trade for Trey Hendrickson, you're giving up, I don't know, a first-round pick, and you're giving him 80, 90 million guaranteed or something. I don't know if that's the case anymore. The longer this waits out, I wonder how much Trey Hendrickson is willing just to go without a new contract.
Kind of like the opposite of the Eagles and Reddick. Like, Reddick just wanted, it ended up with him on a different team, right?
Yep.
So I want Trey Hendrickson here. I actually think he's underrated. Like, the guy gets 17 and a half sacks a year, and it's like, he's pretty good. No, he's excellent.
Yeah.
I think the Bengals have gone too far with offense. I mean, maybe they're trying to replicate the Eagles and pay all the offensive guys and draft defense, but they didn't have a good defense anyway. So I want to trade for him. I do understand the perspective, and Hugh brought this up a lot when we talked about him in the offseason. It's like the Eagles don't have the wherewithal to trade for him and pay him and also pay Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. But if he just wants out of Cincinnati, Elliot, I think there's a real way for the Eagles to trade for him. I don't know what the cost would be just for the 1 year. Is it a third-round pick?
I was going to say like a third. That could be a second.
Okay, the Reddick thing. Okay. So I would do that. And then I would try to see if you could make him feel comfortable for a year. Like, he's pretty low on the scale of pay for defensive ends of his caliber. Like, could you bump his salary up $8 million? Like, whatever makes him feel more respected for the year. He gets to play for the Eagles, play in big games, and then go to free agency. I would do it in a heartbeat.
Well, let's say you give him a $10 million check, right? And it's like, if you're Trey Hendrickson, the Eagles get people paid. I mean, look at Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, and the Eagles. Now, the Bengals playing big games too. But the Eagles are likely going to, they'll be competing for a Super Bowl. So Trey Hendrickson, the spotlight of Philadelphia, I think helps Trey Hendrickson get paid.
I agree. I think last time I looked, I think his average is like $22 million per year, and the top guys on edge get what, 40 now?
Yeah.
If you bump him up to 30, I feel like he's at least in the ballpark of the Max Crosbys and the Myles Garretts of the world.
But an interesting part of this too is Howie doesn't really pay top dollar for edges. Like, he pays top dollar for quarterbacks. He pays top dollar for offensive linemen. And I think the positions he values the most are quarterback and the lines.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll pay defensive tackles, but what's the last edge he gave huge money to? Like, Reddick didn't get huge money. Huff didn't get huge money. Now, obviously, they're good checks.
Well, he tries to buy them before they become the superstar.
Right, but for as much as we talk about Howie always being in on all these edges, when's the last time he gave a top 5 contract to an edge?
I can't think of it. Fletcher, they gave a top 5 deal to, but he was an interior
defensive tackle. They're going to pay Jalen Carter.
They never paid Brandon like that, even at his best.
Yeah, he was probably never a top 5 guy.
Agreed.
But yeah, agreed.
Well, I don't think he ever has, is the answer.
But I just, for a GM that we view as so aggressive in acquiring elite players, willing to pay people, and really value the position, Think of how much time we've spent on these airwaves talking about the potential of him trading for an edge that might be available, and he just very rarely does it.
But this one might. I mean, at some point, doesn't like it's just an opportunity. Like,
Well, but I think the only reason we're talking about him doing it is because we agree the price has dropped.
The price. Well, and the other thing I brought up a few minutes ago with the Commanders, I feel like if Hendrickson leaves the Bengals, the Lions and the Commanders feel like the two teams that are most likely. I don't want him going to those places.
Agreed.
If he goes to the Commanders, that's a huge deal.
Yes.
I mean, they're good anyway, and they don't, and that's the one weakness they have is pass rush. 215-592-9494. All right, let's go to the phone lines here. Tasty Cake Dom wants to chime in on DeCamera versus Fritz. What's up, Dom?
So how you doing? Hey, Elliot.
What up, Dom? Good to talk to you, my guy.
Good hearing you, buddy.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
Yeah. Well, I'm a Jack Fritz guy all the way.
Yeah, come on.
I'm right next to him on the left shoulder.
Love it.
Yeah, to me, this is an easy one.
Are you proud of him for pitching?
What's that?
Are you proud of him that he's decided to pitch?
Yeah, actually, the way that DeCamera was chirping, I think Jack should have given him that one. Let DeCamera go up 1-0 and then demolish him in every other sport.
Oh, I like that.
Give him a little false sense of security and then squash him.
Well, here's the other thing, Tasty Cake. Like, I've heard Joe talk about this a lot on the air. I think yesterday was the first time I could hear in Joe's voice he actually believed he could win.
Yeah.
I think before he was just saying it, the excitement you could hear in Joe's voice when he heard Jack dropped out of pitching, it was like he had real belief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jack's going to win. So Joe, here's the other thing. Well, Elliot, here's what happened to me. I'm an old man. I'm 61.
Mm-hmm.
But you're saying, where would you come across Stairway to Heaven?
Yeah.
Right. So when I played football for Pennsauken High School, right, Joe?
Mm-hmm.
So you had one section of the locker room listening to Jethro Tull and Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
Another section of the locker room listening to Rick James, and the front of the locker room was listening to. I don't know nothing about the Bee Gees, but just being in that locker room, I heard their songs.
That makes sense. Yeah, a locker room could be a place you hear different kinds of music. I get that.
The JV soccer locker room.
Not the same?
Yeah, wasn't in there often.
No Bee Gees?
Yeah. No, I didn't. I mean, I just don't remember music being played, really.
You recognize any of those bands, though?
I think I recognize all of them, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, Dom. I think sports back in the day, but it didn't really matter what you play. Maybe not quite the JV soccer locker room Elliot was in. But yeah, you hear different music because people have different tastes, and who gets to pick the music that day?
You come across different cultures, and you get to hear different music. And in my case with the Bee Gees, I was heading to the back of the locker room as quick as I could.
Yeah, I get it, Dom. We appreciate the phone call. The other thing is, I feel like and I know obviously how people listen to us now is different. We have you people who are watching us on YouTube, and I'm sure they
excited for those comments.
A lot of things to say today. The Odyssey app, but like back in the day, it was just the radio, right?
Yeah.
Like we still have people listen on their regular radio. That's awesome. I listen to the radio in the car, but like you had to stumble upon it then, just scrolling through the radio when you. Back when you first started.
If I did, I guess it didn't leave much of an impression on me.
You didn't even realize
it just
what you were
sounded like
hearing.
a generic old Guns N' Roses, Led Zeppelin.
Just put them all
together.
Yeah, like some people do it NSYNC and Backstreet Boys.
Well, there's differences there.
Well, I'm just saying. Some people might think that.
Some people might. They'd be wrong, but
they do. There's no question. Our Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation. PIDentalCenter.com. All right, Elliot, have you looked at any of the Twitter poll results?
I have not.
Okay. Well,
feels like it's dishonest to look when I'm in this seat.
Yeah, well, that's fair. I just wanted. Now I'm going to ask you to guess.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should the Phillies move Kyle Schwarber back to leadoff? What do you think the people are saying, percentage-wise, on yes or no?
64% yes.
You have the percentages almost spot on, but the opposite. 66% say no, 34% say yes. Usually, Hugh, this is where he takes a victory lap, like he's the one that got them to vote that way, or it's a big L for you. So it's a big L for you.
No. Hugh blames the students.
Well, that's true. We blame him.
Because when they vote against them, they're just not listening.
Yeah, Hugh can lead him to water.
Yeah, but he can't make him drink.
Exactly.
Yep.
Will the Eagles regret trading away CJ/GJ? Yes or no?
So I think this is.
Remember, there is a lot of syndrome
I was going to say,
out there.
I think there's be a lot of people don't want to admit
Super Bowl syndrome. It's really swept the area to a level where no one sees any negative.
Yeah, well, there's not a lot of negative. I don't know what to tell you.
Compared to last year's team.
There's just not. The Eagles have been maybe the best team in the NFL for 3 years.
But compared to last year's team, they're not as good. They lost good play. Well,
maybe.
Most likely.
I don't even know if that's true, but let me guess.
You know it's true.
Why?
Because
what if Jalen's way better?
I mean, sure, but
okay, so there you go.
Right,
what if Quinyon and Cooper are better in their second year?
The roster is not as good. Like I could say any player is going to just end up better, but the roster, the depth of the roster, they're weaker. They're weaker. Their backup right guard is there now. They're starting right guard. Their backup defensive tackles now. They're starting defensive tackles.
But I think what you're assuming is that these guys can't play at the level the starters did, and that's where you're assuming they will be worse.
So I think it's unlikely they play as well. And also, if they get banged up, the guy behind them is we've now gone to an unknown.
Right. Yeah. So I guess I agree. If you say like this guy's banged up and you're talking about the third string guy, then yeah, they're probably gonna be worse if they're playing all their third string guys.
But last year, if they had an injury, Ojomo probably could play. This year, if they have an injury in the defensive line, who's playing?
But to be fair, going into last year, who was calling and saying, "Well, don't worry, they have Ojomo." So that's the point I'm making is these the guys you're assuming might not play well. We're seeing with the current iteration of this Eagles team, they are plug and play. Like you can put guys in there, and they have enough talent at other spots that the job of that guy is not as hard as
That's fair. But some of these guys they didn't want to put on the field last year. Like Keely Ringo is they're telling me he's a starting corner when they didn't want to put him on the field.
And they signed Adoree.
Whenever they had an opportunity last year, it was Isaiah Rodgers that won the game.
Isaiah Rodgers is in some ways like the biggest loss for me because I think they wanted him back and it just didn't work out contractually.
Minnesota?
I think they
went to Minnesota?
Yeah, Minnesota. I think they accepted Sweat and Milton Williams were going to go.
I agree.
To the Twitter question.
All
so,
right. Will the Eagles
yes
regret trading away CJ/GJ? Yes or no?
55% no.
67% no.
I
Kyle,
agree.
This is syndrome.
It is severe syndrome.
But again, I just think you got Chauncey's a nice player.
Oh, he's better than nice. He's a good.
We
downgraded at
I
safety.
hate to keep pulling this card, but then why does the rest of the league not view him the way you two do? The rest of the league, he was available to any team that wanted him multiple times over the past few years, and nobody has given up anything of substance.
I can make the same case for a guy like Reese Hoskins. Like he obviously
and Reese is a nice player, but Reese is not.
The Phillies miss him. Just like the Eagles will miss CJ/GJ. I'm not like saying these guys are all timers. There's no Hall of Fame for these guys, but they help this particular team.
I think it's circumstantial with CJ. Like I get again, it's hard to dispute Super Bowl, not Super Bowl, Super Bowl. Like
everywhere
I get
he goes, they win. He's a winning player.
Yeah, I hear you about to go with the safety win-loss record. Detroit, he played 2 games. Now he made a play in the playoffs.
He's a winner.
And then they went not as far without him, right? Everywhere he goes, the team goes backwards when he leaves. I mean, that's the facts.
But here's the frustrating part: is the Eagles are likely to go backwards next year. Like they were the best team we've probably seen in franchise history. So what you're saying will probably end up being correct. I just think you're going above and beyond with it.
I'm just giving you the facts.
Not to accuse you of being,
The facts are where CJ/GJ goes, teams win. When he leaves, they're not as good.
Well, you ready for a good spin?
Yeah.
Hugh Douglas level spin?
Oh.
We hear about, Elliot says at least, all these teams move off of him. Just as many teams have acquired him.
Well, he's not unemployed. Yeah, but
right. Well,
that's pretty good Hugh spin.
That
right
is
there.
good Hugh spin. Yeah.
4 teams didn't want him. 4 teams did.
Yeah, it's fair.
I think he's finding a new
the
team.
Eagles wanted them twice, by the way.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of spin, OG Wade is up to talk some Jalen Hurts. What's up, OG?
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
Good,
OG.
OG.
Feel like I haven't talked to you in a while, man. Good to hear from you.
Hey, man. Listen, you had just admitted that you go to Twitter as soon as you wake up.
Yeah.
So you got to see me DM you, for a date for you to come on.
So I don't check my DMs. But I did see. Well, I'll tell you what I did see. OG.
Unless you muted him.
The sun looked fly last night on the. Was it your prom?
I did see
it went
that.
to. It was a fly suit.
Yeah, man. This dude just growing so quick, man. It saddens me. I'm happy to see him grow, but it saddens me because I feel like I haven't done enough with him when he was, little.
He looks a lot like you too.
And yeah, all the women say that. You know what I'm saying? So, But listen. Let me do this here. I want to make a case for Jalen being in his own tier. Okay, I know that they put Patrick Mahomes in his own tier, but it doesn't make much sense to me to have him like that because what Patrick does, Josh Allen does, Joe Burrow does, Lamar Jackson does. What Jalen Hurts do, there's no quarterback in the NFL that does what he do. Jalen Hurts. He does the protection lines for the offensive line. He calls his own protections. Jalen Hurts has final say on what play goes out. When somebody say that the Eagles took the ball out of his, no, they did not. Jalen has the ability to check to a run, to check to a pass, if he wants to be up there with the 30-plus throws and all that. But he understands that that's not what wins. If we look at all the quarterbacks that throw the ball a lot of times, they have never won a Super Bowl. They don't
Let
win.
me ask you this, OG.
So,
like, why do you think these other elite quarterbacks are not involved in audibling and their protections?
because I think that they struggle with that. Patrick
why?
Mahomes admit that he struggles with seeing the field. He struggles reading defenses. So you basically, if you look at Patrick Mahomes and the rest of the guys, they throw a lot of seam routes and a lot of short passes. Jalen Hurts is the only quarterback of all of them that throws the ball outside the numbers and deep as well as he does. You don't see Patrick Mahomes doing that. You don't see Josh Allen doing that. What they do is they change their launch points by rolling out, which is essentially another seam route.
I would say Jalen's
You know what I'm saying?
one of the best deep ball outside the numbers throwers with accuracy I've seen since young Russell Wilson. Young Russ used to do the same.
He's also, I think Jalen's accuracy gets underrated.
I agree.
Like when he throws the ball, it is almost always on target.
When Jalen,
his issue is he gets trigger shy, but when he throws it, it's always very
when
accurate.
he's accurate and sets his feet, it's perfect. Like it's
it's a very catchable ball.
Yeah, yeah. Nick Foles had that too.
And you know another one, Joe? When when there's a pressure moment like a 4th and 5 or something, Dylan almost always make that play.
I agree with you
what
on
I'm saying? And I just want to make the case that there's no other quarterback doing what he does. So why wouldn't he be in his own tier? We're trying
where
to
I
compare
disagree
him
with
to
you.
other
Like
guys.
Here's what I would say, OG. I would say tiers represent like a level. I think what you're saying, and I do see some of what you're saying. He's unique. I mean, and OG, we appreciate it. Jalen's a very unique quarterback.
So I actually don't think he's that unique, and I don't mean this as a slight at him, but like I think when you like you try to say he's unique, it's like he plays a pretty traditional style of quarterback. Like they run the ball, he takes care of the ball, he makes plays on 3rd down.
Well, in that sense, but I think stylistically he runs the ball differently than most running quarterbacks, right? He scores 15 touchdowns a year. I mean,
well, a lot of those are tush
I know,
pushes.
but he's also a physical runner. Josh Allen does it sometimes.
Josh Allen does it.
Yeah, but most quarterbacks that run try to avoid contact. Jalen, he's more of a physical runner. Also, he does throw the ball down. He doesn't use the middle of the field much, Jalen. He throws the ball down the field.
Yeah.
I think he is. I think he does play unique, but his own tier means he's better. Like when I hear tiers, I think of excellence, right? There's like the number 1 tier, elite, whatever you want to frame him, best, second best, whatever. He doesn't get his own tier. Like
what's funny is
he's with the other guys or he's below them.
I actually think you could make an argument. I would just make it in a completely different way OG made it, where I would do like Mahomes, his own tier, Jalen, like winner, and then the next tier would be just like this ultra talented guy. I'm just saying if you're going to make an argument,
how many tiers are we gonna have?
Well, 3 at least.
But you got to have the other guys.
Well, there's no limit. Whether you a limit on tiers, the more the better.
Right, but if you have 32 quarterbacks and you have 12 tiers, it gets convoluted.
Well, who cares about the tier after 7 or 8? We're talking about like the top tiers.
I just think he's in the 2nd tier. He's in the 2nd tier.
And who's in the 1st?
The 4 that everyone agrees
Oh, so
on.
I disagree with you on this.
I
think why does his resume not matter?
His resume matters, but his ability is.
But he's got a better
tier.
resume than all those guys.
But that's
other than Mahomes.
But that's more of a team thing than just a him thing.
See, but I don't even think that's completely true. Like the way they win is very dependent on Jalen.
Every team's dependent on their quarterback.
Okay, then why is it only a team stat with Jalen?
It's not, but it's not just a team stat with Jalen, but he has the most around him to help him win.
So first of all, I don't even think that's true either. I think we've gone too far with that. Okay, hold on.
You just told me the best team.
Hold on. Mahomes has the best head coach in arguably NFL history. He is the best defensive coordinator, right? Kelsey is not what he used to be, but Kelsey's an elite player. Buffalo, I think Buffalo, he probably has the least to work with.
Yes.
Like Lamar Jackson, elite defense. Cincinnati, ton of weapons. Like these other quarterbacks also have things. They're not like carrying a 2-win roster to the playoffs.
They're not. I just think over time they've done more in the NFL. I just think they've done more year to year from what they do. All right, we'll keep this going because they
haven't done as much winning.
It's pretty close over the last 4 years.
But Jalen is more.
He's the one, not more than Mahomes.
No, yeah. Well, Mahomes is in his own tier.
All right. Well, this will obviously continue because once we open up these can of worms, we go there. Can we do a little Andrew Painter watch that we promised everyone, and then we got caught up in OG Wade? Painter watch him last night down at AAA.
I'm glad you could join me today. Today we're going to do a wonderful little painting, and I really think you're going to enjoy this one. So I tell you what, let's don't waste any time.
Cows are at 2 doubles. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Gives up the leadoff home run to Brooks Baldwin.
Not a great night, Elliot, for Andrew Painter last night. Usually they are. 4 innings pitched, 6 hits, 4 runs, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts, 2 home runs allowed. He had 85 pitches, which they're trying to build the pitch count up. But
That's the most important number right now.
Yeah, but you don't want them in 4 innings.
No, agreed.
Yeah.
But just good to see him be able to throw more.
Dave Dombrowski did allude last week to the idea that if everyone's pitching well, it's not a lock he arrives in July. And, we'll see how he pitches and how they pitch. But I would say it was a step back in terms of his performance at AAA last night. All right, coming up on the other side, couple things. Elliot's going to try to talk me to something he's been trying to talk everyone into for a while now, to ace the pick. I don't like the player. And it's come to my attention that Elliot was the subject of a grievance on John Johnson's show last night.
Who would have thought?
We'll get to it. Midday show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Guilty!
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Breaking news coming in from Bet3. Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NairaBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Come into your local AAA Tire and Auto Service and save $40 on any repair of $150 or more. Only at AAA Tire and Auto Service. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer valid through June 30th. See store for details.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This Father's Day at Lowe's, score free gifts for the greatest dad. Right now, get a free Blackstone 8-piece accessory kit when you buy a Blackstone 28-inch griddle. Plus, get 2 free select Craftsman V20 tools when you buy an RP brushless drill and impact driver combo kit. Shop these deals and more this Father's Day at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/15 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Cleveland Browns quarterback battle has taken center stage in the NFL news cycle. That's because they drafted Shedeur Sanders in the 5th round. While it's fascinating to see how the season unfolds for the former Colorado star, the Cleveland Browns appear to have every intention of drafting their franchise QB next season. Vegas predicts they'll be one of the worst teams in the league, and they have Jacksonville's first-round pick in next year's draft. So enjoy this juicy 4-way battle for the starting job now. All of them could be out the door by next offseason. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Push on.
They push, they shove, they're in. Touchdown.
Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gilly. Elliot Shore Park's in for Hugh today, who might still be in a bathroom in Buckeye somewhere in Georgia. We'll get back to your phone calls here in just a minute on all these things. We started yelling about jail in that last segment. We debating the lineup. By the way, the lineup is out for today. Jack's going to have leading off coming up at 2. Topper did not listen to our show today, Elliot.
Or he didn't listen to me, I guess.
We didn't listen to either of us because Bryson Stott is still the leadoff hitter. So we're rolling with Stott as the leadoff hitter today. Jack will have leading off coming up in a little bit. But before we get into everything, on this segment, Elliott's going to try to convince me that the Sixers have to ace the pick and select Ace Bailey, who I do not want out the number 3 pick.
Crazy.
It's not crazy. I mean, he's a skinny kid from Rutgers. I mean, like
he's well, yeah.
All right, well, wait. Just give it a few seconds. First, though, Elliot, I think you were the subject of something on John Johnson's show. Can we hear that from last night? Mm-hmm.
All right. Shout out to Eric. Eric's always a great tweeter.
What did he say?
He said, my grievance is ESP. That's it. Just pick something for me. Anything.
A grievance with Elliott Shore Parks just because. Pick anything that he says, that's his grievance. You know? If you had said anybody else here on WIP who speaks in front of a microphone, I would throw this accusation out immediately because, the lack of evidence. But I, at the very least, have to entertain this grievance because we know how Elliott is. I must tell you, though, as trying to be straightforward down the middle, recently, a lot of the things that I have heard from Elliott on the various shows, they are very straightforward. It's mostly Eagle stuff. So, obviously he's been at the NovaCare complex covering the Birds. So it's been very straightforward. So there's been no need to go over the top with one of his hot takes. Because you didn't mention anything specific, I have to say not guilty.
Good job.
I'm sorry.
Much better.
I have to say not guilty.
He let you off the hook. My track record of being not guilty on the John Johnson show has to be pretty low.
Yeah, me too.
I think a lot of guilty verdicts between me, you, and
Happy for you.
Well,
I guess I got to start getting a little more opinionated.
The listener did not provide anything. Like you got
right.
Like what's the grievance on you? Just for being? Like you got to give something. You said,
and I feel like I'm mostly right.
But again.
Well, we all do.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't matter.
That's what makes this. That's what makes this work because we all think we're right and we're all mostly wrong. Yeah. Most of the listeners point that out all the time. Yeah. All right.
What was that?
Oh, you never heard that one?
No.
It's one of my favorite John Johnson. Was that when Fran walked in with the Diamondbacks? So during the Phillies,
it sounds like Mario falling off a cliff.
So when the Phillies were playing the Diamondbacks in the playoffs a couple years ago, I'm sure you probably noticed Francisco Rojas likes to wear like a lot of different jerseys, right?
Yeah.
Like he's a big jersey guy. So I think during one of the shows that week, while they're playing the Diamondbacks, Fran wore an old school Randy Johnson Diamondbacks jersey.
Is he not a Phillies fan?
No, he is, but he also he's a jersey guy.
It was just a tone deaf move.
It was
a troll. You have it he was clearly intentional.
Well, and
you don't realize once you get to the studio, it's a Diamondbacks jersey.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, he had to know. But that was the reaction from John when he saw it.
One more time.
It does sound like he's falling off the cliff.
Right? It's like the Mario, ooh.
That and guilty is our favorite drops around here.
I like how it keeps going.
The guilty one gets Hugh to cry tears every time we play it. The guilty one is...
Wait, do the guilty.
Guilty!
I could see Hugh liking that.
It's a good one. All right, let's get back to the phones, and then Elliott's going to try to convince me that Ace Bailey should be the Sixers pick in about 3 weeks from tonight. All right, let's go to Jay in Philly. What's up, Jay?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
What's up, Jay?
Hey, Jay, what's up, buddy?
Hey, man, y'all got the right guy in there to replace you for the day, man. That's my guy. He is.
I appreciate it, Jay. Always good to hear from
We're
you.
excited to have Elliott with me today.
People in the YouTube chat are saying that too.
Really?
Wow,
Yep.
That's shocking.
You'll see why.
Okay.
Hey, look, man. Man, Elliott's liked by a lot of people, man.
I appreciate that, Jay.
Yeah, but anyway, so CJ, DJ, man, I think we have the possibility to miss him for sure. I'm more concerned though about the other outside corner position. I think you can hide a safety maybe a little bit better with two guys if one guy does one thing better than the other guy. But my God, man, that outside corner position scares me. Slay played great last year, and we let him walk.
So I agree. I think Slay was underrated his final 2 years here. I think some of the off-the-field tweets and stuff annoyed people. I didn't really get that. But
he was very good last year.
He was a very good player, right?
I was surprised at how good he was still last year.
And I think as a leader, do you see what he's doing in Pittsburgh? Kind of shaming Aaron Rodgers for not being there.
Yeah.
So I think as a leader, he'll be missed. Where I would disagree with you a little bit, Jay, is I do think you can help a corner with a good safety, help over top a little more. Now, you could do two-eye safety so he's not the last line of defense. I just think they have not as much proven talent at this other safety spot as they do. Adoree Jackson is at the very least a competent-ish corner. I don't know if they have someone that I can point to besides Reed and go what you're going to get from him.
Awesome.
But man, we at this point now, man, we're championship. We're a championship team. We go after championships now.
Yeah.
And Adoree Jackson ain't getting it. Regular season is different from playoffs. In the regular season, Adoree Jackson might be okay. When we go to the playoffs, though, man, there will be teams that have 2 wide receivers, and he's going to have to man up because you can't just help the safety all the time.
Well, so
You might
what
play
I
a
think
team
they
with great
could do,
tight ends, too.
Jay, what I think they could do, Jay, is a lot of this depends on if Quignon's going to move side to side. Because last year he played all of his snaps on one side. But if Cooper gets comfortable on the outside, I agree with you. Like Adoree one-on-one in the playoffs is not a matchup I want to see. But not a lot of teams have 3 quality receivers. A lot of teams have 2 really good ones. Not a lot of teams have 3. If you can move Cooper and Quignon around to get the matchup you want, like I think that is a less worrisome. But I think your fear is fair.
Until you messing with guys. Quignon moving is cool because he's only moving from one side to the other. He's still outside.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about moving Coop to outside. We're talking about moving him to safety.
Yeah, it's a lot of.
And
I
not
agree
that
with that.
he can't
Yeah.
do it. But
Yeah.
that's a lot.
I agree.
Like that's a lot.
Well,
man.
especially when
So-
Quignon played all this, like literally 100% of his snaps on one side.
Yeah,
last year.
Jay, it is a lot. And I'm with you. And then the Ringo thing, I know a lot of people like Ringo, and he still is young because they drafted him really young. And Jay, we appreciate the phone call. I just keep going back to they had Ringo here last year.
I agree.
And they put Rodgers on the field every time they needed a corner. So I'm not sold on him. And so what he just brought up and you're talking about, do you think they're going to move Quignon around? Because that could make me feel a little bit better.
I think they will.
Okay.
I think they will move Quignon.
Because if they don't, and I'm a team that has one great receiver, I'm just put him on the other
Yeah,
side.
it negates the value of
Right.
Quignon if you're just going to put your best guy on whoever. But again, this is where Cooper matters because, first of all, a lot of really good receivers go into the slot. So Cooper does match up with like Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb. But if you're comfortable with Cooper on the outside, then you can move Cooper and Quignon around a little bit, and it's harder to pick on that third guy.
It is. I do think this question mark and this concern for some people is going to be tested really early. Like, think about their first 4 games. It's CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens for the Cowboys. Then they're going to play the Chiefs, who are probably going to have Rashee Rice back and Xavier Worthy, who gave them.
And, I mean, it's Mahomes.
Right, and it's Mahomes and Reed. Then the third game, it's going to be Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. And then the fourth game, it feels like the Bucs have like 5 receivers. They took one in the first round. They still have Mike Evans, still have Godwin. So like that guy's going to be tested really early.
I agree with that. And to your point, like they had chances to put Keeley out there last year, and they didn't do it. So I think there is a move to be made. Like I think before they open Week 1 in Dallas, we will see them acquire something of substance at either safety or corner.
So defensive back. You think that's where they're going to go?
Yep.
I think you're right. I think it just feels thin, and that's without an injury. And we all hope there's no injury, but like that happens, right?
Well, I
you
think
lose people.
When you have 13 draft picks, you can almost buy yourself time where you know if push comes to shove, you have the assets to go out and maybe overpay a little bit to acquire a player in camp.
Well, it doesn't feel like Howie does this almost every camp anyway. I mean, it was CJ GJ, it was Ronald Darby.
Yeah.
They feel like they make a lot of moves within training camp. All right, Cowboy Jim. Well, I mean, I'm putting him on against my better judgment. He wants to ask you something, Elliot.
What have I done to deserve
yeah,
this?
we let him on the air. Go ahead, Cowboy Jim.
Thanks, Joe, for that shout out for Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. Last month, you were like, it's a joke. There's no chance.
What the point was, the Cowboys are still a joke. Pickens can play a little bit. I didn't say he can't play.
All right, listen, let's get, first of all, Hugh Douglas, the amount of content you will have just from the bathroom will last on your show for years.
Well, unfortunately, you're probably right. Yeah.
Yeah, that piece of audio is going to live.
Yeah, that toilet flushing is going to be used a lot.
Joe, I need your help with Elliot here.
Okay.
So Elliot believes that players, professional players, should be able to bet on themselves.
Yes.
correct?
I know.
Yeah.
This doesn't
Okay,
work.
so- all right, so let's just say that Jack Fritz is like, oh, man, there's no way I'm going to lose this. I'm going to bet on the camera and just throw a bunch of soft pitches, and then I'm going to win. So, okay, help me with this. ESP, what do you think?
So you're saying if Jack were to bet on Joe DeCamera and lose intentionally?
Yes.
Well, I'm happy
that
actually
okay?
you brought this up, Cowboy Jim, because I think it perfectly proves my point. Jack would never intentionally throw a match versus DeCamera. You think about what that would do to him on the air over the next year. Think of the amount of money he would have to bet to be worth losing. And this is my point with the players. No player is going to throw their career over a bet.
We just watched the Porter guy do it from the Raptors.
Yeah, but that's different.
Why is that different?
He didn't really impact anything. And for what it's worth, he got caught. And now a team can choose to employ him or not, right? So, yeah, I don't think Jack betting on DeCamera would be a problem.
But putting his kids through college is a lot more.
What do you think Jack's going to bet $100,000?
Absolutely.
I think
Absolutely.
Jack,
He's
you know,
gonna
I
throw
know
a
he
bunch
is
of
Jackie.
softballs.
He's a
Jackie
parlay
money
guy,
bags,
yeah,
but yeah, I don't know if he's got that type.
It's more
of...
like $20 parlays. All right, Jim, we appreciate the phone call. You can't have players betting on themselves.
Why?
Because they could bet the other way.
Okay, so let's use Jalen Hurts for an example.
Okay.
Right? So let's say prior to the Super Bowl, Jalen Hurts placed $1 million bet on the Eagles to win the Super Bowl. Or whatever you want to pick, like a bet on him. And let's pick on the Eagles. And after the game, he went, oh yeah, and by the way, I bet $1 million we'd win. Think about how cool that would be. Now flip it. Let's say they lost. Like, do you think Jalen's gonna throw the Super Bowl over $1 million? Of course not. Like, he's just not going to do it. So
this is the Pete Rose thing. This is what Pete Rose said he did. He only bet on the Reds to win. Right?
Yeah.
But inherently that means the other games you're not giving your best.
I don't think it does mean that.
But of course it does.
I disagree with you.
Well, okay. Let's say you plan. Let's say you're Jalen Hurts and you plan to bet $1 million on the Week 2 game. You know what I'm not doing week 1? Getting hurt. I'm not diving into the end zone for a touchdown if I got $1 million on next week's game.
Now, so here's a key part of this. Let's say it comes out Jalen is doing that, and he is not trying in Week 1 because of Week 2. Then the Eagles can move on from him, right?
No,
you cut him,
but you would never know. You're just opening the can of worms to this.
Yeah, but you're preventing like something. You're using an extreme example to stop everybody from doing it. Like,
that's why we have rules.
Why shouldn't Saquon? No, why shouldn't Saquon be able to bet $1 million Eagles are going to win a game? Like, why?
But we can't let athletes bet on the games.
Why?
Because they could bet the other way.
But first of all,
they could bet on
as long as they're not throwing the game, who cares if they bet the other way? Like, other than the fact, like, morally, it'd be pretty messed up to bet against yourself. But unless you think athletes are going to throw games and risk their career over this, then why is it a problem?
So you're saying they can bet on themselves to win but not lose?
I'm okay with them betting whatever. But the point I'm making is...
How could you...
Because what athlete do you think is going to throw a game over an amount of money when they make so much more money than they used to back in the day?
They're making information.
Well, first of all, then should we be allowed to bet? Should Adam Schefter be allowed to bet?
No, we don't have the kind that they do.
But Schefter does.
Well, I don't know if Adam Schefter should be able to bet, but I know if Saquon Barkley knows that Cam Jurgens' back keeps locking up in practice, and we don't know it yet, and he puts an under bet on his rushing yards, that's inside info. That's like insider trading. We can't do that.
I don't personally have a problem with that. I can understand where it gets into the insider trading.
It does.
But and I guess it impacts lines. I just think there is a world where we can have this happen, and people are so against it, and I don't get why.
Because they're part of the action. You can't have the people in the action betting on the action. It takes the integrity of the action away.
But if they're betting on themselves to win, then so you're okay with them betting to win? So there is some ways you're okay with them betting.
I'm not good on either.
So
but
if Jalen wants to bet on the Eagles to win and bet $1 million, why not?
I'm not good on either. I just think that at least there's something to that.
So it sounds like you're okay with it, but you just don't want to admit it.
No, I think one is ridiculous. One is completely ridiculous.
We're so afraid of athletes throwing games. I don't think they're going to do it.
But they have. We have examples.
And if they do it, and if they do, then you can find the small portion of players doing it, and you cannot employ them if you want. Who's going to risk their career over this?
It's money.
Yeah, but they're making more money unless you think they're betting their
Didn't
whole...
Isaiah Rodgers just almost risk his career over a parlay?
And how dumb was that?
Dumb. So,
okay.
But if you...
No. How dumb was it that he missed a year of his career over placing bets on whatever?
It was important. The NFL has to get in front of this.
It was unfair to Isaiah Rodgers that a year of his career was taken away for this. It was.
All right, allow me to cut in?
Yeah.
Debate Days.
All right, Elliot. Enough of this one.
I know one player I'd bet on.
Yeah, I wouldn't. You have been constructing a crusade for about a month now, I say?
Ace the pick.
Ace the pick. You want the Sixers to take Ace Bailey out of Rutgers with the number 3 pick. I don't see it. I need you to try to sell me.
All right, so here's the deal. The window with Joel Embiid and Paul George is closed. There is no window. So when I am picking a number 3, I'm not picking somebody that can be a winning player now, that is on the same timeline as Joel Embiid, that is ready to No, I don't care about any of that. The Sixers need to find their next star, the next guy that can be the best player on a championship team. Does Ace Bailey have more bust potential? He might. I'm not disagreeing with that. But you cannot tell me that among him, VJ Edgecombe, Trey Johnson, and the dude from Duke, that he does not have the highest floor. He is the best athlete. He showed last year he can definitely shoot. And he has physical attributes these other guys do not. He looks like the type of player that is the best player on a title team. Edgecombe, Trey Johnson, the dude from Duke, they are role players. Ace Bailey has a chance to be the best player. And if we learned anything from the Eagles, it's you take big swings. And Ace Bailey is the biggest swing.
So he's a big swing, and he has a chance with some upside. But I don't think he's going to be a good NBA player. First of all, he's not a smart shot taker. He takes bad shots.
And he makes them.
Well, but that's not a good way to live. I don't
Unless you make them.
Well, but again, how many guys make them all the time? There's a reason the NBA takes threes and layups, not long twos.
Mm-hmm.
He's a bad shot taker. Also, he played at Rutgers. He went to Rutgers, and they didn't make the tournament. Didn't we learn our lesson with Ben Simmons and Markelle Fultz? We took players that couldn't even get to the tournament, and we were like, it didn't matter. They were losers.
Okay. So, first of all, I get your point about the going to Rutgers thing, whatever, right? First of all, the other guy with him, Harper, missed time. When that guy didn't play, Ace Bailey averaged 30 points a game. So he showed when he didn't have to share the ball with someone, he could put the ball in the basket. And to your point about him taking bad shots, when you have the wingspan he has and the height he has, you can take shots other people view as bad shots. Kevin Durant takes risky shots, but you know what? Kevin Durant is so tall and long that he can shoot over people.
But Ace Bailey's not that tall and long.
He is that tall and long.
No, wait. Kevin Durant is 6'10" with a 7'2" wingspan, so he can get up
He's
over
bigger,
everyone.
But Ace Bailey is also very big.
But he's not
get these combine measurements out of your head. Watch the dude play. All this he's 7.5.
I did watch some of his games,
he's 6'7.5"
inefficient.
without shoes on. Guess what? They're gonna play with shoes.
But
I don't know
Kevin
if you've ever watched basketball.
But Kevin Durant was taller than everyone on the court. And he dominated college basketball. This kid didn't dominate college basketball.
He didn't. You're right. But that doesn't change the physical attributes he has. And this isn't like Ace Bailey or Kevin Durant or Ace Bailey and Giannis. This is Ace Bailey or VJ Edgecombe, Trey Johnson.
I like Edgecombe.
And what do you like about Edgecombe, who every single highlight you see
Athletic
of him
freak.
is he's an athletic freak when he's on a breakaway off a fast break.
He can jump out of the gym.
So can Ace Bailey.
Blocks.
Who do you think can block? Who do you think can jump higher?
Well, I don't
Ace
know.
Bailey. Ace Bailey can jump
One guy
higher.
is 3 inches taller, so maybe.
Okay, so that would seem to be important.
One guy's
to you.
a guard, one guy's probably a forward,
right?
There's a little bit difference
but if you're going to value jumping, I think Ace would be the one you would take.
I think I want to bet on the higher level athlete. Also,
but Ace is the higher level athlete.
I'm not sure.
I don't know how he's not.
I'm not sure.
He's taller, longer, and jumps. What?
I'm concerned.
He also had the fastest time at the combine. If we want to get into the nerd stats,
I am concerned that he's not good at progressive shooter. He was not a good free throw shooter. Typically, free throw shooting is the litmus test for how good of a shooter you can become.
I agree with that.
Right? The guys that shoot 80%, they figure out how to shoot threes as well. He shot less than 70% from the free throw line. That's pretty bad.
So I'm not saying he's a perfect prospect. I'm not. What I am saying is he has the highest upside. You might think, so VJ Edgecombe.
What if VJ Edgecombe is Dwayne Wade?
Well, I don't think he is.
I see some weight when I watch him.
I don't, because all of what VJ Edgecombe does is never in the half court. He is a full court speed dunk guy, right? Which is good if you want to be a role player. I think VJ Edgecombe has a higher floor than Ace Bailey, but I think his ceiling is lower. And the Sixers need to take the guy with the highest ceiling. Will Ace Bailey be Kevin Durant? Probably not. But you know what? A lot of people say he reminds them of him, and I will take the guy that reminds people of Kevin Durant. This dude from Duke, I saw a player comparison.
Knipple?
It was Wally Szczerbiak. I'm good.
Knipple?
Knipple.
Got a funny name though.
It does, yeah.
I think he could.
I guess I should clarify because I'm not talking about Cooper Flack.
Con Knipple,
yeah. Con Knipple. His comparison is Wally Szczerbiak. I'll pass, right?
Yeah, but we can't just go off the comp.
Why?
Because
I'm not saying just that, but when
because a lot of white guys are comp to white guys.
But when the scouts are telling you, and Kevin Durant is telling you, and Carmelo Anthony is telling you,
I don't want to hear from them. They don't know what they're talking about.
I think they do.
Paul George is telling me too.
Yeah.
Paul George.
But you would try to remove the emotion of how Paul George is a bust.
I can't.
Well, you have to up your emotional intelligence. I don't know what to tell you.
Remember Rudy Gay? That's who Ace Bailey reminds me of.
See, but this is what everyone does against Ace Bailey. They use the high upside for the other people and the low downside for Ace. All year, Ace has been viewed as the second or third best guy. All year. And now all of a sudden, everyone has all these problems with him.
They couldn't get to the tournament. Why?
I agree that's not great. I agree with you on that. But again, why do you think other players have bigger upside when Ace Bailey can shoot? I get the free throw thing that you bring up, but I think he shot well in high school, if I'm not mistaken. And when you're only playing 1 year in college, I think you do have to look at a bit of a bigger sample size.
Well, maybe I'm scarred, but all I know is this. They told me it wasn't a big deal. Markelle Fultz lost a lot in college. It was a big deal. He was a loser.
I mean, you act like Baylor. I mean, how would they win? 2 tournament games?
But they were in the tournament.
Okay, they were in. Like 80 teams make it now. I don't know if that's the big accomplishment it used to be.
But they couldn't make it with 80, Rutgers.
Rutgers, I would not have advised Ace Bailey to go there.
I just want you to picture this, and then we got to stop. Like, we're taking the biggest asset the team has had in a long time.
Yeah, and you want to use it on a role player.
You want to use it on a kid at Rutgers.
No,
Rutgers.
I want to use it on the highest upside. I want to use it on the highest.
I'm from New Jersey. I will not leave Rutgers.
I want to use it on the highest upside. On the highest upside.
Like sports-wise, it's probably a good school.
Yeah, sports. I agree. Yeah. I don't know why he went there. It was silly, but he did it. I don't know what to tell you.
That's his problem.
It's not like Baylor, some like basketball like.
Baylor's been a better program than Rutgers.
Yeah, but Baylor's irrelevant.
You
act like he went to.
Weren't they in the Final Four not that long ago?
It was one run.
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
You want me to score this debate?
Yeah.
Elliot had me at ace to pick. I mean, it's such a good hook.
I know that he has that.
Also, like VJ Edgecombe, that name has zero swag whatsoever.
Get out of here with VJ.
Ace Bailey.
That has so much swag.
It's not gonna.
VJ is perfect to go to a team that already has a lot of good players. The Sixers don't have a lot of good players.
I'm in.
Well, that's its own problem.
He's the next.
That's
KD.
why Ace is the solution.
Ace Bailey just strikes me as a guy that scores 22 points on a 30-win team. He's destined for it.
What do you think VJ's going to do? Be like a 12-point, 8-rebound guy?
I see some Dwayne Wade.
I think you're squinting pretty hard to see Dwayne Wade.
VJ. That's it.
You know what? I think VJ's not a bad name. We need a good VJ.
Trey Johnson's my number 2, actually.
Trey Johnson's got a good basketball name.
Yeah,
we all agree on that? Trey Johnson?
Trey seems like a pure bucket boy, which I love. I'm a bucket boy at heart.
Yeah,
Ace Bailey's an unbelievable name.
Ace Bailey
He should actually put Ace on the back of his jersey.
Bust. All right,
like Yao Ming.
Yeah, exactly.
592-9494. All right, we'll hear from you people next. All right, people often say that WIP runs athletes out of town, which is usually silly. There was maybe one instance where this could have been true, at least for me and Elliot. We're going to get to the bottom of something with one player that we all remember here not that long ago. It is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep
Who's my man? Me!
takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. Yeah, I do in tennis.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? Show the camera needs to stick to doing radio.
Only the strongest will survive.
I feel like a dork. I might be an idiot.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Game 1 of the NBA Finals is tonight in Oklahoma City. So far this postseason, the Pacers have been a great bet as underdogs. Indiana is 7-3 outright in this year's postseason when getting points. Let's take the Pacers getting 9.5 points tonight and hope they can at least make things interesting in Oklahoma City. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Until Virtua, I felt like my doctor wasn't listening to me.
From minimally invasive surgery to cancer and more, Virtua Health offers a full range of services focused on the complex needs of women.
This is how every woman should be treated.
Here, you'll find the personalized care that makes all the difference.
We caught Tina's cancer early, before it spread.
If she hadn't listened, my story would be so different.
Virtua Health. Here for women, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month or YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Get ready for
Your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
From executive producer Curtis 50 Cent Jackson.
All right, everybody listen up. We started our own label.
The hit Stars original series BMF returns.
The music game could put us up on Connects.
Welcome to the 1995 Social War. This is how we do it.
Don't miss the explosive return of BMF.
I'm calling the shots now. I'm the face of this organization. You always gonna be in my shadow.
Season premiere Friday, June 6th. Only on Stars and the Stars app.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with the potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio in for Hugh today. Elliot Shore Parks. We appreciate Elliot being here today. Tomorrow, we're going to be live at the Ron Jaworski golf outing tomorrow. Excited to be there. I'm going to be there. Kyle's going to be there. We have Bros with us tomorrow.
Wow.
I think we're going to puck it up at some point tomorrow.
Well, I was going to say, I'm seeing an invitation here to the Puck It Up draft party.
Now, is that open? Do we know if that's an open invitation?
I don't know. It seemed like he was withholding it from Spike yesterday.
Oh,
so if he gave one to Spike, Spike left his invitation.
Well, that's a slap in the face.
If I don't get one by the end of the show tomorrow, there's going to be a problem.
Here's the goal. You and I need to get invitations tomorrow from Broads himself, and we got to see which callers get invited. That's a big deal.
I agree.
Invited. We don't have many hockey parties around here.
Well, there's never been really a reason to have one.
That is absolutely true. All right. So, Elliot, you know that a lot of times people like to repeat a line like, hey, you guys just like run athletes out of town.
Right. It's hard to play in Philly.
Right. Which is...
It's hard. It's true.
Hard. But I think it's very rare that anyone's words or written or spoken actually run an athlete out of town. Usually it's the team or the player. That's the reason it goes. But people used to accuse you and I of doing that to Carson Wentz. Remember those days?
Carson Wentz, yeah.
We ran him out of
right.
town. Well, we were right, and I don't believe we ran him out of town. But this is interesting. So Golden Tate, who is here for, what, half a year? Two-thirds of a year, right? Trade deadline.
Was he back the following year?
I don't remember.
Was he here in 2019?
I don't think he was.
Okay.
I think he went to the Giants after that.
Yeah, and they gave up a third for him.
Yeah, because they went for it at the deadline that year. So Golden Tate, who was here just for that, I believe, just a half a season in 2018, he did catch the... was it touchdown or the two-point conversion? Touchdown in Chicago in the playoff game. Anyway, he was on with Bussin' with the Boys, and he was talking about his time here in 2018. Couple interesting things. One about Wentz, but first let's listen to this about kind of the strong personalities in that locker room and how there was some friction there in 2018 with the Eagles.
Most dysfunctional locker room to me was Philadelphia Eagles. And
you got there
the year after
the Super Bowl, right?
Exactly. Yeah,
that was the most dysfunctional locker room.
The most dysfunctional place. Now, the fan base, you want to be on their side, as we all know that. Like, they are very passionate. Their fans know their sports. But inside that locker room, dog, we had a few incidents. We had an incident. We're making a playoff push, and an offensive lineman and one of the coaches got into it about the game before. And the lineman's like, you see, this is how it's supposed to be. And the coach is like, no, this is how it's supposed to be. I was right last week, and they're just going back and forth. I'm on a line of scrimmage and a walkthrough, like, what is going on? And Doug is just holding his like little postcard with his notes with his little visor on, just like, all right, guys, stop it, just calm down. These guys keep going at it, and eventually one guy throws the ball at the other guy, and then they just run each other and start fighting. I'm sitting on the line of scrimmage like, is this really happening? We're trying to get to the playoffs right now.
This is a coach and a player?
This is a coach and a player, bro.
What did you find that team dysfunctional? Or like,
I mean, it was just like so much was focused on Carson and Nick. It was hard to think of other dysfunction. What's crazy with that is, I mean, I don't know that story. But like, if it's an offensive lineman and a coach, it's hard for me to imagine that's not Stoutland. But I can't imagine a player actually fighting Stoutland because of how much they respect him.
Could have been an offensive line and the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, Mike Groh.
I guess at the time.
Yeah, 2018 was definitely Groh.
Yeah, that feels like it could have been.
Yeah, but to the dysfunction of it all, like I think we forget a little bit. The Eagles went through 4 or 5 years where there was no guarantee they were going to come out on the other side of that thing good.
Well, it's for a lot of those years, it was like they barely were holding water in the beginning of the season, and then they got on a run. And like that year, they weren't very good.
Yeah, 2018 and 2019 they did that, right?
And then they found their way, into the postseason again. All right, how about the quarterback stuff, though? Listen to this. Golden Tate talking about the dynamic between Wentz and Foles, one of our favorite things back in the day.
You had Carson, who was, after a good game, he's reading to see what they're saying, but after a bad game, he's reading to see, people absolutely on him. And like, I would walk up in the bus and I just like see him like kind of like to himself. I'm like, bro, it's all right, bro. Like, just bounce back. And you had Foles, who was like coming to the locker room. He spoke with everybody. I wouldn't get a single pass the entire game, but in the fourth quarter, he made me think it was still coming. Hey, Golden, stay ready, stay ready. I'm coming to you. And it just felt like and I was part of Carson's clique, but it felt like with Carson, he had his 4 to 5, 6 guys, offense, defense, that he liked and he hung with. And that was all that mattered, right? Yeah. Everyone else, it felt like, bro, do you want to hang out with me, or do you want to have a relationship? You want to have lunch, dinner? Can we do something together? And that's kind of just the feel.
It feels like it checks out. I mean, I didn't know the stuff about Wentz kind of being hypersensitive to what was being said or read about him or written about him. But the other stuff, I mean, that all checks out.
So the thing I will say in Carson's defense here is I think just like the role he was in is so different than what Nick had to deal with. Like Carson, I can understand why Carson, when he had a bad game, would feel like the world is ending. Nick Foles won the Super Bowl. Obviously, that was a big thing that hung over Carson. Carson was supposed to be the franchise guy. Like when Nick lost a game, he didn't really deal with that. It was when Nick played well, it was awesome. And when Nick didn't play well, we just talked about Carson anyway, right? So I think there was a difference in how Carson had to deal with the media versus Nick. That being said, I think this highlights why Jalen Hurts is so much better suited for the city.
I
and
agree.
I think Jalen sees what people write and all that.
But I really believe him when he says he's not consumed with it.
Well, the difference is Jalen's entire life, he was a number one guy in Texas, which is a massive, obviously, football state. He goes to Alabama, Oklahoma, Philadelphia. Like, Jalen is used to being in the spotlight.
He's built for this.
Yeah. Like, he was, like, engineered for it, right? Like, Carson came from North Dakota State to Philadelphia. And Carson was really only a big deal outside of North Dakota State for what, like 4 months leading up to the draft? It wasn't like his whole life. I'm sure in North Dakota he dealt with it. But it was also funny. I actually did an interview in North Dakota during the Carson downfall. And let's just say they defended Carson to the very end.
I'm not surprised.
So I'm sure in North Dakota, Carson got a lot of good PR.
Yeah.
I don't think Carson was a bad guy. I think it was a really unique, tough situation for him.
I mean, I can understand that. And then I always thought the second year took it to a level that no one could recover
That
from.
was the nail in the coffin.
Well, like, he did it again.
Yeah, exactly.
And if Alshon catches the pass, they might be back in the Super Bowl.
Well, the other crazy thing to think is how close Carson was to overcoming that still. Like, if they beat Seattle in that playoff game,
if he doesn't get hurt,
I think
they would have won that game.
I think they probably do.
Yeah.
Like, it was a pretty close game without him, and he was playing well that year. So the task Carson had to deal with in Philadelphia was almost insurmountable. And that's why when people are like, oh, the media ran him out of town, Carson had to leave Philadelphia. It was not going to work here. He wasn't happy. There was too much pressure. There was too much baggage. Now, it hasn't worked elsewhere for him, and I think as a result of injuries. But, yeah, I don't think Carson's like a weak guy or a bad guy. I just think it was a bad situation.
And it didn't help that he was reading our tweets after games. I mean, like,
he did follow me on Twitter for the beginning.
How about the end?
Not so much at the end. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know if I'd follow you either.
Well, a lot of people say that.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, if I was the Eagles quarterback.
No, I would not. Well, unless you want the training camp stats.
Well, that's true. If I want my own stats, you're the guy I go to. All right, 215-592-9494. Joe in the Northeast. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Joe, Elliot, and Kyle. Joe, Kyle was saying, I'm saying about bringing Crawford up.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 16 more games to play at the end of the first half of their season. They play 75 games, 2 halves. And in those those 59 games, they've sat him 8 games, which is ridiculous. And certain there was a couple left-handed pitchers that started in that game. And like I said, what they'll do is if they ever bring them up, they'll say, well, we don't know if you can hit left-handed pitching. Well, you take him out. There's no reason a 21-year-old should have been benched for 8 games. But anyway, we're not talking about when Larry Boa tried to break into the major leagues and they overpowered him and broke his bat. This kid is 6'2" to begin with, all right? And Kyle was saying, well, he hits ground balls. I watched their games, and I found the ability to watch all their games, and this kid puts the ball in play. So if the third baseman's over in the shortstop's hole, you know what this guy does? He slaps the ball down the third base line,
like Tony Gwynn or Luis Ariz.
Well, no, I'm just saying he has a big swing for he's not a punch and Judy type guy, but when he hits like back in the day of Ken Griffey's Jr.'s dad, Ken Griffey Sr.
Sure.
He used to hit those high chops and beat it out. That's the way this kid is. If he'll make you, if the infielder has to move, he beats the play.
So do you think he could come up and outperform Marsh and Rojas?
Sure. Listen, he's hitting 322 down there, and if they let him play the rest of this half, he'll have almost 300 at bats. All right, he's not, and his strikeouts are between 4 and 5 at bats. So for every time 4 to 5 times up, that he'll strike out.
Yeah, between 20 and 25%. That's not bad.
He's not a coward. And what I see about him defensively, he plays center field sometimes, and at other times when Cal Stevenson's playing center, he plays left.
His dad was a left fielder. He might be like his dad. Yeah,
out there. He's got the speed. And Joe, when he gets on first base, he's going to be a baseball player.
Mm-hmm.
He's
I like
not
that.
Be a track
It's
star,
an important quality.
like the center fielder we have now, and who just runs through stop signs. And we have our announcers that are raving over a 9-pitch at bat. Well, first of all, Ben, if you see Ben Davis, that wasn't a 9-pitch at bat when he raved about him against Oakland.
Here we go.
All right, let me write this one. I got to call
Right?
Ben out next time I see him.
And that pitcher for Oakland, he threw him 4 non-competitive balls. One hit the umpire. Remember that game with
Of course. Yeah.
Was it the catcher missed the ball and it hit the umpire in the shoulder and they had to hold the game up there.
Yeah.
And he went out and strike zone twice in there, but they're pumping him up. This guy.
Well, we know Rojas can't hit. I mean, everyone knows. Everyone besides Hugh knows Rojas can't hit.
Yeah, he might have made that catch yesterday. Put him out there against. He's hitting 250 against right-handed and left-handed pitching, and see how long he'll be hitting at 250. Okay, he's allowed to make little legal mistakes. So right there, you're going to improve. Bringing that kid up.
This might be the most comprehensive defense I've ever heard of Justin Crawford.
That's great. I love it. Joe, it's a great phone call. Joe, we appreciate it.
I mean, just like stat after stat, watches them. Like
Joe is prepared.
He should call Dombrowski up.
I think he's tried. I'm not sure if they've gotten through.
I'll say this. I don't normally like this argument, but I think it does apply for Justin Crawford. Like, how much worse could it be? Between like Marsh and, I mean, really, like, I know it's a bit of a lazy point sometimes, but how much worse could it be? Like, he'll be a better defensive.
I agree with you. I think it's going to be a matter of when they decide to just get rid of Marsh, because like Marsh and Crawford are both left-handed, so if they're both up here, they can't platoon.
Right.
So like,
no, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So like Rojas to me is just a placeholder. He's just.
But I think Marsh is too. Like,
well, I agree with you. But I don't think they're ready to fully give up on Marsh. They probably should.
Well, I think Marsh might need to accept that his full-time base job now is not a full-time player.
He's not. I mean,
so like in terms of taking bats away for Crawford, like I'm fine with that.
I mean, don't you just think Crawford needs more at bats in the minors?
No, that could
though?
be the case.
Probably.
But Marsh doesn't impact whether or not I'm bringing Crawford up.
No. I would agree with you there. But like the whole thing about putting the ball in play, like he's putting the ball in play, but on the ground.
I know.
And in the minors, you can get away with that. But
I agree.
Those turn into outs in the major leagues.
I do think it's interesting that like they keep moving him up, and they keep saying he's got to change, and he keeps hitting 300 everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
I mean, he might just be a unique player that can do this and hit. We'll see. I mean, I think he might be up here by the end of the season.
He's no Cal Stevenson,
though.
I could picture him on the playoff roster.
I could too. I think
like the base runner.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun if he's up here. And you might be right. It can't be worse. All right, before we go any further, we got to check in with you people.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
Congratulations to everybody in the chat who took the over on how many hours it would take for us to get into a Jalen Hurts top 3 debate with Elliot.
Oh, so it took 2.5?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, about 3.
About 3.
OG Wade got on, I think,
OG
right
Wade
before
made it
1.
happen. Yeah. Now, if OG would have bet that, he'd be impacting the outcome.
Well, then you can't do that.
Well, maybe, or it was good radio.
Look, I mean,
well, it was good radio, but you can't. Never mind.
I mean, we had a lot going on today, and that's a credit. Elliot did a good job.
Thank you.
But not according to some of these people who said, go home, Elliot.
Yeah, I could see
right
that.
off the bat.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Didn't like that.
I get that a lot of times.
Yeah.
Why is Joe Giglio allowed on the radio?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, contractually obligated to be here.
Yeah.
Yep. This is a common one. If you say anything negative about a player. Elliot clearly just hates C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, obviously.
It's
I mean,
clear.
that's what I heard today.
Something personal.
Total hater.
between
He said
Elliot.
he's not a great player.
It's so funny to me. People get into YouTube and be like, "Go home, Joe." Like, you're the one that opened the YouTube.
Right. It's not
As
even
they're
like
tuning in.
because,
Yeah,
all
yeah.
right, like the person in their
Joe's
car.
on every day at 10.
Person in their car flipping around, they may stumble upon us, right?
Right,
and they
right.
may like, Giglio again. He's annoying. But like on YouTube, you have to seek us out.
Yeah, just log off.
Well, let me ask you this:
Get out. How about you get out?
why do we hate CJ but the Eagles don't? The Eagles got rid of him.
No,
I
you're
didn't
the
get,
one that has to
I
talk
didn't get
about
rid
it,
of
They
him.
brought
so,
him back.
Yeah.
But they all got rid of him.
I know.
Yeah, they got rid of him twice.
And they brought him in twice.
The chicken or the egg.
Also got rid of him twice.
It's tied.
But the final
What's more likely next?
to be brought back.
Well,
But it's
obviously,
because
so
the
then
final thing is they got rid of him.
I get that for now.
Yeah. Their final decision on CJ was no.
Will there be a third CJ?
I think at this point,
I would
no.
say-
Oh,
It would seem
I could
silly.
see it. I could see it. A couple
Yeah.
years when he gets cut. Yeah, bring it back.
Leave Pete Rose alone, Joe.
No.
He's already been punished enough.
I'm going to leave Pete Rose alone. He just got reinstated.
He'll
You
get
brought
in,
him
don't
up
you
one
think?
time.
I
Could have
do
bothered
think
somebody.
he's going to get in the Hall of
Yeah,
Fame.
I don't think you reinstate him unless he's getting
Yeah,
in.
it's also false hustle.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's not even here. Like, anyway.
Well.
And I don't want to do
without getting too far.
Yeah,
into
I don't want to
the
do
Pete
Pete
Rose
Rose thing.
situation. Hugh looks a lot different today.
I agree. Totally different. Taller.
Yeah.
Lighter.
Taller. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the football guys,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
That wasn't the overwhelming sentiment, though.
No?
Because they couldn't tell the difference because of the height.
I'm telling you, Hugh is shorter than you think he is.
He might be, but he's definitely over 6 foot.
Barely.
I mean, I'm like
barely
5'9", which means I'm really 5'8", and like Hugh is got like a few inches on me.
I think you want to imagine he's tall because he plays
he's
defensive.
big,
He's
like
big.
so I agree, but he's also tall.
He's a
I
bit
think
of a shrimp.
He's a shrimp.
Okay, you're around him more. I just know I think he's at least 4 or
He's
5 inches
also
taller than
at
me.
his age probably shrinking at this point.
That's a good point.
His twilight years.
Yeah. He says that all the time. He's in his twilight.
He does. Yep. Thinking about the upper room, all that. He does. His words, not mine. Good to see Elliot filling Hugh's role of making no sense whatsoever.
We needed someone to do that. We said, Elliot, come on down.
Exactly.
There needs to be one.
Call him right in.
Yep. Best Hughes clues we've gotten since TK was in for you.
What did TK do?
He did TK's clues.
Yeah.
You remember what it was?
It
I
was,
don't remember.
it was similar to yours, where we just spliced in TK.
Right, yeah.
I don't remember what the subject of it was, though, but apparently the people do.
Well, all right.
Well, thank you, people.
One more, though.
Mm-hmm.
We apparently got some must listen radio that I think should go all over the socials around 1:15 today.
Okay, what happened?
Daryl Morey talking to Ace Bailey on WIP right now.
Oh yeah.
Do you like the
Got
Maury
to that.
comps?
Yeah. Maury's taller than me, for sure.
How tall is Daryl?
Daryl's tall.
Like 6'4"?
Yeah, like that's a number I had in my head. Yeah, I think he might be like 6'4". It's a big dude.
I can't picture him standing up. He's usually sitting.
Yeah.
Well, he
out of
does
breath.
stand.
The breath
He's got
stuff.
a new play in the city, by the way. He made a play about little basketball players.
Can I make the comment of could we focus on keep the main thing the main thing?
I kind of want to see it.
So now Daryl Morey's a playwright before he guides the team to the
Yeah.
NBA Finals. Okay, that's wonderful. Will you go see his play?
Yeah, I want to.
What is it? It's called small ball?
I think it's called small ball, yeah.
I
It's about
saw an article about it.
It's Harden and me.
Made me think of when we
James
decided.
and me.
Well, the new Tommy and me is Jack and Trey Turner.
Yeah, or is it Aiden Miller?
Well, I guess
I think it's Trey, because the play would be about like the ovation.
the ovation. Yeah. I mean, Jack's a writer now. Who knows? Maybe he writes Trey and me.
It'd be Jolly and me.
30 years from now.
Jolly and Me by Spike Eskin.
All right, before we go, are we done with you people?
Yes, we are.
All right, thank you people.
Thank you for the comments.
Dennis in Levittown wants to fight with Elliot, so we make time with that.
That's
Dennis!
I'll throw two in. Hey, buddy, how are you?
Good, Dennis. What's up?
What's up, Dennis?
Not much. Hey, Elliot, how you doing today?
Oh,
Good.
he's
How you
coming
doing,
in
man?
hot.
I know. It was a good one.
Hey, listen, how can you say that these athletes can bet that they're not going to cheat? Aren't they already cheating by taking these steroids?
So
and stuff like that?
I'm not disputing some might, but my point is, if an athlete cheats, if an athlete bets on his team to lose and throws the game to impact it, then you can no longer employ that athlete. Like, I'm not saying you have to keep the guys that do it, right? It's like any employee. If he does something the boss doesn't want, then you don't have to employ him anymore. But he should be allowed to make the decision on what he wants to do.
I could see your point, but I think you would
Thank
run
you.
into too many issues.
No,
Is
look,
it
it
worth
would be complicated, but I just think, like, to prevent them from doing it, I don't think is worth it. Like, for Isaiah Rodgers to lose a year of his career over it,
was worth
is absurd.
He should have lost.
No, but now he broke the rules, and so it's a little like the smoking weed thing. Like, but it's just crazy that we're not allowing, like, we're taking a year of Isaiah Rodgers' like income and ability to make money all because of like some bets.
But he knew the rule.
No, I know, but there shouldn't be a rule. Is my point.
there
People are
has
happy,
to be.
but people are happy to say that when it comes to smoking weed, right? People are like, well, it shouldn't be the rule, but they broke it. Like, we agree, like, but
smoking weed affects few people compared to the game that everyone's watching.
But if
Everyone's
they bet on
consuming.
but there's all types of bets. If they bet on themselves to win, if they bet on themselves to get overs, like there's a lot of ways
They
where
don't
it
need
doesn't
the
impact.
money.
I agree. I think we're fighting a boogeyman where there's not actually going to be an issue. We're
There
just
would-
all afraid of
there'd
it.
absolutely be an issue.
I don't. There
Oh, my
might be
goodness.
early on, but it would end up
Dennis, be brief.
self-regulating.
Well, what about all the role players who just bet their unders because they know they're not part of the game plan?
We good bet by them. I don't know what to say.
But then they get to play, and they're missing shots on purpose.
But
like
if you're
the Porter
a role
guy.
player, you're not going to throw your career over a bet.
Oh my goodness! I'm glad we only did this for the last hour.
It was fun.
I enjoyed the show.
But
today.
just to be clear, 10 years ago, the idea of like a book or like a casino or whatever being in an NFL stadium was crazy.
Yes.
Now they're all over.
The
So
players
mark my
can't-
word.
Wait a
in
second.
10 years,
No way.
I am ahead of my time on this one.
No way.
Okay.
It's being proactive.
You're saying in 10 years, players can bet on themselves.
I think 10 years is a good time frame.
I will take that bet. That is not
And
happening.
Joe, I support your ability to do that.
All right. Thank you. Elliot, we appreciate Elliot filling in. Have a great, you're on tomorrow morning?
Yeah, me, James Seltzer, Devin Caney, little Go
All right.
Birds Radio.
You better shut it during the Beat the Hammer.
Oh, I know. Trust me. Well, we won't do it, but I once talked during Beat the Hammer, and it did not go well.
Wait, is DeCaro on tomorrow?
No.
Oh,
no,
it's
it's
not.
just me and James. So and Devin. But
All right.
yeah.
It'll be a great show. You guys listen to that. Thank you to Elliot for filling in. We'll talk tomorrow from the Jaws Golf Outing. Jack next with Leading Off on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive